A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Mr. Race had lost all his money. Even the bungalow was mortgaged to put over a big real estate deal which didn't materialize. It was Jane's work with a social betterment club she joined that made the deal fall through. So Mr. Race hasn't yet had the heart to tell her or their friend Marge. Our scene now is the next evening after dinner at the bungalow. Marge sits reading a book. Mr. Race holds the evening paper in his hand but stares moodily into space. Jane is quite busy at the desk. Listen.
Dear.
What'd you say, Jane?
I'm just filling up my checkbook here.
Your checkbook, yes.
If a bank makes a mistake and gives you $150 more than you should have, do you get to keep it or do you have to wait 30 days to see if somebody calls for it?
What was that again?
Well, what's the matter? I'm asking you a simple question.
Well, maybe I didn't hear it right. What did you say, Jane?
Marge, I'm not talking to you, and I wish you'd laugh only when you're spoken to.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jane.
The minute I say anything around
All right,
here...
stop arguing, Jane.
Well, I didn't start it.
Oh, I don't know. We were all sitting here quietly until you spoke up.
Well, it's on account of this checking account.
How about it again? What happened?
Well, I figured it up about 5 times. It comes out the same every time. They made a mistake of $150.
The bank did.
Yes, if I listen to them, I've got $450 in the bank.
$450? Where did you get all that money?
I haven't got that much. I've only got $300. This thing they sent me says $450. They gave me an extra $150. Do I get to keep that, or should I tell them?
Well, no, I don't think I'd tell them.
But that's not honest.
I'm willing to make a bet that you made the mistake.
I knew you'd say that. Isn't that funny? The minute I asked you, I knew you were going to say I made the mistake.
Well, I mean, if I had my choice between you and the bank,
Isn't that disgusting, Marge?
Don't ask me. You told me to stay out of it, Jane.
Oh, yes. Well, you can come back into it now. Isn't that disgusting?
Yes.
It certainly is. I'm sorry I asked you, dear. Just don't bother.
Before we close the subject, where did you get all that money?
The $150? Well, the bank gave it to me by mistake.
No, I mean all that money. I didn't know you had that much money in that account.
Oh, well, you know the $100 you gave me to start the account with.
Yes, I know that $100 just from memory.
Well, then there's my weekly allowance.
Yes, but...
and what Marge gives me every week for room and board.
But you couldn't possibly get up to $450 just from that.
It's $300. They made a mistake.
All right, even $300. How did you get to that?
Well, you know the money I made with Neil when he wrote all those stories about Joyce Blaine, the movie actress?
What?
Oh, did you make all that from those stories?
I didn't know that you got that much out of those stories that you and Neil wrote.
Oh, yes. They paid us a lot of money for those stories Neil wrote. I was surprised, too, but he said that's the way they do in Hollywood. He says it's the land of milk and money.
The land of milk and money?
Well, we don't get any more now. But for a while there, I was getting $25 some weeks, and some weeks $50. Neil got half.
Well, that was quite a profitable business for you two.
I'll say the world. One week we got a check one day for $50. The next day for $25, and the next day for $50, and the next day for $25 again.
Well, $150 a week.
Yeah, so we don't get it anymore. It's
Wait a minute. $150 in 1 week. Is that right, James?
Yeah, so we don't
Well, let me see your checkbook there.
What about?
Let me see it. I want to see where the bank made the mistake.
Oh, here it is. And look at this. See, on this page, I've got $300 left, haven't I?
Yes, let me see there. Yes, $300.
Then I get this big piece of paper from the bank with all my checks written on it.
Yes, the statement.
That's their statement. I didn't say that. They say I got $450. They just gave me somebody's $150 by mistake.
Oh, here it is. I thought so.
Where?
On these stubs here. That week you took $150 in from those stories that Neil wrote. I see where you made a deposit each day and you didn't add it in.
Okay, you did.
Where? Let me see.
Right here. You see that 50?
Yeah.
That's a deposit.
Uh-huh.
You didn't add it. There's the 25 you didn't add.
Oh, yeah.
And another 50. And another 25. Well, that accounts for the 150. You just wrote it there and didn't do anything about it.
Oh, yes. Then I really got $450.
That's right.
Rolling in well.
Yes, well, what do you know about... I wonder how I happened to make a silly mistake like that.
Well, I wouldn't know, Jane.
$450. Well, that puts a new light on the whole thing, as the lady said when she kissed the cow.
What lady, Jane?
I don't know, some lady. You know how they say. Well, this is certainly a surprise. I'm underdrawn.
Underdrawn?
Yes, instead of overdrawn.
Oh,
you know how everybody else is all the time. I remember once when we first got married, I had a checking account. Remember, dear? I was always having trouble with the bank then, too. Only then they didn't say I had 150 more than I thought. They kept saying I had less.
And I suppose they were wrong, Jane.
No, it turned out they weren't.
Yeah, you don't mean to say you wrote checks for more money than you had in the bank.
Oh, it was just an overdraft on my part.
An overdraft?
Yes, I wasn't doing it on purpose.
No, I suppose you weren't.
No, and I'll never forget the first time they sent me a letter about it. Remember, dear? Well, I was never so embarrassed in all my life. Well, I wasn't so much embarrassed as I was mad.
Mad?
Yes, at the man who wrote me the letter.
Oh, what was it? Just a form letter telling you were overdrawn?
Well, yes, he said they had looked at my account and found out I was overdrawn. Well, I got so mad I sent the letter right back to him and I wrote on it, "Sneak."
Sneak?
Yes, imagine the nerve of that man. Well, it sounds funny now, but at the time it happened, I was so mad I was in the red.
Yes, I gather you were.
I certainly was. But this is more like it. $450 instead of $300. Say, I've got a lot of filthy liquor here, haven't I?
Jane.
What?
I wonder if you'd lend me about $200.
Lend you $200?
Yeah, I'd like to borrow it. Only for a little while.
Oh, stop it, dear.
No, I mean it.
How about some interest, my friend?
Interest?
Yes, I'm not going to sit by and watch Jane lend you money without charging you interest.
No, now, Marge, you're starting
Don't
to...
you do it, Jane. Make him pay you interest.
What?
Look, Jane, you're not using the money anyhow. Just let me have $200, and I'll pay you back when I get straightened out with something I'm working on.
Well, wait till you get straightened out with something you're working on, and you won't need the $200.
Nice work, Jane. Where'd you pick that up?
Oh, I heard him tell Johnny something like that.
But
once.
I'm not kidding. What good's the money lying in a checking account? Let me have the $200.
Oh, you're so repulsive, dear.
Oh.
I wonder if Laura's still doing the dishes. I want to tell her about this mistake, too. She was with me when I was figuring it up.
Oh, you and Laura were working on it, were you?
Yes, I think she's still there. Yes, I heard the dishes. Laura, they didn't make a mistake.
She and Laura put their heads together on the books and couldn't make it come out right.
Yes.
Why do you want to tease her about lending you money and all that?
I wasn't teasing.
Yes, I suppose you wanted to borrow $200 from Jane.
Well, yes, I did. Funny, isn't it?
Well, I think it's more than funny. It's just... Say, what's the matter with you?
What?
Well, you look so sort of somber. What is it? What's the matter? Something gone on? Is it that deal you were telling me about?
Deal?
It is. Ace, what's happening?
Well, it's a long story.
And Jane doesn't know it?
Well, I haven't told her yet.
You told her what? What's the story? Tell me.
Well, the characters in this story are not fictitious, and any similarity to any persons living or dead is intentional. I wish to heaven it weren't.
What is all this? Will you tell me what you're driving at?
The deal flopped.
What?
I'm wiped out.
Ace, no.
It's the truth, Mark.
But, Jane, oh, you have to tell her.
I know I do. I've been trying to get up the courage all day to tell her.
Well, when did it happen? How'd you find out so quick? I thought it would be a week or so
Yes,
before
I thought so, too. It happened before I could even...
But you've been going to business every day.
No, I've been going to the office every day, just sitting around. I paid the rent on that for another couple of weeks. It gives me a place to lie around and think what a sap I was.
Oh,
I dismissed my secretary yesterday with 2 weeks' pay.
you did?
I'm going to get something on the furniture, I guess, and a few dollars out of this house. Most of that's mortgaged up to the hilt.
This house?
Yes, it's a pretty picture, isn't it?
Oh, poor Jane.
Oh, don't remind me of it.
Oh, but you'll have to tell her. You can't let her go on
I
thinking.
can't tell her. I've been trying.
And that $200 you were just
Yes, even that.
Oh, it's horrible.
It's worse than you think.
What could be worse than that?
Well, this is going to put the finishing touches to the picture. How do you think the deal happened to fall through?
Well, how?
I'm not trying to shift the blame, you understand. But the deal I had in mind putting over was selling a certain piece of property to the city. And that... Well, wait a minute now. This is the part you've got to swear not to tell anybody.
What is it?
I want your solemn promise, Marge, that you won't tell this to a soul. I'm not even going to tell this part to Jane.
Oh, I promise. What is it that you can't tell Jane? I'm sure that once she gets over the shock of this, she'll come through with flying colors.
No, not this part. And I have your promise now. That property I was going to sell the city, that was the property the woman's club that Jane belonged to was fighting against.
Well, then it was Jane and Neil.
Hush, please.
But why in heaven's name didn't you tell Jane? Why didn't you tell Neil?
I was told that the woman's clubs didn't mean anything. We were expecting this agitation, but I was told they didn't have a chance.
Oh, good heavens.
Before I knew it was all over. I was clean.
Oh, I just don't know what to say.
One thing you won't say is what I just told you. To Jane, I mean.
But you're going to have to tell her about the other, aren't you? You just have to. You can't leave a thing like this just hanging fire.
Oh, that Laura of the Spring. She keeps saying it's lucky we found the mistake. And I keep telling her we're lucky we found the $150. Oh, she's so dumb, I don't know what I'd do without her. Now, dear, show me where I have to add it up in my checkbook.
What?
I want you to show me how to fix it up.
Oh, the checkbook.
I'll have to erase all these pages here now, won't I? It's lucky I didn't write it in incredible ink. Show me where I should put it.
Not now, Jane. I don't know anyhow.
You don't know? Oh, he doesn't know. Come on.
I don't know what
You don't know. Well, if there's anything you don't know about business things, I'd like to find it out. Isn't he disgusting, Marge, the way he... Marge, where are you going?
I don't feel well, Jane. I'm going to bed.
What is it, Marge?
Good night.
Oh, what's the matter with her? She was feeling all right a minute ago.
I don't know, Jane.
You know what I think it is? Neil.
Neil? What do you mean, Neil?
Well, it's because he hasn't any money and he can't get married. Isn't it a shame money's so important?
Oh, it is, huh?
Well, sure. You can't expect a girl to be married to somebody that's broke.
Oh. But, Jane, you're always saying a wife should take the bitter with the better.
Well, yes, I know I do. But, well, I guess it's easy to say that when we've got everything.
Oh, so that's it. It's easy to say.
Well, Jane isn't making it any easier for Mr. Ace to tell her, is he?
Lights out, everybody.
$60, 20 is 80, and 20 is 100. Perfectly correct. $100 rental for 2 months. And now, for the matter of a receipt, of course.
If you don't mind.
Not at all, Mr. Cook. Do business in a business-like way is my motto. We aren't a very large firm, but service supreme is our motto. And now, what did I do with my receipt book? So careless of me. In this pocket? No.
Oh, any old piece of paper will do.
No. Here we are. I had it in this pocket all the time. I'll just sit down over there and write it out for you.
Well, darling?
Well, Chuck, it's simply unbelievable.
$50 a month for a furnished Grand Central Palace like this one. Beautiful. There's something wrong in the woodpile someplace.
Well, do you really think so?
Oh, of course not. I'm only kidding.
Well, this old house seems to chill me somehow. It's so full of shadows.
Oh, nonsense. You're letting the storm outside affect you. You were always afraid of lightning, you know.
There was a blinding flash just as we came in the drive. It illuminated the whole house. It seemed to glower at us. almost forbidding us to enter.
There you go, letting your imagination work overtime. At $50 a month, we're getting a marvelous bargain. I only hope Service Supreme over there gets a receipt made out before he changes his mind. Say, where's Billy?
Sleeping. Over there on the sofa.
Gosh, he made himself right at home pretty quick, didn't he?
Exactly as Papa.
What? Now, that's libel. I never curled up on a strange sofa.
What?
Without at least 3 drinks and a proper introduction. Anyway, that's it.
Quiet. Here comes Service Supreme.
Yeah. Here we are, folks. Money receipted right and proper. I hope you'll be quite satisfied here. Quite.
Oh, I'm sure we will be. As you can see, our little boy has made himself at home already.
Cute little fellow. I do hope he'll be quite all right. Well, I must be getting along. Business, you know. Moving in at once, aren't you?
Well, we planned to...
Yes. You told me you were. Well, good luck and goodbye, Mrs. Cook. Mrs. Cook.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, wasn't he in a hurry to get out?
Service Supreme until the minute the rent's paid, and then it's exit extraordinary. Well, I better go get the things in out of the car. Gosh, dear, I never thought we'd spend the summer in a mid-Victorian mansion, did you? Huh? Dear, I'm talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why the pensive look? What are you thinking about?
Of what that man said.
What man? Oh, you mean Service Supreme, huh?
Yes.
Well, what pearl of wisdom did he spout?
Well, remember when he looked at Billy sleeping there?
Yeah?
He said, I do hope he'll be all right.
Yeah, so he did. So what?
The way he said it.
Go on. Say, you'll have to get some help in to clean up this place. Looks like my fraternity house used to after we threw a dance.
Chuck!
Huh? What are you staring at? Huh?
What are you doing in here?
Hey. Oh, boy. Fella, you startled us.
What are you doing in here?
Chuck, he must be the caretaker the real estate man told us about.
Oh, yeah, sure.
You answer me. What are you doing here? Answer me.
Hey, Chuck, what's the matter with that man?
Hey, look here, old boy. You don't have to throw any catfits. We rented this place from Service Supreme. I mean, what's his name, Mr. Hawkins, that real estate man up in town.
Rented?
Sure. Here's a receipt. $100 for the next 2 months.
2 months?
Yeah, I know it isn't much, but it's all the fellow wanted, and so it's all he got. Of course, with all due respect to you, caretaker, you are the caretaker, aren't you?
Yes. I.
Oh, good. Then I can speak freely. As I was saying, the rental doesn't seem like much, but after all, big as it is, it's a pretty crummy old place.
Chuck.
Well, it is. That real estate fella said there hadn't been anyone living here regularly for 20 years since these people, what's the name, all died.
Reynolds.
Huh? What'd you say? What did he say, Ann?
I don't know, but he frightened me.
Reynolds. Mr. and Mrs. and Paula.
Oh, Reynolds. Yeah, they're the people that lived here, aren't they? Mr. Who's this real estate said something about...
Get out of here.
Huh?
Get out of here.
Chuck.
You hear me?
Now,
Get
wait
out.
a minute,
Huh?
sir. Wait a minute.
Get out. Get out. You
Now,
don't
wait,
belong
now,
here.
we rented this place, and
No
that's
one
what-
belongs here. No one.
Hey, now,
It's mine.
stop waving your
Mine.
hands around.
20
old boy.
years,
Stop
mine.
it, will
Get
you?
out. Get out.
Say, what is
There.
this?
You all get out. All of you. This place is mine.
Oh, Chuck,
It's
wait,
mine.
stop.
Go ahead.
Don't wake up
Go ahead.
Billy.
Go ahead.
Don't wake up the kid. He's making enough
Yeah,
noise.
get
Now,
out.
kid.
My house.
Forget.
It's mine. Nobody can come in here.
Oh, Chuck, he's sick.
Nobody.
Catch him.
Get out.
Hey, wait a minute. Holy... Say, well, brace up, old boy.
Oh, Chuck, he's not.
No, he's just passed out, I guess. Wonder where some water is. We got it.
Oh, he's coming, too.
Holy smoke. I thought he popped a valve or something the way he was blowing off. Here, give me a hand. We'll put him up on the other sofa there. Here, come on.
Take your hands off me.
What?
Take your hands off me.
Oh, now, look here. We just want to help you.
Your hands.
Hands off me.
Chuck, help him get out.
No. Here, let me get you to a chair, you... No. I am all right. I will live longer than anybody. You will have to get out. You will have to get out. No one must stay here.
Hey,
no one. Get out! Hey. Get out!
Now, wait a minute.
Well, can you imagine that old duck?
Why do he move like that?
Boy, oh boy, did we get a bargain. A house and entertainment by a crack nut off for $50 a month.
Well, but why was he so furious?
Don't ask me. I'm no psychiatrist. Oh, well, let's not let old crackpot spoil things. I'll slip him a few bucks in the morning and he'll be all right. Now, let's wake that snoozing son of ours.
Look,
huh?
he is awake.
Why? You little rascal, you. How long have you been sitting there watching, young man, huh?
A long time. Where are we, Dad?
I'll tell you, Billy boy. We're in a great, big, beautiful house where you and I and Father are going to have a good time for the next 2 months. Isn't that good news?
Well, why don't you answer your mother, Billy? Aren't you glad we're going to be staying here in the country?
Dad,
Yes, son.
please let's get out of here. I'm awful scared.
I wonder if he's sleeping.
I'll go see.
Be very quiet, Chuck.
Yeah, I will.
Well?
Like a regular chair.
Well, Chuck, get your voice down.
Oh, that air of ours is sleeping so sound it takes Susan's band to wake him up.
Maybe we should have let him sleep with us this one night.
And have him grow up into a lily that falls over at the sight of his own shadow? I know, Mrs. Cook. He sleeps in that room and likes it. Anyway, he's deep in sleep, so that's that. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Stretching out feels good. It's going to take at least 2 bands to wake me up tonight.
Did you lock all the doors?
Mm-hmm.
And the windows?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Oh, now listen, honey.
Please tell me.
I am telling you. This house is locked up tighter than a hoosegow. Shutters, doors, everything. I tell you, if that crazy old coot decides to come back to continue his oration, he'll have to use a hacksaw to get in.
I wish it was morning.
Hmm?
Well, you could sort of straighten things out with him. After all, he is the caretaker.
Oh, forget it. We rented the place from the regular agents, and if the old boy doesn't like it, well, that's too bad. Now, let's go to sleep, huh?
But, Chuck...
Oh, Anne.
But I want to know.
What?
Well, why should he have gotten so excited? It's been worrying me.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe because he thinks we'll mean more work.
20 years alone.
Huh? What'd you say?
Oh, I was just wondering why this place hasn't been rented or sold all these years.
I don't know.
Chuck, could it be?
What?
Oh, nothing.
Say, are you thinking of... Oh, that's nonsense.
Is it?
Why, sure. Just because a house is big and old and has been lived in for a long time doesn't mean that... Oh, I tell you that storybook stuff.
Chuck.
Huh?
Why did Billy say that he was frightened?
Oh, he's just a little kid.
Well, isn't it possible that young children are closer
to what?
to things that aren't of this world?
Huh? And Coke.
Well, I was just thinking.
Well, stop thinking things like that. Of all the screwy ideas to get in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. Now, come on. Go to sleep before you give me the jitters, too. Save the ghost talk for tomorrow morning when the sun's shining. It's a little dark and dismal, weird right now to be talking about.
Chuck, listen.
Music.
Oh, Chuck.
But it can't be. It's not a radio.
Chuck, I'm frightened. I knew something was wrong. I knew it.
Anne.
That old man was right. We shouldn't have come here.
Stop.
We shouldn't have. I know the music in the middle of the night.
Now, don't let go like
I'm
that.
scared.
Wait a minute. It stopped. So quiet now.
Yes. Chuck, did we really hear it?
I felt the floor vibrating. Like it does when the organ plays in church. Yeah. Oh, he's all right.
Billy.
Hello, Mom, Dad.
Billy. Darling, why were you laughing like that? Why, Billy?
Well, 'cause I've been having fun. Gosh, lots of fun.
Oh, dreams, son, huh? You mean you've been having a funny dream?
Gosh, no. Not a dream. Isn't my dad funny, old lady?
Oh, lady.
Huh?
Who did you say that to, Billy?
She wants me to go downstairs with her to listen to the music.
Music?
But I told her I couldn't go. Not unless you said I could go. Can I, Mom? Can I go?
Go where, Billy? Where?
Downstairs like I told you. With her.
Billy, listen to me. Who are you talking about?
Son? Answer your mother. Who are you talking about? Yes, and why are you staring at the foot of the bed? What are you looking at?
The old lady, Dad. Don't you see her sitting there?
Who's lady?
Huh?
Gosh, can't you see her? Funny old lady. You can kind of see right through her.
Cold, dear?
Yeah, a little.
Here. Let me get this around you, huh? Kind of a wind blowing in from someplace. You should have stayed upstairs.
No, I couldn't stay upstairs in this horrible bed.
All right. Don't get upset again. Here we three are, and here we stay until daylight.
Oh, no, did it ever get light again?
Oh, no, honey. Just a few more hours. Gosh, kids are wonderful.
What?
Billy. Look at him there. Asleep as if nothing had happened.
He doesn't know anything did.
No, lucky kid. You just wait until that old sun starts doing his stuff. And I'm going to turn this house upside down until I find out what's been bothering
Chuck,
me.
wait.
Huh? you hear something?
I don't know. I thought I heard something sighing as if... That horrible music again.
It's here. An organ right in this room.
Oh, Mother, where's it coming from?
I don't
Where?
know. I don't know.
Oh, I can't stand it, Chuck. I can't. Make them stop it.
Please, dear.
Organ's playing music.
Control
There's no one here. Can't you
wake
play?
up
Stop
the
it. Stop
boy.
playing that. Stop
You
playing
wake-
that.
There, he's up.
Mama.
Yes, silly boy. Yes, what is it?
That funny music. Where's it coming from, Mama? But, Mama.
It's all right, son. Nothing's going to harm us. Here. Come in. That's the boy. Your arms close around me.
Oh, did they ever stop?
Won't daylight ever come?
I wish we wasn't here.
Chuck. It's getting darker.
Oh, it's all right. Just the dark before the dawn. You know.
Dad, it seems to be getting lighter.
And the music's dying away.
Yeah. Light. What a fine light. Anne, is there something wrong with my eyes?
No. I see it, too.
Do you? The wall over there. A light. It's green, isn't it? Glowing on it.
Oh, Chuck, I'm afraid.
We gotta get out of here quick.
Yes.
No, wait. That wall. The green light's gone through it. Beyond it. There's a room there now. A room.
Yes. Yes, I see it, too. Oh, Chuck, what madness is this?
Mommy, what are you afraid of?
Anne, there's someone sitting in that room. In the green light.
Yes.
It's a girl. I see her so clearly. And yet, somehow it isn't real. Is it?
Look at the way she's dressed. So strangely.
So clear. And yet it's more like a picture on the wall. Not deep. The flatness of a picture.
Chuck, look. There's a man coming into that horrible light.
By George. It's him.
What?
Don't you recognize him? The old caretaker.
Yes.
Yeah. But now he isn't so old.
Get me out of here.
No, wait. We don't dare go. Not yet. Pictures on the wall. And yet not pictures.
He's going closer to her.
Yeah. I see it.
Hello, Paula.
God in heaven, he's talking. And yet he hasn't flesh. I know he hasn't.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Elverson.
She speaks too. Pictures talking. Am I nuts?
Yeah, Paula. I wanted to talk to you.
But you know, Mr. Elverson, Mother doesn't like to have me talk with you.
Because I'm a simple man, A gardener. A servant.
Oh, Chuck.
Don't talk.
Whatever the reason, Mr. Elverson, you shouldn't come here when Mother's away. It isn't right.
Your mother.
Mr. Elverson.
Yeah, your mother. I've got nothing, so I'm not good enough,
Please go.
Your father, he promised me, before he died, he promised me in his will he'd give me money. Plenty money for all I did for him.
Well, I'm sorry he didn't leave it to you.
Your mother, though.
Don't blame her. It wasn't her fault. It wasn't in the will. How could she give it to you?
Your father, he promised me. Mr. Reynolds, he promised me.
They're the people that own this house.
But Mr. Hawkins said they've all been dead for 20 years.
It's no use, Mr. Elverson, talking about that again and again. Please go.
Oh, you drive me out too,
Oh, please don't talk like that.
If I had money, The money your father promised me. You wouldn't tell me to go, would you? Maybe you would love me, huh? Marry me, eh?
Don't look at me like that. You frighten me.
That you could love me anyway, Paula Reynolds. I make you love me.
No.
Make you love me.
Leave me alone. Leave me alone.
You love me. I make you love me. Yes, I make you love me. Here I love you now. I love you. Yeah.
The light's fading out.
And they're going with it.
Oh, what have we seen, Chuck? What?
Wait. The light. It's coming back.
Don't look, Billy boy. Here, darling, put your head against Mother.
And look. He's killed her.
Oh, Chuck.
Standing over her. That horrible look on his face.
Chuck. Another woman's coming in.
The mother.
He's turning toward her. Chuck, he's going to kill her.
I can't move.
I want to scream. I can't. Do something, Chuck. He's killing the mother. Killing her.
What can I do? I'm rooted here. I can't move. Gone. The light goes. And they go with it.
But we saw him kill them both. Mother and daughter.
Billy didn't see it.
No. No, he buried his head against me so tightly. But Chuck.
What's the matter?
Billy's asleep.
Asleep?
Yes. So quietly against me. Well, it's as if someone up there didn't want him to see that horror. Only you and I. Well, it's as if someone up there didn't want him to see that horror. Only you and I. Chuck, what was it that we saw? What?
Whatever it was, I'm getting out of here. Quick. Give me the boy.
Wait.
What?
The old man. The one we just saw.
The one you just saw, what?
You killed him. How and why, I don't quite understand. We saw you kill them, mother and daughter.
Oh, you know.
Was it real? What did we see?
Yes. I killed them both. Yes, I killed them. And why not? The one gave me no love. The old one, no money. He promised me. But when he died, he gave me nothing. Yeah, killed him, yes, killed him. With my own hands, I killed him.
Stop the police.
Yeah. No police. There were no police then. There will be no police now.
But murder.
2 women. They know. I know. And now, you know. No one else will ever.
What do you mean?
You hear? They understand. Yeah. Night after night. Now, you know why I didn't want you here. Now you know why I must kill you.
Kill?
That gun.
Yes, with the gun. Him, 20 years ago with my hand.
Oh, you're crazy.
You with the gun.
Oh, Chuck. Chuck,
He's dead. I had my hand on the gun, and then it seemed to turn in my hand toward him as if someone...
I saw.
Billy, is he...
Oh. Still sleeping.
Sleeping? through all that blessed sleep. What? The wall! It's falling out! That's the organ. The organ that was playing. And the women. 2 women sitting at the keyboard.
No, Chuck, don't go any closer.
Oh, no.
Chuck, what is it?
No. No, I was wrong, Anne.
Wrong?
Not women. Not anymore. 2 skeletons.
Oh.
In dresses.
No.
Yeah. I understand everything now. He killed them 20 years ago. And then walled up their bodies in there with the organ.
But what we saw. The music. How could it?
And look.
They're crumbling.
Bones into dust. He's dead. Now they can have peace.
Lights Out, written especially for radio by Arch Oboler, comes to you each Wednesday from our Chicago studios. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The following program is transcribed from an earlier network broadcast. The Clock. Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time. American Broadcasting Company presents another in a series of dramatic programs, The Clock. From Hollywood, The Clock stars Kathy and Elliot Lewis, the airwave's most distinguished acting couple, and is produced and directed by radio's master of the art of suspense, William Spear. The meaning and value of time appears to vary according to age. For the infant, time is merely an unnecessary interval between feedings. For the child, it is an impatient interlude which he must tolerate before growing up. The young man looks at time as a series of steps which will lead him to success. The aged remember it with affection and sometimes regret. Time fills an important niche in the lives of every one of us, and it can only be ignored and forgotten by the dead.
Good evening, madam.
Good evening.
May I help you?
Yes, I want to buy a coffin.
If you'll step this way, we have a large selection.
I want a good one. Comfortable inside. It's for my husband.
I see. But we don't usually sell our caskets without taking over all other arrangements on behalf of the bereaved.
When the time comes, you'll take charge. It's all right with me.
When the time comes, madam.
This looks like a good one. What's the price?
The price is included in the overall amount of the entire funeral.
Satin is nice. You'll like it in here.
The casket is a strong one, completely airtight.
Airtight?
Oh, yes, madam.
That's no good.
Oh, but all our caskets are airtight, madam.
You can drill some holes in this one, can't you?
Really, madam, I'm afraid this is all very irregular.
I'm Mrs. Nicky Kane.
Oh. Well, in that case, surely...
All his life he's been afraid of being buried alive, suffocating in an airtight box. He made me promise that he'd be buried in one that would let him breathe.
Breathe, madam.
That's the way he is. And I want to do it the way I promised.
We'll drill 3 holes in the lid on top if you wish.
You won't forget.
You can rely on it, madam.
One thing more. He doesn't want to be embalmed. You bring him down here to your place as is. Don't touch him.
Are you sure?
You want the business, mister?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Then do as I say. You pick him up and bring him here. I'll bury him myself.
When should we call for the deceased, madam?
Next Tuesday. Midnight.
But that's 5 days from now.
He won't be dead until then.
And where shall we call?
Death house. State prison. My husband's getting the chair. For murder.
Hello, Lou. Did you arrange for the coffin?
Yeah, I did everything you said.
Then leave the rest to me.
You're smart, Slade. I'm dependent on you.
I bribed a trustee to drug the prison doctor.
Yeah?
He'll be unconscious in his quarters from 10 until 2. I'll arrive at the prison at 11, so he called me to take his place. I've done it for him before, you see.
Yeah. What about the chair?
I'll be the last to examine the electrodes. I'll have a small wire clipper in my hand. The current won't reach him, Lou.
Do you think we can get away with it?
Well, with any kind of a break and a little luck. When are you seeing him?
Tomorrow. For the last time.
I want to make sure he knows just what to do.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I don't know. Yes?
You don't remember me, do you, Mrs. Kane? Well, it's the penalty of our profession. When people meet us, their bereaved state of mind, their thoughts being only on the dear departed.
The mortician.
Who is it, Lou?
It's the gentleman who's arranging, the arrangements for Nicky's burial.
Mr. Bryce. I take it this is Dr. Slade. May I come in?
Yeah, sure.
It's most fortunate that I find you together.
What do you want?
I've been a mortician. My father before me...
What do you want?
Pardon me. Pardon me for being garrulous. We have time. So much time in my profession.
Lou, did you ask him here?
No.
No, she didn't. I'm here as the result of a rather natural curiosity about a non-natural circumstance. Air holes in a coffin.
I told you why.
But I didn't believe
Now,
you.
wait a minute.
No, please. I'm not finished. Dr. Slade, what are your plans for next Tuesday midnight?
Why, I think...
I believe, sir, that next Tuesday midnight we'll find you in attendance at the execution of this dear lady's husband. Called there due to the sudden indisposition of the prison.
Lou, how much did you tell him?
He's been listening at the door.
No, believe me, I wouldn't think of eavesdropping. It's all a simple deduction.
Now, look, Mr.
Bryce.
Look, Mr. Bryce. I think we can see our way clear to paying a reasonable fee for your time and trouble. And don't forget, after this is over, it will be just as much to your disadvantage to talk about this matter as it will be ours.
That's true. Well, that's so very true. And that's why I've come to you now. Our time is so limited, all of us. Don't you agree? A cliché, perhaps, but so true. Here today and gone tomorrow.
Only 10 minutes, Mrs. Kane.
Yeah. Hello, Nicky.
Oh, baby.
Good to see you.
You're looking okay.
I got regards from you. From Slade. We've been spending a lot of time together.
He's a good guy to know, baby. He's smart.
Yeah.
Well, this is the last time I'll see you, baby.
Yeah, I know.
Take care of yourself after I'm gone.
I love you, Nicky.
And I love you. Can a guy say goodbye to his wife without some screw listening in?
Take it easy, Kane. I don't like it any more than you do.
Can you still hear?
No. All right, everything's set.
Yeah.
No mistakes now.
No.
Remember, I killed that guy for you. Don't let me down.
Oh, Nicky, don't you trust me?
I'm coming back to you, baby. Dead or alive, I'm coming back. I don't go no place without you.
Oh, I'll be waiting, Nicky. I guess this is goodbye.
Try not to cry too hard for me, baby. And don't bury me too deep.
Hello?
Hello, Lou?
Yeah?
Okay so far?
What do you mean?
I mean, okay.
You mean you got him out?
Well, sure. What's the matter with you? You don't sound very happy about it.
Oh, yeah, it seems so impossible. I just didn't believe you could really bring it off.
Well, I did. I pronounced him dead and saw them put him inside the coffin. We're taking him down to the undertaker's now.
We? Who?
The mortician, that fellow Bryce. He was here watching the whole thing. Did you tell him to, Lou?
No. I suppose he just wants to keep his eye on you until he gets paid.
Yeah, maybe.
Did it look good?
Oh, yes. I made sure he'd play it to the hilt. I slipped him a pill just before they gave the signal.
Yeah?
Why, Nicky slumped in that chair like he'd been hit by 10,000 volts. But he just passed out for a while. I felt his pulse.
Yeah. Well, what now?
Well, we're going down to the funeral parlor just to make it look good. Then he can duck out. He'll be there, Lou, inside an hour.
Nicky, darling. Nicky?
What are you crying about?
I'm crying, Nicky, what I've been through during the past few hours. Oh, but you're alive, Nicky. They didn't touch you. They didn't even touch you. Oh, come on and sit down. Rest up for a few minutes. You're safe now. You're safe, Nicky. With me.
Did you make any plans?
Oh, no, I just wasn't sure what to do. Can we risk taking the train? Would it be better to go by car?
Go where?
Oh, anywhere away from here. We'll start all over again where nobody can recognize you. There are thousands of places, and I got my things all packed.
Wait a minute. No hurry.
Nicky, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Your face looks funny.
Yeah?
Why do you look at me like you don't even see me?
I see you, baby. Nice and clear.
Yeah? I know where you can get a car, Nicky. Slade picked one up for us yesterday. He put it in the parking lot. I got the ticket and the key.
Hand him over.
Don't you think it's better if you stay here and I went to get...
Stop worrying. Hand him over.
Yeah, all right, Nicky. Okay, whatever you say. The lot's on the southwest corner.
The address is on the ticket, eh?
Yeah?
I'll find it.
Nicky?
What?
You know, you haven't even kissed me yet.
Haven't I?
Don't you even want it?
Sure. The phone.
No, I'm not going to answer it.
Go ahead, answer it, baby. Go.
Okay. Hello?
Hello, Lou.
Slade. Oh, Slade, I'll never forget you for this as long as I live. You were just wonderful.
Lou, I got bad news for you, Lou.
Bad news?
Yeah, something went wrong.
You mean they found out? They're after him?
Worse, Lou.
Oh, well, we still got time to get away. We'll be out of town instead of having...
Listen to me. It's finished.
What's finished?
The mortician, Mr. Bryce, just called me. He's homesick.
What are you talking about?
He and I took the coffin to his place, and then I left him, Lou. I was beat.
Yeah?
Well, it turns out he caved in himself a couple of minutes after I left. Just passed out, virusex or something.
Yeah?
Yes, they took him home right away. He couldn't even talk. So, Lou, his partner took over.
Well, what are you trying to tell me, Slade?
The partner didn't know, Lou. He wasn't in on it. He took one look at Nicky, doped up from the pill I gave him.
Well, what is it? What is it?
They embalmed him.
Embalmed?
Yes. Nicky's dead, Lou.
Nicky?
What's the matter? Bad news, baby?
Nicky?
Why don't you hang up the phone if it's bad news, baby?
Really? I dreamed it. I dreamed it, didn't I, Nicky? I dreamed it.
Come over here, Lou.
No. No, don't touch me.
Don't you love me no more?
But Slade...
Never mind about Slade.
Nicky, go back.
Go back where?
Wherever you came from. Leave me alone. Please leave me alone.
I don't go nowhere without you, baby. I told you that before.
Please go away, Nicky, please.
This is no way to treat your husband, Lou, not after all I went through. Remember the guy you were married to before you married me?
I remember.
I killed him, baby. I killed him for you. And I took the rap without squawking.
Stretch out your hand, Nicky.
My hand, baby?
Yeah, I want to touch it.
Go ahead.
Did you really get away? Nicky, I can feel your skin.
I'm here, ain't I? What more do you want?
And then you're alive. You're not a ghost, Nicky. You're alive.
Here.
Oh, Nicky, what a fool I've been. I couldn't believe it, don't you see, seeing you before and then talking to Slade.
Forget about Slade.
I should have known you'd be smarter in all of
Sure,
it, Nicky.
I'm smarter.
I should have known
Get
that.
your coat, Lou.
My coat?
It's getting cold outside. You might need it.
Where are we going, Nicky?
Remember how we used to go riding together? Well, we'll go for a nice long ride, baby. And we'll see the dawn come up together.
Life is a tour which all must make. But for some, the distance is covered in a shorter time. Although the highway is well marked, the traffic only moves in one direction. And one-way tickets are the rule. But who can say that there has never been a traveler who has toured round trip?
Who is it?
Slade?
Yes?
It's Lou.
Gee, Lou, you shouldn't have come over here. Oh, I'm beat. This thing has knocked me for a loop.
Don't close the door.
Huh? Why not?
I just want it open, that's all.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm full of pills. I'm sorry about what happened, kid.
Yeah. Tell me what happened in the death house, Slade.
Oh, why don't you try to forget about it?
I want to know, Doctor.
Well, just before they strapped him in the chair, Lou, I moved over to talk to him as if I wanted to make it easier. He wouldn't let the chaplain come into the room, so I could get away with it. As I covered him with my back, he took a pill.
Go on.
Then they slipped the electrodes on him, and I made a final examination. That's when I cut the wires. A couple of minutes later, I pronounced him dead, and that mortician, Mr. Bryce, put him into the casket.
Why didn't you stay at Mr. Bryce's until Nicky came to?
I told you, Lou, I was beat. When he called me and told me that Nicky had been embalmed, I got so mad I could have killed someone.
What did you tell Bryce to do?
Well, I told him to bury him.
He's buried. Where is he buried?
Northridge Cemetery.
How could they bury him so fast?
The guy made a mistake, Lou. He has to cover just as much as we do.
So he hasn't buried him yet.
Before morning, he said. He'll have to have him buried before morning. What? What's the matter, Lou? You look like you don't believe me.
I thought we could trust you.
I did my best.
I wonder.
The risk was big. Nicky knew that. Anyway, what difference does it make? It's all over now. But I'll make up for it, as I said.
How, Slade?
Well, you know I've always been nuts about you, Lou.
No, I didn't know.
Ever since you married Nicky, I've been eating my heart out. You weren't for him. He was an uneducated gorilla. How could he know what kind of a woman he had?
Nicky never knew you felt like that, and neither did I.
You know it now, baby. And I would have done anything to get you.
Including double-crossing Nicky?
What? Now, wait, I didn't double-cross him.
No, you bet you didn't.
What? Well, what do you mean?
Nicky's alive.
Alive? Ah, you're crazy.
They didn't embalm him. He got out of that funeral parlor, and he's alive.
But that's impossible.
Sure, it's impossible.
What? Nicky!
You don't look so glad to see me.
You couldn't have gotten away.
No?
Lou, you've got to believe me.
I heard enough.
Don't come near me. Don't come near me, Nicky.
What's the matter? You scared, Slade? You want a gun? Here, take mine.
What do you want from me? Why did you come back?
He came back to thank you for that cross.
All right. I'll admit I crossed him, but it wasn't at the Undertaker's.
Don't be scared, Slade. You got a gun.
I didn't cut the electrodes. I lied to you, Lou. They shot 10,000 bolts through his body. You've got to believe me. They killed him in that deck house. I saw them do it.
Yeah, you were there, all right.
He's dead. He's dead, I tell you. He's dead!
Nicky!
You're all out of bullets, Slade.
He's dead.
You never did have a very good ticker.
But you aren't even scratched.
He always was a lousy shot.
He stood 5 feet from you and fired point blank. And you aren't even scratched.
Come on, Lou. We gotta be on our way.
Nicky, where are you taking me?
What difference does it make?
Because I'm afraid of you.
Why?
I don't know why.
There's nothing to be afraid of, Lou.
Nicky, please. Please, if you ever had any love for me at all, let me out. Please let me out and go away. Just go away somewhere so I'll never see you again, please. Just leave me in peace.
I ought to. But I don't go no place without you, Lou. I told you that before. What time you got, Lou?
It's nearly 6.
Dawn will come up pretty soon now.
Where are we going? Please, you still haven't told me where are we going.
We'll be there in a little while. How are you feeling?
I'm all right.
Remember this road, Lou?
No.
You ought to remember. We drove out this way the night we got married.
That was 1,000 years ago.
That's how I feel, too. We stopped at a roadside bar a little ways up, remember? It was that all-night joint with the jukebox in the corner. And we danced.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that.
That's when I told you first that I'd never leave you. That's when I said you couldn't get away from me. For the rest of your life.
And you were right, Nicky. You were...
Lou, how about a drink and another dance for old time's sake? We're coming to it. There's the bar at the end of the road. Let's stop there just once more.
All right, Nicky. Whatever you say.
We'll have a last nightcap. Together. Joint's empty.
But the lights are on. The barkeep must be here.
He's inside, maybe taking a snooze. We don't need him.
Let's find him, huh, Nicky?
I said we don't need him. There's a bottle on the bar and a couple of glasses. He won't mind if we help ourselves. Here. Drink up, Lou.
There's no hurry, is there?
We can't waste time. I only got till sunup.
Well, how about that dance?
You got a nickel?
Yeah, sure, I think so.
Stick it in the jukebox. Get something sweet. Come on, Lou. Let's dance.
Yeah, all right, Nicky.
Just like our wedding night.
Yeah.
Remember how lucky I felt when I got you?
You're still lucky.
Oh, no, baby. My luck's run out.
What do you mean, Nicky?
I'm tired, baby. I'm awful tired. I only got till sunup.
Why do you keep saying sunup? What's going to happen at sunup?
I thought I was dead. And I didn't mind it at all. Then I heard maybe I was going to stay alive, and that was better. And then Bryce told me... Reminds me, I owe a guy some money.
What?
Sit down here, baby. Stay right here, baby.
Nicky, where are you going?
Don't be afraid anymore, baby. It's going to be all right now.
Hello?
Mr. Bryce,
At your service.
this is Nicky Kane.
Oh, yes, Mr. Kane. I'm glad to hear from
I
you.
just remembered I owe you some money.
Shall we meet someplace?
Yeah. Northridge Cemetery. You're supposed to be burying me at 6 a.m., aren't you?
Why, yes, yes.
I'll see you there.
Everything goes satisfactorily?
I guess so. You cut the electrodes so I'm alive. You told him I'd been embalmed, so Slade's dead. I guess so.
I've never done anything like this before, Mr. Kane. Of course, I could use the money, but mostly my sympathy swayed me.
That's so.
Yes, you, of course, inevitably must pay your debt to society, but I could not resist a poetic desire to see that you and your wife spent your last hours together. I suppose I'm being romantic.
Yeah, thanks.
What did you call, Nicky?
The music stopped. Well, come on, baby. We got to keep on the go. Time we got started again. We're almost there, Lou. We stop on top of this hill.
Why, this looks like...
Yeah. Ain't a bad place as these places go.
It's a cemetery. Why are you taking me to the cemetery?
Get out, Lou.
Nick?
Open the door. Get out. Right over there in the second row. Ground's frozen. It's all right, baby. It's all right.
Why did you bring me here?
I told you so many times before, but I'll say it again. You don't go no place without me, baby. We stick together. Always. Somebody sent flowers. That was nice. Did you send the flowers, Lou?
Oh, no.
Must have been Mr. Bryce. That reminds me, I got to leave this envelope for him to take care of the arrangements. They dug it nice and deep, too.
What?
They dug it nice and deep. Deep enough for both of us. That's good.
No. Let go of my arm, Nicky.
It's getting to be time. And don't be afraid, Lou. Here. Here's the gun.
No. No, Nicky. Please.
Take
please.
it, baby.
No.
You can't hurt me. Go ahead. You can't hurt me.
Please. Nicky, please.
Go on, baby.
Please.
There's 4 shots in it. This time they're not blanks. You got to get me with one of them. Aren't you coming with me, baby?
I can't, Nicky.
You want me to help you? Baby.
First our pleasures die, and then our hopes, and then our fears. And when these are dead, the debt is due. Dust claims dust,
And we die too.
From Hollywood, The Clock is produced and directed by William Spear and stars Kathy and Elliott Lewis. This evening's play was written by Lawrence Clee, with music composed by Bernie Green and conducted by Basil Adlam. Next week, same time, listen to The Clock. Here's a special program note. For an authentic crime case involving a crooked jockey, plus helpful protection hints, be sure to hear the official This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI tomorrow night.
The preceding program was transcribed earlier for rebroadcast at this more convenient time. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
I have as much freedom as a squirrel in a cage. Martha is a cold, mercenary devil. But I'll have freedom beginning tonight. I'll kill her.
Friday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the amazing story of destiny. At a long table in a New York office sits a little man. He is slightly bald and thin and 45. A mild-mannered, reticent little fellow named Milton Strong. But Milton is anything but strong. For the past 25 years, he has worked in the office, and now, as a bookkeeper, is earning the stupendous salary of $35 a week. Milton can't understand why no one appreciates his ability. Milton has grown a bit sour, but he's never had the nerve to ask for a raise. Today, however, is going to be different. His wife has started him out with a lecture, and Milton is going to face the boss in a manner both clear and strong.
Mr. Gouldright, I'd like to have a word with you.
A word?
Mr. Gouldright, it has long been my decision to approach you on this subject, but for various reasons, a sense of reticence has bade me be silent.
How long did it take you to memorize that, Milton?
I am 45 years old. I've worked hard and long and faithfully for this company.
That's right, Milton. I'm aware of that. You haven't missed a day in all that time. In fact, our efficiency expert is getting out a booklet, and he's using you as the feature.
I came to this firm as a lad of 20, and in all the following 25 years, I asked for very little. I did my work well.
Sure you did, Milton, and the company appreciates it.
I now draw a salary of $35 a week, and I thought that if, after all this time, 25 years, you could see your way clear to afford...
Go on, Milton.
To afford, I'm not getting any younger.
Well, Milton, strange as it seems, I've just come from a meeting of the department heads. Mr. Unger is the head of the accounting department, and now let me see. Oh, yes, here it is. Yes, here's his recommendation regarding you, Milton.
Oh, yes, Mr. Gouldright.
He recommends that you be retired at half salary as of the first of the month in consideration of your long service and loyalty to the company.
Retired? Oh, but that can't be. Retired?
Well, that's what it says here.
But I don't understand. I'm only 45. Why, no one is retired until he's at least...
Why, you should be tickled to death. It's like a pension.
But I came here to ask for a raise.
A raise? Well, how could that be possible when your department head suggests retirement?
Oh, I see.
Why, you should be tickled to death. I'd be, and you get 2 weeks full salary and 2 weeks vacation besides that full pay. You know, Milton, I kind of envy you.
So I'm fired.
Fired? Why, that's crazy. You've been honored.
Good night, Mr. Gould.
Good night, Milton. After Saturday, you've got nothing to worry about. Nothing.
And so poor Milton Strong walks out of the big office and starts home. All the way, his feeling of apprehension increases. His wife, Martha, what will she say? It was his wife who stirred him to the point of demanding a raise. Finally, Milton gets up nerve enough to go home. Home to certain death at the hands of Martha.
That you, Milton?
Yes, it's me, Martha.
Well, where on earth have you been? Can't you ever get it into your head that when I say dinner will be ready by 6, I mean it?
Well, things happen sometimes to delay me, Martha.
Delay you? Huh. I'd like to know what could happen to make you this late.
But you see, I took some time to talk
What
to you.
What do you mean by coming into this house with that mud on your shoes? Get outside and take those rubbers off.
Yes, I forgot.
Yeah, you'd forget your head if it wasn't tied on.
Yes, Martha, I'll take them off.
And what do you mean coming into the house smoking that stinking pipe? Get it outside, do you hear?
Yes, Martha, but I started to tell you.
Oh, go on out. If you insist on smoking, do it outside.
I'll put it out, Martha. I'll put it out.
The dinner's cold and you can eat it that way.
Martha, I couldn't help it. I went to talk to Mr. Gould, right, about the raise.
Yeah? What happened?
Well, you see, I'm a little along in years.
Along in years? Is that what he said?
No, he didn't say it. The head of the department had made a recommendation.
For what?
Well, now, don't get excited, Martha. I went in to ask for a raise, as you said, and, well, everything had been arranged.
Well, did you get the raise?
No. I've been retired on half salary.
Retired? Retired? At your age? Are you crazy? Why did you accept? Why?
Except what could I do?
So, you went in to ask for a raise, and you let them throw you out right into the attic.
Oh, what could I do? It was all arranged.
Retired at half salary, $17.50 a week. And you stood there like a nitwit and let them put that over on you.
But, Martha...
You stupid, spineless jellyfish.
What could I do?
You let them push you around for 25 years. You could have been a goose rice job right now. But you're afraid to open up your mouth.
I went to his office to demand a raise, but he beat me to it.
Yeah, that's always been the trouble, Milton Strong. Somebody's always beat you to it. Spoke up first. Huh. Retired. $17.50 a week. An old man. And how are you going to manage on $17.50 a week?
Well, I suppose I can find something else.
I'd like to know what.
I'll find something, and until I do, well, your sister left you $1,500 last.
What did you say?
Nothing. That is...
If you think I'm going to touch a dollar of that money while you're still able to stand on 2 feet, you're crazy.
But until I get something...
It's in the bank and it'll stay there.
Well...
And if you want to smoke that filthy pipe, get outside.
Yes, Mom. I'll go outside.
You want anything to eat? It's on the kitchen table.
I don't want anything.
What?
I'll eat it later. After a while, Martha. I want to think.
Think? Huh. Don't wear yourself out. I'm going to bed. Good night. I said good night.
Yes. Good night, Martha. Good night.
It is long past midnight, and Milton has been sitting by the window, staring into the night. Resentment has taken hold of him, and slowly grown into hatred and revenge. Terrible thoughts surge through his brain.
Why should I tolerate such persecution? Why should I stand idly by and be pushed around by everyone? Belittled by the firm? Bulldozed by Martha? She's not a wife. She's a cold, mercenary devil. Freedom. I have as much freedom as a squirrel in a cage. Appreciation, loyalty, 25 years of it. And what do I get? But I'll have freedom. I will have it. Beginning tonight, I'll kill her. I'll go far away. No one will ever know what's come of me.
Trembling in anticipation, Milton goes into the small kitchen, opens a drawer, and steps softly to Martha's room. Opens her door and stands listening to her easy breathing. Then... Milton leaves the house and wanders about the streets till dawn. Then, at 10 in the morning, he steps into the bank.
Good morning, Mr. Strong.
Oh, I'd like to cash this check, please.
I see. Purchasing some property, Mr. Strong?
Yes.
Well, just a second. Oh, very well. How do you want it?
Oh, but it doesn't matter. Perhaps the small bills would be best.
Oh, yes, of course. This is 3, 4, 15. Ah, there you are.
Thank you. Good morning.
Several days later, Milton Strong gets off a train in a western state, takes a small bus for a little mining town 50 miles away. Here in this vast desert country, he will begin a new life, a life of freedom. He will change his name, change his destiny. Milton Strong has ceased to exist. A new man is born. The little bus bounces into Oroville, and 2 hours later, he is chatting with a prospector in the Gold Plate Bar.
Well, I'll tell you, partner, I've been here a couple of years and I haven't struck much yet. Oh, I found a little pay dirt, enough to get along.
There's supposed to be quite a lot of gold here, isn't there?
Oh, sure, it's here. It's all over. Sometimes you strike in a day or so, and then sometimes you work for years. And if a man ain't got capital of his own, well, somebody's got to grub stake him. But it's here.
In other words, it's a matter of being optimistic.
Yeah, that's it.
Yes, well, I think I'd like to try it. Of course, I don't know anything about mining.
Oh, you don't have to know in this country. It's easy. Anybody can tell gold when he sees it. Where are you from?
Los Angeles. I had to come here. The doctor said I should get away from the ocean air.
You don't look sick.
Well, I was fortunate to have a checkup in time. I'd like to find a place and try my hand at it.
You mean buy a place?
Yes.
Well, I got a nice place, 3-room cabin, good water. There's ore there. If you got the patience.
You mean you want to quit?
Well, no, I don't want to. But I'm out of funds. I owe everybody in town, so I ain't got a choice. And the fellow who gets it will probably be the one to hit dirt in a week.
Is it far from town?
About 25 miles. Kind of lonely for a fellow alone.
Mm-hmm. Well, could I see the place?
Sure. I ain't been up there for a week. Been staying here in town while my wife went to Sacramento to try to raise a little money from her uncle. She just got back this morning. She's doing a little shopping now.
Did she raise any money?
No, just enough to eat on for a few weeks. But we decided to pull out. Besides, I hurt my arm last week.
Oh, but I'd like to look the place over.
Well, here I am. Believe me, I'm ready to go. I'm dead tired.
Oh, Kate, this is a gentleman who wants to look the claim over. Thought we might take him with us now.
Oh? Well, sure, why not?
This is my wife, Kate Rogers.
Oh, yeah, how do you do?
Stranger here?
That's right.
Well, then let's be on our way. I'm sure you'll like the place.
The car's just around the corner. Do you want to get your bags?
They're up by the door. I haven't been to a hotel yet.
That's good. We'll be to the place in about an hour.
Well, this is it, friend.
It looks fine from here.
And have a look inside. And tomorrow my husband can take you over the claim. There are 3 rooms. Living room, bedroom, kitchen. All fairly good size.
Well, that should certainly be enough for one man.
You're not married?
No, I'm alone.
Just a minute, I'll light the lamp. No electricity up here. Nothing else modern, for that matter.
Oh, I understand. Yes, it's very nice. I like it.
Plenty of good water for drinking and sluicing. The air's wonderful. That should interest you.
Air? Something wrong with you, stranger?
Yes, well, just a little touch of lung trouble. Oh, by the way, Mr. Rogers, how did you injure your arm? I noticed it's in a sling.
Oh, it was my own darn fault. Kate warned me about digging on that ledge. I fell off and, well, I didn't break it, but the cuts just don't seem to heal up.
Oh, I see.
Now, to get back to the property, I'm pretty sure there's ore on it. Rich ore. And there's plenty of game around here.
Come on, take a look at the bedroom and the kitchen.
This is the bedroom.
Steve!
And,
Steve!
Oh, what's the matter, Kate?
Look, Steve! Look!
Yeah? Oh, steady, Kate. Take it easy.
But who is he?
I don't know. But he's dead, whoever he is.
Dead?
He's been shot. Oh. No blood around here that I can see. Must have been shot someplace else and made his way to our place.
But who is he?
I don't know. Never seen him before. According to his clothes, I'd say he was from out of town. Man from some city, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, he must be.
About 45 or 50, I'd say.
Steve, we better go back to town and get the sheriff.
Yeah, I guess so. Somebody should stay here. You'll have to drive me in, Kate, unless you can drive, mister.
Oh, no. I never drove a car in my life.
You mind staying here?
No, I'll stay.
Then come on, Steve, let's go.
For 20 minutes after the departure of the prospector and his wife, Milton stares at the body of the dead man. Then, slowly, the realization comes upon him. The man is about his own age, his own size, from the city. And most amazing thing of all, he looks like Milton. A stranger, no one knows his name. But no one knows Milton's name. He hadn't mentioned his name once. Suddenly, he steps to the body and goes through the pockets. He finds identification. Harry Jacobs. Then, in another pocket, he finds...
Good Lord. Money, bills. What, there must be... 1, 2, 3, 4... Why, there's $20,000 here. $20,000. And no one knows who he is.
Quickly, Milton reaches a decision. He exchanges papers with the corpse of Harry Jacobs, replaces some of the money in Harry Jacobs' pockets, and keeps some for himself. Then, 2 hours later, the Rogers return with the sheriff.
Know who he is, Sheriff?
Nope. Never saw him before. I'd say he was shot about 10 or 12 hours ago.
How long do you think he's been dead?
Maybe 6 hours.
Well, from all appearances, he wasn't shot here. We ain't been here for a week, you know.
Well, let's see if he's got any identification on him.
I'd say he was from out of town, from the city.
Who are you?
Oh, this gentleman is our guest. He's looking the place over with the idea of buying it.
I see. Well, here we are. This man's name is Milton Strong, New York City. Now, wait a minute. Look at this. A package of banknotes. Money wrapped in bands. Hey, read the printing on those bands.
First State Bank of Oroville.
Well, what do you know? This must be the fellow that robbed the bank in town this afternoon.
What? Robbed the bank?
Sure, ain't you heard? Killed the cashier and got away with $20,000. Vice president shot at him, but he got away. Well, there's probably somebody with him, but we don't know for sure.
How much they get from the bank?
$20,000.
How much is there?
Let's see. Hey, there's only $10,000 here. Now, what do you make of that? Well, so far as we know, there was only one bandit. Now, where do you suppose the other 10,000 disappeared to? Well, maybe he had a cohort after all. Nothing strong, eh? Well, we'll just get back to town and notify the authorities in New York.
The authorities? What about his family?
The police in New York will take care of that. Well, that's that. I'll return the money. You can bury him, Rogers.
Bury him? Here?
Well, certainly. What else could we do? There's no undertaker in Oroville. Body wouldn't keep any time in this heat. Well, thanks, Rogers. I'll be getting back to town.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Yeah, what did you say your name was, stranger?
Oh, it's Jacobs. Harry Jacobs.
I see. Well, so long, folks.
So, next morning, Milton Strong, the bank bandit, is buried in the sand at the edge of the claim. Yes, Milton Strong is no more. He is now known as Harry Jacobs. In the afternoon, Rogers shows him over the property and explains his potentialities. He still hasn't decided, and after dinner leaves the cabin again.
Where's he gone now, Steve?
Oh, he's wandering around by himself, trying to make up his mind if he wants a place.
Sure, a strange acting galoot.
I'm just a bit suspicious of him, Kate. He said he came from Los Angeles. But how do we know?
Yeah, that's right. How do we know?
I don't think he's here for his health. And I don't think he's a darn bit interested in prospecting.
Steve, what do you think? Tell me.
Well, I went all over the property again.
Yeah? Well, you wear yourself out hiking around like that.
Mr. Rogers, I've made up my mind. I'll take the place.
Yeah? Well, now I'll tell you. Kate and I have been talking things over, and, well, take a good deal to buy the place and finance the workings properly.
I've got plenty of cash, and I want the place to myself.
Yeah? You got the money with you or in a bank?
Yes, I have some with me. Enough, I'm sure, to handle the deal.
You say you came from Los Angeles?
Yes.
You're a funny-acting fella, Jacobs. A little too quiet for my likes. Don't talk much. This what happened in Los Angeles.
Oh, what do you mean?
You said you came here for your health. If it's lung trouble, as you said, then why don't you cough any?
Oh, well, you see it.
You got any identification on you, Jacobs?
Oh, yes, of course.
I'd like to see it if you don't mind.
Yes. There you are.
Harry Jacobs, New York City. New York, eh? Thought you said Los Angeles.
Well, I came from New York to Los Angeles. I wasn't in California very long.
And you got plenty of cash with you?
Oh, yes, enough. How much do you want?
Oh, $3,000 will do it.
Well, $3,000? That seems like a large price for this place.
You want it, don't you, Jacobs? Real bad?
Oh, yes. I'd like to have it.
All right. You and me'll drive into town in the morning and have the lawyer drop the papers.
Yes, all right. Yes. Well, I think I'll go to bed now. It's a bit late. So, good night.
What do you think, Steve?
He's got the cash with him.
This place ain't worth $3,000.
I know. But if he's got that much, then he's got a lot more.
Shall we... Well, I could slip into...
No. Just leave everything to me.
But Milton doesn't sleep well. The strange attitude of Rogers and his wife makes him uneasy. Next morning he is up at 8 and finds Kate Rogers in the kitchen.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Rogers.
Morning.
Where's, Mr. Rogers?
Why, he drove into town to get the lawyer. He didn't want to disturb you so early.
What?
He's going to have the papers made out and bring them back with him.
Oh, I thought he couldn't drive.
Well, his arm's so much better, he figured he'd be all right.
Mm-hmm. How soon will he be back?
Should have been here half hour ago. It's 9 o'clock. Oh, there he is now. How about some breakfast?
Oh, yes.
Oh, so you up, are you, Jacobs?
Yeah. Did you get the papers arranged?
We don't have to sign any papers, Jacobs. I won't be selling the place.
Why not?
I don't have to. I'll have all the money I need in a few days.
But you said that you...
I haven't been to any lawyers. I've been to the sheriff's office. Sent a wire to New York. And I got an answer.
What? A wire? Well, what about?
Put up your hands, Jacobs. Put them up. You may be a mild-looking little guy, but I'm taking no chances with a killer.
What did you say?
You're wanted by the New York police for banditry and murder.
Oh, no, but it's a mistake.
Here's the telegram. Your description. Read it.
Yes, sir. Harry Jacobs, 45, 5 feet 6, as per your description. Wanted for robbery and murder of bank messenger. $10,000 reward. Dead or alive.
$10,000 reward. Get that?
No. It's all a mistake. You don't understand.
I understand, all right. You and your partner came out here to hide out. Probably robbed a half dozen banks on the way.
Partner? What partner?
The fellow we buried the other day. That Milton Strong. The sheriff said there must have been 2 bandits, and there was only $10,000 on him. What become of the other $10,000?
I tell you, I had nothing to do with the holdup.
You carry too much cash on you, Jacobs. If you got $3,000, you must have more. You were too anxious to get this place, and it ain't worth more than $1,000.
Yes, but you're wrong, Rogers.
You're going back to town with me, Jacobs. I'm collecting that $10,000 reward.
No, please, no. Don't take me back. I can't go back to New York. I can't.
I can imagine that. They'll fry you.
You've got to listen to me. You've just got to...
Search your stuff, Kate. He's got the money someplace.
No, wait. I've got the money. And here it is. The money from the bank. There.
Steve, that's it. The same bank wrappers. And yeah, it's 10,000. No, there's more. Another 1,000.
The 10,000 of the wrappers belongs to the bank. The rest is mine.
That's all we need to know, Jacobs. Come on. And I hope the sheriff don't spill this before you're locked up. The town would tear you to pieces.
No, look, just listen to me. I swear, I never saw that dead man in my life. I did come here to get away from embarrassing circumstances. I wanted to lose myself. After you went for the sheriff, I searched the man's pockets. I found his identification. And because he resembled me, I switched his papers with mine. And then I found the money. I decided to keep some of it. I am Milton Strong, and the dead man was Harry Jacobs.
What a story. Who'd believe that?
Don't send me back to New York. There's no reward for me. The truth would come out, and you wouldn't get a dime. Now, here, you keep this money I took from the robber, and let me go. No one will ever know the difference.
Oh, no. I'm not that dumb. I'll turn you and the money in and collect the reward. I'd rather get it legally. Come on, Jacobs, before the town gets wise.
Milton is handed over to the sheriff and locked up in the flimsy jail. They have wired New York, and a detective with extradition papers is flying west. But unfortunately, the word has gotten around town that the jail holds the murderer of the bank cashier. A crowd of men, silent men, has gathered in the front of the jail.
I don't know what we're going to do about this, Rogers. Are you sure you didn't say anything about it?
I didn't say a word. I don't know how they found out about it, but maybe some of your deputies talked.
I warned them not to say a word. I don't mind crowds that shout and yell. But I am afraid of the crowd that just stands and says nothing.
They're sure on the warpath.
Yeah. That detective from New York should have been here an hour ago. I sent a car to meet the plane.
Maybe the plane was late.
Yeah. Well, if the crowd starts anything, somebody's going to get hurt. Hey, you fellas better get your shotguns ready. They might break out any minute. Well, Jacobs, got anything more to say?
But I've told you that I'm Milton Strong. I had nothing to do with the bank holdup.
Well, that crowd looks silly, so I guess I better put you back in the cell.
Wait a minute. Here comes your car, Sheriff.
It's about time. Go out and tell Jake the driver to stay around the back of the jail and stay in the car. Don't let that crowd know what he's doing.
Right, Sheriff. I get you.
You Sheriff Talbot?
That's right, and I'm mighty glad to see you.
I'm at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. Now, let's get down to business. The crowd outside's going to get impatient pretty soon.
Crowd? What do they want?
Yeah, what they call justice. This fella here held up the bank and killed the cashier. But I wanted to be sure he was Harry Jacobs. He had identification on him, but he claims he's Milton Strong.
Milton Strong?
Yeah. We buried Milton Strong several days ago. We found part of the bank money on his body.
Milton Strong?
Yeah. But if he's really Harry Jacobs, I'd prefer you get him out of here and deal with him in New York. I had one lynch in here, and I don't want another.
But he isn't Harry Jacobs. I knew Harry personally.
He ain't Harry Jacobs.
No, but he is Milton Strong. Harry Jacobs was a professional holdup, but not Milton Strong.
Then we really buried Harry Jacobs.
What do you mean?
I took this fellow to my claim with the idea of selling it to him.
Yeah.
We found a dead man in my cabin. I came after the sheriff, and this fellow claimed that while we were gone, he exchanged papers with the dead man.
Well, from all appearances, that's just what he did.
Yeah, but why should he do that?
Well, Milton Strong is wanted in New York, too.
I'm wanted in New York? What for?
As if you didn't know.
Oh, what's he done? What's he wanted for?
Hey, that crowd is starting. Get him out of here. Hurry. Out the back way. The car's waiting.
Let's go, Milton.
You can catch 11:30 train. I'll stall them off as long as I can.
All the way back to New York, Lieutenant Clark will not talk. They ride across the country in utter silence. And 3 days later, Milton sits in the office of Inspector Burns of the New York Police.
Milton, on the morning of July 20th, did you cash a check at a bank at 21st and Lexington?
Yes, I did.
A check made out to you by your wife?
Yes.
Are you sure your wife wrote that check?
Well, yes, she did.
Why did you leave town the same day?
Well, I went on a vacation.
Why didn't your wife go with you? Why?
Because I wanted to be alone. That is...
You might as well tell the truth, Milton. You haven't a chance to get out of it.
No, I didn't.
Sorry, Milton. We have proof. We have a witness.
A witness?
Yes. Bring in the witness, Lieutenant.
Come in, please.
Where have you been, Milton?
Martha!
Why didn't you let me know where you were?
Oh, no, please, Martha. Let's don't talk about it here.
What are you doing in Arizona?
I was just taking a little vacation. I was going to write you. I tried to buy a cabin in the mountains. For you. And me, Martha. For us.
What? Don't you dare light that pipe.
No. No, Martha. I've quit smoking. I wasn't even conscious of what I was doing.
And what are you doing without your rubbers? You know it's raining.
Well, I took them off outside, Martha.
Come on, Milton. Let's go home. I have a few things to talk over with you.
Yes, darling.
Well, come on. Get up out of that chair.
Yes, darling.
Just a minute. What about this charge, this check forgery?
Forgery? Oh. I wrote that check. I remember the whole thing now.
Then what about the charge of wife desertion?
He's come back, hasn't he?
But we brought him back.
Well, I wrote the check so he could make a down payment on a house. But like the child he is, he wanted to take a trip and hunt gold. He's always been an adventuresome soul. Well, go on, Milton. Get along. And if you dare light that dirty pipe, I'll shake your head off. Go on.
Yes, darling. Well, good day, gentlemen.
Well, it just goes to show you that no man can escape his destiny. No man can change fate. And when he attempts to do so, he only conjures up far worse conditions for himself. Poor Milton Strong ran away from things and ended up at the starting point, back with Martha. But he's happy now. Martha's nagging is now sweet music to his ears, because Martha really loves him. Out west, they almost lynched him, nearly took his freedom away. But Martha saved him. She lied for him. Yes, Milton did forge that check. He was even going to kill Martha. But he got cold feet the moment he walked into her room. But Milton will be a good boy now. In his search for so-called freedom, he came close to the jaws of death. Lucky Milton.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual story. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Have you heard the strange tales of the Whistler?
I'm the Whistler.
Claude, if you expose my marriage, I'll tell about yours. So it's plain to be seen that you and I will have to work together.
Friday night, and again, CBS presents The Whistler.
I, the Whistler, know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. And so I tell you tonight the odd story of the Tangled Web. Hester Mayberry, an elderly widow, has inherited the large estate of her late husband. And having no children, she adopted two. Claude Mayberry, her husband's orphaned nephew, and Lita Davis, the daughter of her dead sister. Lita has finished school and is returning home. Claude still has another year in college. But Aunt Hester has plans for Claude and Lita. Plans for keeping the estate in one family. This is upsetting to Claude, for he has already selected the girl of his choice, Pearl Wallace.
Pearl, I had to see you. Something's happened.
Claude, I've never seen you so upset.
It's Aunt Hester.
Her heart again?
Oh, no, she's still hanging on.
What is it then?
It's Lita. Lita's finished school a year ahead of schedule. She's coming home today.
So what?
Well, Aunt Hester is determined that I marry Lita. According to the doctors, Aunt Hester won't last more than 6 months.
I know.
But I never dreamed Lita would come home this year. Aunt Hester will insist upon an immediate marriage.
But you can't marry Lita.
I know, but if Aunt finds out the truth about you and me, she'll cut me off. Oh, I'm in a terrible jam.
Can't you head Lita off some way?
Oh, no, it's too late. She's probably at the house now. I just found out she was arriving today.
Why can't I see her, Aunt? Just once. She may change her mind.
Oh, no. Now, you don't know Aunt Hester. Nothing can change her mind. She's the most determined, stubborn old woman you've ever seen.
Well, then she can't marry Lita.
Certainly not. That would be bigamy. Half of the estate is willed to me and half to Lita. But if she finds out that I'm already married, well...
Suppose Lita refused to marry you.
She won't, because she knows Aunt Hester would throw her out. No, Lita's too smart for that.
Well, something's got to be done. You've got to stall things off until... Well...
So Aunt Hester is dead.
You'd better run along, Claude. I've got to get back to work.
Yes, Claude can think of several ways out of his terrible predicament. As a matter of fact, he's studying over an idea at this very moment. He has a plan in mind, a very dangerous plan. But then old Aunt Hester is going to leave this world anyway, so... Well, he'll wait and see. At the moment, Lita is in Aunt Hester's sitting room on the second floor of the old mansion.
Well, Aunt Hester, you look wonderful. No such thing. Why lie about it? I look terrible.
Oh, really? You've improved.
I haven't improved. The doctors say I may last 6 months. But I don't believe them. If I'm here 6 weeks, I'll be surprised. That's why I wanted you to come home immediately.
I did want to go to Canada this summer.
I know, but I have important plans for you, Lita.
Plans? Oh? What plans?
I'm announcing your... Come in.
Lita? Well, how are you?
Very well, Claude.
And you? Come in here, Claude. And quit gaping like a fool.
Yes, sir. Well, I didn't expect you to graduate this summer. You must have crammed.
I expected you to be in the Army.
Oh, I will be when I finish college.
Well, now that you're both here, I'll finish what I started to say.
Yes, sir?
I don't expect to be on this earth many more weeks. I've made a will leaving half of my property to each of you.
Oh, that's good of you, Aunt Hester.
Yes, of course.
And tomorrow I'm announcing your engagement.
What? Engagement?
And a week from tomorrow I want you to be married.
Married?
You want Claude and me to... That is my greatest desire and my final request. I've looked forward to that for a number of years. And I want to be present at the ceremony.
Aunt Hester, has it ever occurred to you that we may not love each other enough to...
Nonsense. Besides, I want the estate to remain intact. In the family, as it were.
Oh, but Aunt, don't you think it might be a great mistake to...
I'm not in the habit of making mistakes. And if one of you refuses to carry out my wish, I'll cut that one off without a cent. Now, do you understand?
Yes. We understand.
Then leave me alone. I must rest.
Claude is frantic. On the way to the library, horrible thoughts run through his mind. What shall he do? How can he marry Lita? If he did, it would be prison for bigamy.
What are we going to do about this, Claude?
I don't know, Lita.
Did you know she had any such plan for us?
Well, yes, but I didn't take it seriously.
Then why didn't you let me know about it?
Well, because I didn't expect you to finish till next year. And by then I thought...
Thought what?
that Aunt Hester would be gone.
Oh, you're a fool, Claude. You should have let me know.
Oh, what difference would it have made? She is determined. And if we refuse...
Whichever one refuses will get nothing. And if we both refuse, we'll both be cut off.
Oh, yes, but...
You don't love me. And you don't want to marry me. Do you?
Oh, but I haven't refused.
What about that girl who works in town? That Pearl Wallace.
Pearl? Why, what about her?
What will she say if you marry me?
Oh, what can she say?
Ever hear of breach of promise?
You're trying to bluff me into refusing.
You mean you're willing to marry me?
You can't bluff me.
Pearl wouldn't like it, Claude.
It's none of her business. She wouldn't do a thing.
That's what you think.
I'm not going to lose my inheritance, Pearl or no Pearl. I'll keep her quiet.
How?
Well, I'll pay her. She'll be satisfied. I know she will. I talked to her this afternoon.
Did you? Well, you might be able to get rid of a sweetheart that way. But a wife would be more difficult.
What? How did you know? How?
How did I know you and Pearl were married?
Yes, how did you know?
You just admitted it. I was only guessing. Well, that does it, Claude. We couldn't get married if we wanted to.
Oh, please. Please, Lita, we don't hate each other. We're good friends. I don't want to lose my share. Please don't tell Aunt Hester.
What on earth can we do about it? You aren't free to marry me, so she's got to find out the truth.
But if she does, well, then you'll get all of it.
But after Aunt Hester's gone, I can give you your half of the estate.
I don't believe you.
You'll just have to trust me.
I don't trust you. You wouldn't give me a cent.
All right. What else can be done? I haven't refused to marry you, but you're already married. What else can we tell her? There's no other way.
No. But maybe there is.
What did you say?
Nothing. Nothing. I was just thinking.
Oh, there you are. Oh, darling, I finally got our baggage. It was on the second section by mistake.
Come in, Mr. Brent.
Mr. Brent? Where do you get that Mr. Brent
Mr.
stuff?
Brent, this is my cousin, Claude Mayberry.
Oh, glad to know you, Claude.
How do you do? What was the name?
Brent, Alan Brent. You know what I think happened, Lita? When they took our baggage out of our stateroom in Boston, we forgot to have a change from Quebec.
Mr. Brent, I want you to meet my aunt.
What? Oh, well, of course, I expected
Yes,
to.
she's been ill for some time. This way.
Well, see you later, Claude.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Brent, congratulations on your marriage. I hope you and Lita will be very happy.
Oh, sure. Thanks, old man.
Married yesterday, were you?
Day before in New York.
Wonderful.
Will you wait outside a second, Alan? I'd like to talk to Claude alone for a moment.
Well, yes. Yes, of course.
So I'm a fool, am I, Lita? You slipped up on that one. You should have warned him. Doesn't he know how things stand?
No, he doesn't. I'll tell him.
Well, that sort of makes us even, doesn't it? We're both in the same boat. Well, what happens now? Aunt Hester will have to be told the truth.
Well, we've got to stall a while.
Well, how are you going to explain his presence here?
Well, I'll tell her he's a friend. Down for a few days' visit. In the meantime, we'll decide what to do.
Yes?
You know, Claude, if you tell about my marriage, I'll tell her about yours. So it's plain to be seen that you and I will have to work this thing out together.
Well, do you have any ideas, Lita?
Do you?
Well, no.
Oh, yes, you do, Claude. You have ideas. I know what they are. I can read you like a book.
But, Lita...
There are 3 ways of solution. If Aunt Hester were to pass away before she learned the truth, then everything would be all right. Or, if something should happen to me,
Then the whole estate would go to you. That's 2 ways.
And the third?
I must run along now, Claude. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
3 ways, Claude. 3 ways. First, your Aunt Hester. Second, Lita. And the third, well, you know what Lita meant. Think fast, Claude, and be careful. Lita doesn't trust you any more than you trust her. Of course, I know another way to solve your problem, but I'm not the one to decide. So as it stands, it's either your aunt, or Lita, or you, Claude.
Aunt Hester, I'd like to talk to you.
Yes, Claude, come in, come in. What do you want?
Well, I don't know how to say this, Aunt, but...
Say what?
Well, I'm actually afraid to tell you, but I've got to. Even at the expense of my life.
What are you talking about, your life?
Yes. If I tell you what I know, they'll kill me.
Have you been drinking?
Oh, no.
Well, who'll kill you?
Lita and that fellow Alan Brent she brought here yesterday.
Lita? You're out of your mind?
Oh, I know it sounds fantastic, but it's true.
Kill you? Lita? Oh, go take some soda and sober up.
Please, Aunt Hester, not so loud.
I never heard of such nonsense. Lita, why should she want to kill you?
You'll understand when I tell you.
The woman you're going to marry wants to kill you?
Yes, Lita and Alan Brent.
What has Brent to do with it?
They both want me out of the way.
Claude, you sit down in that chair. I'm going to call Dr. Gregory.
No, please. I can explain.
Well, then you'd better do it and quickly.
Well, you must promise me that you won't tell Lita or anyone that I told you.
Why should I promise that?
Because if they knew that I told you, well, that's why they'd kill me.
I'm getting dizzy. Go on.
Well, that fella, Alan Brent, isn't just a friend visiting here. He's Lita's husband.
What? What did you say?
They're married. Look at this license. I found it in Lita's room.
Good heavens. I can't believe it.
They know that I know about it. But Lita said that if I told you that something would happen to me, she's afraid you'll change the will and cut her off.
And that's exactly what will happen. She must be crazy. How could she marry you next Friday? She might know I'd find out.
Well, maybe she thought you wouldn't.
What? What are you trying to say?
Well, maybe she thought she could postpone everything until...
Until what? Oh. Until after I was gone.
Yes, Sam. I hate to say it, but that's her plan.
The ungrateful...
Oh, please, don't let her know that I told you.
I'll just have a talk with those two.
And don't believe anything she says about me.
What do you mean?
Well, she's all set to tell you some cock and bull story about me and some girl. I did go around with the girl for a while, but Lita's going to tell you that we're married. But don't believe her, because I can get the girl over here and she'll tell you the truth.
Very well, Claude. Run along. I'll send for Lita and Mr. Brent later. I must rest a bit. This has been a terrible shock.
Yes, Aunt Hester.
Yes, Aunt Hester? Did you want to see me? Yes, Lita. I wanted to see you and Mr. Brent. Oh? Come in, Ellen. She wants to see us.
Oh, how are you, Mrs. Mayberry?
Very well. So far.
I hope you feel better, Aunt.
Do you? Do you really? Well, if I say I do feel better, I suppose you'd be disappointed, Lita.
What?
Do you expect to stay here long, Mr. Brent?
Well, no, that is...
Did I understand you to say Mr. Brent was a friend of yours, Lita? Just here for the week?
Yes, of course that's what I said. We've been good friends for 2 years.
Friends? And is that all?
Aunt Hester, what on earth?
Is that right, Mr. Brent? Friends?
Well, yes. Yes, of course.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I was quite worried.
Aunt Hester, that's nonsense. You had no reason to be upset.
And you fully intend to marry Claude next week?
Well, as a matter of fact, it is a little sudden. I wasn't prepared. I was going to ask you...
Ask me what?
Well, if we couldn't postpone it for a few weeks.
And why should you postpone it? You know that I wanted your marriage to take place while I'm here?
Yes, Aunt, I know, but...
Everything is arranged.
But a few days wouldn't matter, would it? There's so many things I'd like to attend to.
Would another week give you enough time, Lita? Time to attend to those important things?
Well, I suppose so. But I'd really prefer a month.
But I want to be sure that I'm able to attend the wedding, Lita. I may not last that long. However, I'll consent to 1 week from next Friday.
Oh, thank you, Aunt Hester. I knew you'd understand.
Did you? Well, there's just one thing that I don't understand.
What's that?
just how you'll be able to get a divorce in 2 weeks and get married a week from Friday.
Divorce?
A divorce from this man, Alan Brent.
I don't understand what you mean.
What sort of a fool do you take me for? I wasn't born yesterday. You've been lying from the moment you stepped into this house.
Now, Hester, there must be some mistake.
There's no mistake. My maid found this marriage license in your room.
No.
You've been stalling for time, hoping I'd die before the truth came out.
I'd never thought of such a
You can't
thing.
deny that you two are married.
No. No. After all, I have a right to choose my husband.
You're an ungrateful girl, Lisa. You've disappointed me. And you could expect not 1 cent from me.
No.
Now get out of this room.
But, Aunt...
And be out of this house by Monday morning.
But Lita knows how Aunt Hester found out. She knows it wasn't the maid who found the license. It was Claude. But she'll take care of Claude, and very nicely. If she is out in the cold, then she'll see to it that Claude is out in the same way. So she phones Pearl, Claude's wife, to come to the house.
I'm Pearl Wallace.
Oh, yes. Won't you come in?
I got a call from Mrs. Mayberry's maid. She said Mrs. Mayberry wanted to see me.
Oh, I see. Yes, she does want to see you.
Are you Lita?
Yes, I'm Lita. How did you know?
Oh, I've seen your pictures, and I've heard Claude talk about you.
Do you know Claude well?
But, yes, is he here?
No, not at the moment.
Well, what does Mrs. Mayberry want with me?
Well, Aunt Hester has found out about you and Claude.
What?
Now, don't get excited, Pearl. Everything's all right.
But I thought...
Yes, I know. That she wanted Claude and me to be married.
Yes.
Well, you can't always keep a thing like this a secret. Somebody's bound to know. Someone in town accidentally told her about it.
Oh.
At first, she was terribly angry. But after I talked to her for a while, well, she seemed to see things differently.
Then you think everything's all right?
Why don't you go upstairs and tell her all about it? I'm sure she'll like it.
All right. Thanks for telling me, Lisa.
In the sitting room. This room on the right. Yes?
May I come in, Mrs. Mayberry?
And who are you?
I'm Pearl.
Pearl?
Pearl Wallace.
Pearl, what do you want?
I'm Claude's wife.
Claude's wife?
Yes, I am, really. Look, here's a marriage license, see?
What are you doing here?
Well, I thought you wanted to see me.
Claude's wife. Claude's wife. I just can't believe it.
But I really love Claude. Really, I do.
Oh, I don't know what I've done to deserve all this. First Lita and now Claude.
But, Mrs. Mayberry, I'm a perfectly normal girl. I've done nothing wrong. Why shouldn't I make Claude a good wife?
Leave this room. Leave me alone.
But I thought you sent for me, that you wanted to talk to me.
I sent for you. Who told you that?
Well, I thought it was your maid.
I don't want to see you. Get out and leave me alone.
Yes, I'll go.
Pearl.
Yes, come.
Pearl, why have you come here?
I don't know. I wish I hadn't.
You've seen Aunt Hester. Why? What did you say?
I told her we were married. Showed her the license.
What? Why did you do that? Why?
Thought she wanted to see me. Her maid... At least I thought it was her maid phoned me that she wanted to see me.
And what did Aunt Hester say?
She told me to get out. Apparently she knew nothing about me until I told her. I can't understand it, Claude. Why would... And yet Lita knew your aunt was expecting me. Yeah, she said so.
Lita? Lita knew? Are you sure?
Yes, she met me first. She said your aunt had found out, and I supposed she'd relented.
Lita. Well, that explains everything. Now I'm out in the cold, thanks to Lita. But believe me, I'll beat her yet. She's not so smart as she thinks. Look, Pearl, you're staying here tonight.
No, I don't want to.
You're staying here whether you want to or not.
But just what can you do, Claude? Doing away with Lita won't help so long as Aunt Hester is alive. This is really a problem. Why not talk it over with Lita tonight? Lita has many clever ideas. And since you're both in the same predicament, well...
Lita.
Claude, what are you doing, Martha? What do you want?
I want to talk to you. No, don't turn on the light.
What's on your mind?
Just what are we going to do about this situation, Lita?
I haven't the slightest idea.
We've both played our last cards. I told Aunt Hester about you. You got wise and pulled a fast one by sending for Pearl. Now we're both even.
Yes, Claude, now we're both even.
But where are we?
Yes, Claude. Just where are we?
We're at the point where we've got to work together. My working against you or your working against me no longer means a thing. Aunt Hester knows about us both. And next Monday morning she'll change that will.
I know.
Well, haven't you any suggestions?
Oh, I have several ideas. But I'm not telling you. A moment.
Monday isn't far away.
What's on your mind, Claude?
Well, if anything happened to either you or me, well, neither one of us would gain a thing, so long as Aunt Hester's able to change that will. Now, Aunt Hester isn't well.
No.
She can't last much longer.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. You know exactly what I mean.
Murder?
No, not murder. Not in a way that we can be caught nor convicted. And why should we mess up our lives because of Aunt Hester's eccentricities?
Well, go on.
Well, suppose her heart failed her tonight.
Suppose it doesn't.
I think it will. In fact, I'm sure it will.
Oh, you mean poison? They'll find it.
No, believe me, there'll be no trace. No one will find anything.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Why don't you do it without telling me?
Because I don't trust you, Lita. I wanted you to be in on it. And I know you'll keep your mouth shut.
In on it? What do you mean?
Isn't it worth $1 million to get up out of that bed and come with me? This is your only chance of getting it.
Why must I go with you?
Because you'll be the first one to implicate me. But if you're with me at the time, I know you'll keep quiet. Come on, Lita.
Oh, if you pull a boner and we're
Don't
caught,
be silly. Come on.
Right. Better know what you're doing.
But you're in accord with the general idea, aren't you?
No other way.
Well, then come on. And be as quiet as possible. No, leave your door open. You'll want to get back here as soon as possible. Here we are. Easy now. Aunt Hester. Aunt Hester.
Don't wake her up.
Yes? Who's there?
Are you awake, Aunt Hester?
Huh? What do you want? Who is it?
Wake up, Aunt Hester. Wake up.
I can't see a thing. Wait till I turn on the light.
No, don't turn on the light.
That you, Lita?
Yes. It's Lita and Claude.
What do you want? What do you want? Why don't you answer me? What are you two doing here?
We've decided that you shouldn't linger on in your condition, Aunt Hester. Your heart's causing you too much pain.
What?
So we've decided to bring your suffering to an end. Lita and I have decided to end your suffering.
You and Lita. You ungrateful fool.
Hurry up, Claude, whatever it is.
We're going to kill you. It's the only way.
Get out of here. Get out. Get out.
In just 5 seconds, Aunt Hester. 5 seconds.
You're crazy. You're both out of your minds. You know you'll be caught.
Maybe I am crazy. But in just 2 seconds, I'm going to shoot you right through the heart.
No.
She's dead.
Of course. Here, take this gun and get back to your room as fast as you can. Go on! And remember, you haven't heard a sound.
In another room on the same floor, Alan Brent, Lita's husband, sits on the edge of his bed, rubbing his eyes, listening intently to the early morning silence. Something startled him. Finally, he steps to his door, looks down the hall, and moves along the passageway toward Aunt Hester's room. Then, as he turns, Pearl's door opens and she steps into the hall.
Oh, Mr. Brent.
What are you doing up?
What are you doing at this hour?
Well, I thought I heard a noise like a shot.
Yes. Well, so did I. It woke me up.
Sounded like it might have come from this end of the hall.
It could have been a shot. I'm not certain.
Yes, it could have been. I wonder.
Look, Mrs. Maybury's door is open.
Yes, let's have a look in there.
She must have come in this room. It was so close. Turn on that little lamp on the table.
Oh. Is she all right? Feel her pulse.
No. Good heavens, she's dead. She's dead.
She's been murdered. Come, let's get out of here. Lita!
Claude, get the doctor. Aunt Hester's been killed.
Lita, your aunt's been shot. Call the doctor. Oh, you're crazy. You didn't hear a thing. I heard a shot. I was just half asleep, but I know I heard it. And why did you wait so long to arouse the rest of us? Well, I really don't know.
I heard it, too, but I wasn't quite sure either.
And how's it happen that you didn't hear it, Lita?
Well, I don't know, but I just didn't.
It's quite possible she may have been sleeping too soundly.
And you didn't hear it either, Claude. Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. If I had heard a shot, I'd have been the first one out of the room. I wouldn't have waited as long as you and Alan did. No?
Well, the strange thing is that your room's closer to Aunt Hester's room than mine or Lita's. I heard it, so did Pearl, yet you and Lita didn't.
Does that seem strange to you, Mr. Brent?
Yes, it does.
Does it seem strange to you, Pearl?
Well, if Alan heard it, then what I can't understand is why Lita didn't hear it.
Well, I can understand Lita, perhaps, but I still can't see why Claude didn't hear the sound. And furthermore, whoever fired the shot must still be in the house. The bedroom windows were closed from the inside.
I heard nothing, I tell you. Maybe you didn't want to. What are you doing? What are you insinuating? You know more about it than you say. You had a motive.
Just a minute, Pearl, not so fast.
No, not so fast, Pearl. Claude didn't hear it, so he says. I think he knows more than he says he does. And he has just as much of a motive as Lita, maybe more.
You're crazy, Brent. You don't even know what you're talking about. You're just jumping to conclusions.
Oh, no. You're not going to pull a thing like this and then place the blame on Lita.
Claude had nothing to do with it. It was Lita. And she's trying to place the blame on Claude.
And how do you know? You and Claude occupy separate rooms?
You and Lita occupy separate rooms, too.
I think I'd better run upstairs and see what the doctor has to say.
Oh, no, you don't. You take one step up those stairs and I'll break your neck.
Oh, please, Alan, please, don't stop him.
It's already started. He's too smart to suit me anyway. I know what he's had on his mind for days.
That's a lie. If anyone's had anything on his mind, it was Lita. If she can place the blame on Claude, she'll get everything. She's got it all figured out. She stirred up all the trouble in the first place. Oh, shut up. You got me out here. It wasn't the maid who phoned me. It was you. And you said Mrs. Maybury wanted to see me. Well, she knew nothing about it. She practically threw me out. But you won't get away with your scheme. Believe me, sister.
You're crazy. I'm wise to Claude. I heard the shot, and I know who fired it. He's got the gun somewhere, and I'm calling the police. They'll find out what happened to Aunt Hester.
What's all this fussing about? Shots and police? What's wrong with all of it?
Why, nothing, Dr. Gregory.
No, nothing at all. He's the one who did it.
Did what?
Shot his Aunt Hester.
What?
He did not. Lita killed her.
Well, Mrs. Mayberry is dead, I'm sorry to say. I'm amazed she lasted this long. But certainly she wasn't killed. Where'd you get such an idea?
She wasn't killed?
But we heard a shot. That is, I thought...
Well, you can think what you like. But Hester Mayberry died of natural causes. Just as I knew she would.
You mean... There's no bullet wound?
Oh, sure. That's ridiculous.
Well, then we must have imagined it.
Well, now, I'd say you've all been having nightmares.
I think you're right, Dr. Gregory. And thanks for coming over.
Yeah. Well, I phoned the mortician. I'll just wait in the library till he comes. Good night.
Of course there were shots, and they all know it. But all but Claude are surprised that no wound was found. Not even a bullet. But Claude isn't surprised. Because he fired blanks at the aunt. Knew the shock would be too much for her. But when the doctor said death was from natural causes, they shut up like clams. Their troubles were at an end. They wouldn't get their share of the estate after all. Of course, they would get their share. However, they will be struck a horrible blow next week when the lawyer reads the will of Aunt Hester, and they learn that Lita and Claude must be man and wife prior to the aunt's death, or the entire estate goes to charity. And that's just what will happen. That was one thing they hadn't counted on. So they all end up with nothing after all.
CBS has presented The Whistler. Original music for this production was composed by Wilbur Hatch and conducted by Ivan Ditmars. The Whistler is written and directed by J. Donald Wilson and originates from Columbia Square in Hollywood. Next week, same time,
I, the Whistler, will return to tell you another unusual tale. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Broadcasting System presents Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet Please for tonight is called Wahine Tahiti.
Her name used to be the Bethia, but when His Majesty's Navy commissioned her, they changed her name, of course. I remember her very, very well. I remember her as we weighed anchor off St. Helens that wintry afternoon 2 days before Christmas and stood down the channel. I remember her in the howling gales north of the Horn when the wind and the icy rain fair threatened to rip the sails off her. I remember her in the flat calms of the Southern Ocean, too, with the sun starting to tar from the deck seams and 45 men, officers and able seamen and cooks and gardener and all, panting for breath between the two tropics. And I remember her burning. A broken and looted wreck on the beach far below us, 120 west longitude and latitude 25 south. And I harked back to the dismal December day when the voyage began. If I could have known what lay ahead, I'd have jumped overboard, I would, in that tempestuous sea, and I'd have gone back somehow to a lighterman's life on the River Thames. Never seen Tahiti or Tipwai. Oh, maybe I wouldn't have. Maybe I'd have stopped aboard anyway, as I did. I'd be here just as I am now. The last man. Tahiti told me about it, of course. Else how would I know why we came to Tahiti? And Father. Tahiti, that his wife to me all these long years on this lonely place. It was the women, of course. They'd taken more than a fancy to the English sailors who came to the lovely island with Captain Cook. And they prayed for the white men to come back. They shouldn't have done it. But they prayed to Wahine Tahiti. Wahine Tahiti, the mother goddess, the secret protectress of the women of Tahiti. The goddess who went away from Tahiti and... Well, I'll tell you about that. Wahine Tahiti, woman of Tahiti, that's her name. She has no other name. And since she went away, they don't remember her anymore. They've forgotten Wahine Tahiti. And they've forgotten the lovely women who came with us. Maimiti, Tarua, and Parahiti, that was my wife. And, of course, they've forgotten us. Parahiti told me how the women met and prayed and sang at the hidden marae under the hillside, the temple of volcanic rock the men didn't know about. She told me how they sang in the leafy shadows there and called upon Wahine Tahiti to vouchsafe an answer to their prayers. She told me how Wahine Tahiti did appear and how she did speak to her mortal sisters.
Comfort yourselves, sisters, for the men come in the canoe with the white wings. Theirs is a journey of hardship and suffering, and death is with them. You have prayed me to bring them, I have promised. They will come. Even at this moment, the great canoe spreads its wings and defies the storm as its master looks across the world of the waters to Tahiti.
And sure it was. For I reckoned back the day Wahine Tahiti spoke to the women. And it was the 23rd of December, 1787, 2 days before Christmas. And moreover, she spoke of the other great war canoes that lay at anchor and how they made solemn sounds with their great guns. And I remembered how the other ships did salute us with cannons as the little 90-foot transport stood down the brawling channel away from them. Parahiti told me how the goddess spoke of the tyranny of the captain to his men. And I remembered, too, what I'd heard with my own 2 ears, the captain bellowing to Samuel the clerk.
See here, Mr. Samuel.
The issue of the provisions.
I have no complaints from you about the quality of the provisions I've laid in, and I have no complaints furthermore from any man of the crew, you hear? For if I do, I'll have the man thrust up in stanza, do you hear, Mr. Samuel? And we'll see the color of his blood under the cap. And that applies to you, too, sir. So give me none of your fool's arguments. Salt horse and weebly biscuits for sailormen's lot, and they'll like it.
Since only the captain and the master's mate had ever seen the Isle of Tahiti before. No, it was a wondrous long voyage we had in this doughty little cockle shell, not much bigger than Man-o'-War's longboat. I mind speaking of it one night to McCoy, the Scotsman from Kirkintilloch, as we stood anchor watching False Bay off the Cape of Good Hope. I said, McCoy, I've got a good mind to jump ship.
Oh, I'd do it myself, Smith. Again, there was a chance of getting ashore without being gobbled up by the sharks.
And I believe if we passed the word, there'd be more than us to try to beach.
I thought I would boggle at nothing at all in the way of food, man. I've had nothing to eat since the morning, except a bite of biscuit and a sup of greenish water.
He's starving us.
Aye, starving every man jack aboard. The officers even.
McCoy, step out here by the ditch.
Eh? What's that for?
Don't talk so loud.
Oh, he's asleep.
Well, the master's on the quarterdeck, so speak easy.
You're the one that wanted to speak.
And so I will.
Hey,
Mac, have you heard the talks?
I've heard nothing but talk as long as I've been aboard this hooker.
You have?
Aye.
What kind of talk?
Oh, did you ever a British seaman going a voyaging without grumbling? They had come up 3 times a day.
Yeah, this is past the mere grumbling stage. So I hear.
Oh, do you know?
Have you heard aught?
Aye. I have.
And?
I don't like it, Smith.
How do you like being starved in and beaten? Being at the mercy of that brute of a man aft?
The captain, you mean? Harky, Smith. I've served time under more than a few captains of His Majesty's Navy. I thought I'd met some rare, hard men. But this one's a devil straight from hell. And one day...
Well, one day...
One day, mayhap someone will send him back to the place whence he came. Hark.
What did you hear?
I thought I heard someone laughing.
There's nobody on deck. Got Mr. Fryer back in the quarterdeck.
No, Smith, it wasn't Fryer.
Oh, well then, who?
Smith. I could have sworn it was a woman laughing. Out there in the black darkness beyond.
And on the island of Tahiti at that very moment, for it was 5 months almost to the day after we'd set sail from the Isle of Wight, the women of Tahiti gathered at the hidden morai, listened as Wahine Tahiti laughed and set the echoes laughing in the darkness of the forest glade.
Comfort yourselves, my pretty ones, my anxious ones. You have asked, and Wahine Tahiti grants your prayers. They come, but it's a far journey and a long one. Wahine Tahiti will tell you when to deck yourselves with flowers and go down to the beach to meet them.
Great Wahine, why do you laugh? Great Wahine, have we offended?
Who speaks?
It is I, Great Wahine. I, Parahayiti.
No, you have not offended Parahayiti.
Then why do you laugh, Wahine Tahiti?
Oh, it is my humor to laugh, my daughter, at the shortcomings of those who serve me, even as all who hold power have some secret scorn for their servants.
Have we transgressed then, O Wahine, in asking for this favor?
No, not transgressed, Parahayiti, not transgressed.
What then, Wahine?
You are bold, Parahayiti. For those who are overbold, I have certain special favors. Take care, Parahayiti.
I serve the great Wahine Tahiti. You have promised. You will not withhold.
I will not withhold. No, I will not withhold.
But you laughed.
I laughed, my daughter, as I looked across the oceans to see the men who come to you. I laughed as I heard them plotting against their leader and foretelling his death.
You promised us, great Wahine.
And I will fulfill my promise. But remember, there is no gift without payment.
We will pay, great Wahine.
Yes, you will pay. You will pay with exile and weeping. And you and the men who come to you in the great war canoe with white wings will die in a far unknown place. With your own hands shall you slay them.
Tara Haiti told me long years after the prophecy had come to pass. She told me how she fell on her knees and implored the goddess to spare them. She told how after a long silence the goddess laughed again at them and gave her word that one at least of the women would be spared to live forever. She would not tell that woman's name, so that they all glanced at each other secretly, hoping that each one, she herself, would be the one. The fate of certain white men was also set and sealed with the seal of Wahine Tahiti. And far away at the Cape of Good Hope, a little 90-foot vessel weighed anchor again and stood out to sea on a course set for the South Seas. Then on the 20th of August, 1788, a cold, early spring day, we dropped anchor in Adventure Bay in Van Diemen's Land. And we were a lean and tattered crew. The captain had driven us hard, had flogged us, starved us, and held us to our course through storm and calm under the whiplash of his voice for 9 long months. But I remember another night after we'd put out from Adventure Bay on the last leg of our voyage to Tahiti. How McCoy and I stood again at the wheel with only the tiny lights from the binnacle flickering before us, whispered together again.
He's no man, Mister, a beast. He deserves to die like a beast.
I'll take care, man.
Aye, I'll take care. But I tell you, Smith, when we get to Tahiti...
What do you do?
Oh, I'm going to jump ship, man.
He'll hang you.
If he catches me. And perhaps he won't catch me. Perhaps he'll be lying aft in his bunk with a clasp knife in his throat.
Take care.
Aye. We'll say no more about it. But there's more than one aboard the ship that had furnished the clasp knife, and not a few that had used it too.
The mate.
Oh.
What's the course, men?
East Burnett, sir.
Keep us so for another half hour.
Right, sir.
By night?
Aye, what is that, sir? Sir?
Well, McCoy?
This the Tahiti now, sir. You've been there?
Yes. It's a paradise, McCoy.
Are the women beautiful, sir?
Yes. Oh, the most beautiful in the whole world, Smith.
And do they have plenty to eat, sir?
Unlike us, they do, McCoy.
Aye, so. And there'd be hills and jungles, too, sir?
Oh, yes.
And where a man might never be found if the needy people with the, let's see, take a liking to him?
Well, they're very friendly people, McCoy. A man who jumped ship might be able to elude capture.
Oh, I didn't say anything about jumping ship, sir.
But it isn't a good idea to murder the captain of one of His Majesty's ships.
Sir?
I was just thinking aloud, McCoy.
Sir, McCoy didn't mean that. He was just thinking.
I don't know what they're talking about, Smith. Here, you men hungry?
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you,
It isn't much,
but... Sir, you've never starved.
Haven't I? Well, just be careful, men.
We're sorry, 7 days.
Strike it.
Aye, aye, sir.
And remember, you'd never see England again.
Scotland, sir. Kirkintilloch, hard by Glasgow.
I'm from Cumberland myself. I wonder if ever I'll see Maryland here again.
Then through the warm tropic seas again, night after starry night, with the Southern Cross over the port quarter. And day after blazing day on the northeasterly course for the Society Islands and the Isle of Tahiti. Short rations and a hint of scurvy amongst us. And the wicked hiss of the cat-o'-nine-tails of the gangway. The sobbing cries of a British seaman flogged for asking to be fed like a man, not as a pig. And one day a cloud on the far horizon, and we knew our long voyage was nearly over. Tahiti at last, with the peak of Wahine towering high in the distance, a lush greenness wherever the eye passed. And we dropped anchor in Malabar Harbor, Tahiti, Nui, after a voyage of more than 27,000 miles in almost 2 years. And as we've been told, it was a fair island, and the women were beautiful. Let me pass over the labors we performed at Tahiti, bringing aboard the breadfruit trees we set out for to fetch them to the West Indies. Let me pass over the indignities we suffered at the captain's hands and at the hands of his one loyal aide, the Clark Samuel. The downright thievery of the two of them, taking from us the gifts of food we'd received from our friends on the island, the appropriation of the pearls and the carved woods they three-handedly gave us. And McCoy did jump ship and was caught. He got 3 dozen lashes for it. And I had met Parahiti. And at last the night came when I must say farewell.
But Smith, you are to stay.
I'll come back one day, Parahiti. There's nothing to do now but go.
No.
If I stay, I'll be found as McCoy was found. He'll flog me, take me away anyway.
No.
I will come back, Parahiti. I'll come back.
Do you love me, Smith?
I love you, Parahiti, more than I thought I could love mortal woman.
Stay.
I dare not.
She promised you would stay.
Who promised?
Oh, Wahine Tahiti, what have you done to your children? Wahine Tahiti, you have lied to us and deceived us. You have denied us, Wahine Tahiti. Oh, great Wahine, we hold you to your promise. Give us our men, the men from beyond.
Then there was a great clap of thunder, then there was a clear, starry sky. I heard the sound of a distant voice speaking in a strange language. And again the voice of Parahiti as she turned to me in the starlit darkness and spoke again.
Go. Go, my husband, and come back to me. Wahine Tahiti has promised.
And below me the shouts of the men calling to me to hurry lest I miss the last boat to the homeward bound ship. There were a few aboard who thought that now we'd set our course for England, the captain would be in a merrier mood. He was not. He kept the charts locked up. He alone could navigate us to England half a world away. We thought our life was a hell on the outward voyage. I say to you, that was a pleasant, lightsome, gay excursion compared to what we suffered when we headed away from Tahiti. I'll not describe it lest I turn your stomach. Then Wahine Tahiti laughed again from the heights of Orohima. And in the early morning twilight, she spoke to her daughters again.
Be at peace, my little ones. I have tested your faith, and you have believed. And now the fulfillment. For the men of the white-winged canoes arise now, and they turn their weapons against the one who would take them away from you.
And on the ship, I awoke to the sound of voices shouting, and I ran on deck. The captain stood beside the mainmast, and his hands were tied. He was at last a frightened man. And before him stood the master's mate, and behind him the men of the crew, armed and murderous. I heard the captain's voice again.
Mr. Christian, what is the meaning of this folly?
This is mutiny, Captain Bligh. I am in command of the Bounty.
I heard Captain Bligh plead for his life.
Mr. Christian, let us compose our difficulties. Do not murder me, Mr. Christian.
And I heard Fletcher Christian answer him sternly.
Captain Bligh, you've forfeited your life 1,000 times over.
And I saw at last the ship's launch hoisted over the side. I saw Captain Bligh board it with certain men who had neither the honor nor the hardihood to follow the leadership of Fletcher Christian. And what became of Captain Bligh and the others who departed with him, I know not. For we never saw him again.
We cannot remain here, men. For Bligh, if he does reach England, will set all His Majesty's Navy about our ears. If it takes him till the end of time, they'll never give us up till we've all swung from a yardarm in a British port.
And so at long last the promise of Wahine Tahiti was fulfilled. She had towed us from our native lands to the Isle of Tahiti Nui. And now the women who had won us as their prizes set sail with us, never to see their own island again as long as they lived. 9 men from the Bounty, 6 men from Tahiti for 9 women of Tahiti, and we sailed away to Pitcairn's Island. For a time we prospered, and the memory of the Wahine's price for her favor had almost faded. For 15 men, 9 women, a fatal number. Love, jealousy, hatred, murder. First the Tahitian women, first the Tahitian men, and one by one the Bounty's men. Such a Christian, the master's mate. Mills, the gunner's mate, Gentle William Dunn, the gardener, was never before sailed the sea. McCoy and Quintal and Williams and Martin, the able seamen. I alone was left of the Bounty's crew. And at last, Tahiti told me of the Wahine's prophecy. How we should all come to death at the hands of the ones from Tahiti. How all the women, too, should die, save one. And I listened in silence, for I was alone with only the few women, a few children on Pitcairn's Island.
And so the prophecy is nearly fulfilled, Smith, as I have told you. Save that we know not who is the one of the women to live forever, as Wahine Tahiti promised.
And as she spoke and fell silent, I saw a change come over this woman, this Tahiti, my wife. I saw her transfigured, terrible on the edge of the cliffs, high above the burned wreckage of the Bounty. I heard her speak again, and in a new voice.
Farewell, Englishmen. The bargain is kept.
Now I take the body of Tahiti for my own, and she shall live forever, and watch with my eyes over the sons and the daughters of those I brought to wed with my own.
The title of tonight's Quiet Place story was Wahine Tahiti. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper. And Alexander Smith, the man who spoke to you, was Ernest Chappell. And J. Pat O'Malley played McCoy, Roy Irving was Fletcher Christian, and Charles Penman was Captain Bligh. Tahiti was Sarita Bauer, and Wahine Tahiti was Harriet Priestley. Music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Characters in tonight's story really lived, as you well know. The events in the story might have happened, or they might not. Alexander Smith actually was the last survivor of the Bounty, but he told many conflicting stories of what had actually happened. Next week, a Quiet Please story called As Long as I Live.
And so until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program was heard in Canada through the facilities of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Troop presents Inner Sanctum Mysteries, starring Raymond Massey. Good evening, friends. This is your host of the Inner Sanctum, welcoming you to another half hour of Gore Galore. Come in, won't you? Sit down. No, not there. You'll sit on his heel. He wouldn't like that. Besides, you probably find him pretty cold. We've been keeping him on ice for about 6 months now. What? That noise? Oh, that's just his teeth chattering. No, not because he's cold, but because he's just finished going over tonight's story and... Well, I guess you could call him a scared stiff.
Goodness, is the story really going to be so scary? You mean that lots of people are going to be murdered?
Yes, Mary, but don't worry. We're only killing people who've never been killed before.
Well, I guess then that all the characters in the story will need plenty of Ho Suet.
Oh, sure. What's that? Chinese or Lipton tea?
Well, you're half right. It's Chinese. Ho Suet means good luck. And that's what it says in Chinese characters on the sterling silver medallion that the Lipton people are offering to the ladies. Yes, ladies, the medallion is a Chinese good luck charm. But more than that, it's a really lovely piece of jewelry. It's made of solid sterling silver, and it's hung on a narrow black rayon satin ribbon. That's the fashion this year, you know. Yes, this handsome medallion is the kind of jewelry you find at those smart shops on Fifth Avenue in New York. And to get it, all you have to do is to send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
All right, friends. Now get ready for a surprise. Tonight's story is called Death Across the Board. It's an original radio play by Robert Newman. And our star is that famous dramatic actor of stage and screen, Raymond Massey, who will play the role of John Strange. You like to play games. Your life, but even your soul on one throw of the dice or the turn of a card. You don't care for such high stakes, eh? Well, did it ever occur to you, by living, you're playing such a game, and that your opponent was death? Tonight, I'm going to tell you a story about a man who sat in death's place, playing with human lives, and of what happened to him. It is about 10 o'clock on a sultry summer evening, and Dr. John Strand is standing in front of the window of a pawn shop in the oldest part of the city. On a sudden impulse, he pushes open the door.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Is there anything I can do for you?
No, thank you. If you don't mind, I'd just like to look around.
By all means. I just thought if there was something in particular.
Oh, I really didn't have anything special in mind. I just thought... Hello.
Ah, my chess set.
Yes, a very interesting set. And a very interesting game you're playing.
My dear sir, you have no idea how interesting.
Whose move?
White's.
Then White should win in 6 moves.
That, sir, is very much open to question.
Well, perhaps we can play sometime. How much for this set?
Not for sale.
Oh. Too bad.
Yes. However, if you're interested in chess and chessmen, I know of a set that I think might appeal to you. It's an Arabian set. 12th to 13th century ivory. The white pieces are Saracen warriors, and the black pieces are crusaders.
Do you have it here?
Unfortunately, no. It's not very far away. If you thought you'd like to see it.
Well, if it's not too outrageously expensive, and you're sure it's no bother?
My dear sir, don't give it another thought. I'd be most anxious for your reactions, even if you don't buy. The address is 23 Radon Place. It's down 2 blocks, and 1 to your right. Go up 1 flight and ask for Phoenix. Tell him that Rayscale sent you.
23 Vallon Place. Up 1 flight. Ask for Felix.
I'll phone him and tell him to expect you. Your name is?
Strand. Dr. John Strand.
Very good, Dr. Strand. Somehow I have the feeling we shall see each other again. Perhaps we should even have the chance to play that game you mentioned before.
Who's that? Who's there? Felix? I said, who's there? My name's Strand. Rachel sent me over here. He said he'd phone you in... Just a second.
How do you do? I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Okay, come on in. Stick 'em up.
What? I'm afraid it must be some mistake.
Sure is, Bob, and you made it, thinking you could come here and take me this way.
Well, this is ridiculous.
I said stick 'em up. Keep 'em up, or I'll let you have it right now.
What for?
Because I said so, that's what for. Now, let go of me. Let go. You want to stop it, you hear? So let you have it right away.
Okay. Now get up and tell me what this is all about. I said get up and... Felix. Dead. He's dead. Hello? I'm sorry, but he can't come to the phone right now.
Oh, Strand. Congratulations.
What? Who is this?
This is Raphael. Now, do you think it's possible for White to win in 5 moves?
What do you mean?
You killed him, didn't you? Of course you did. Or you wouldn't be speaking to me now. I suggest that you go through Felix's pockets, take out the most interesting thing you find there, and bring it to my shop.
What? Hello. Rachel. Go to his pocket. I've got to get to the bottom of this, find out what it's all about. A wallet. Keys and a chessman. A black book. All right, Mr. Rachel. I think perhaps I'll take you up on that. I will go back to your shop.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
Yes. Where's Rachel?
Oh, I'm sorry. He's not in right now, but are you Dr. Strand?
I am.
I'm Alice Hines. He must have been expecting you. He asked me to give you this.
What is it?
I don't know, but
Another chessman. A white knight.
Oh, yes. Mr. Rachel is quite a chess player.
He's more than that. He's a murderer.
What? What do you mean?
He sent me to see someone, a man named Felix, to look at a chess set. When I got there, he pulled a gun on me and... Well, when I tried to get it away from him, it went off and killed him.
Oh, no.
Don't look so surprised and innocent. You work for him. You must know what it's all about.
There must be some mistake, some horrible mistake.
A mistake, huh? Then why did he phone Felix's while I was there? How did he know he'd been killed? Why did he laugh about it? Tell me to come here.
Well, I don't know, but I can't believe that about him. I won't.
No? Well, we'll see what the police have to say about it. Where's the phone?
That's there. But if you're serious about it, you don't have to bother calling them. Riley just went past here a few minutes ago. Here he is, up at the corner.
Fine. That'll save some time. Officer! Oh, officer, would you... Good Lord. Someone shot him.
That woman hiding behind that car there. The woman in black. She's coming in here. Don't just stand there. Get inside and shut the door. You shot Riley. You killed him. 6 months I've been trying to find out who got them. Now I can rest in peace. Where's Rachel? Rachel? He's the one that got the dope for me. Told me how to knock the cop off. Told me to come in here afterwards.
Well, Mrs. Hines?
Why are you looking so funny? Hey, whose side are you on, anyway?
Not ours, my dear. Not ours.
Oh, that's it. I just took it for granted you were working for him. Okay, get him up and keep him up. What'll I do with him, Rachel? Where are you, anyway?
Oh, I'm around here someplace. As to what to do with him, I leave that to your discretion. After all, they are witnesses.
Yeah. That's right.
May I recommend the cellar? Right through that door there. It's secluded and quiet.
Okay. Get moving.
I repeat, Miss Hines. Well?
Fantastic. What are you going to do to us? You can't be that dumb, baby face. 6 months I've been wearing black for the only guy I ever loved.
I finally get the guy that got him. You think I'm going to leave the two of you around to put the finger on me? You're going to kill us? You cannot. No. Seems to me I did a pretty neat job on that flat, but after all, I can't burn you more than once. Okay, open that door and go on down.
Allow me, madam.
Never mind, wise guy. You go down first. And Babyface.
A very good man.
No, I'm not going to let you do it. You no, you fool. Let it go.
Stop after it. Hurry. What's till I get the gun?
I didn't mean to do this. I was just trying to get the gun, but she tripped. She fell. Except, why is she lying there so funny? Her head.
Let's see. Her neck's broken. She's dead.
It means I killed her.
Not any more than it means I killed Felix.
Look, you're lying next to her. Isn't that another chess piece?
The Black Queen.
Why, he gave me one just like that when I first came to work for him. Only it was a white one.
What? Black Queen, White Queen, White Knight, and... No. It's impossible. And still...
You thought of something.
It's too incredible. But I've had a certain nightmare vision that... Come on. We're going to the police. Maybe it's our move now.
Well, live and learn. I always had an idea that I wouldn't like chess, that it was a pretty slow game. But here we've only been playing for about 15 minutes, and we've chalked up 3 corpses already. Yes, this kind of chess is just like a divorce.
Why? What do you mean?
Well, it's a good way to get rid of your wife. That is, if she's a stalemate.
Well, I assure you, most men don't want to get rid of their wives.
Is that so? Didn't you tell me that a man had written in to ask for that Lipton sterling silver medallion on the black ribbon?
Yes.
And didn't he say he wanted to put it around his wife's neck as a choker?
Oh, dear, you don't understand. A choker is just one of the ways in which you can wear this medallion. Of course, you can also wear it as a necklace or... Well, here's what one of our listeners says she does.
I put the medallion on my charm bracelet. I just took it off the narrow black rayon satin ribbon on which it's hung and then flipped it on my bracelet. The medallion was just the right size.
Yes, ladies, and no matter how you wear it, the medallion is really a smart piece of jewelry. It's made of solid sterling silver, and it's about 1 inch in diameter. So send for your medallion tonight. The Lipton people are making it easy for you to own one. Just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton's, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92. That's Box 92, New York City.
Yes, better right now, friends, while your hands are still steady enough to address the envelope. Well, let's go back to our game of chess. And our star, Raymond Massey, was playing the role of John Strand. It's about a half hour later now. Dr. Strand and Alice Hines are sitting in a bare, quiet room, the chief's office at police headquarters. For the past 10 minutes, Strand has been talking steadily, describing everything that has happened.
So you each bumped someone off, eh? And you've come to give yourselves up.
We certainly did not come here to give ourselves up, Chief. I told you that in both cases it was self-defense. We're here because there's a madman loose, a homicidal maniac.
A guy that just goes around bumping people, or rather gets other people to do his killing for him.
No, there's more to it than that. Much more.
Yeah? What?
It just came to me a little while ago. There was something strangely familiar about this Raphael, and... Did you ever hear of Raphael Norbert?
No.
He was one of the greatest chess players the world has ever known. About 5 years ago, he disappeared. Well, he's playing another chess game now. The maddest game that ever was. Is there a map of the city around?
Right there on the wall.
Let's see. Now, here's Raphael's shop. And... Yes, this would be it. This section of the city here, 8 blocks each way. This is his chessboard. And human beings, people like Alice and I, are his chessmen.
What?
John.
I know it sounds fantastic, but I think it's true. When he sent me to Felix's, he told me to go down 2 blocks and one to the right. That's the move of the night. In other words, he had cast me as one of the white knights in his crazy game. Alice was the white queen. He himself was the white king, and so on.
He just lined up all these people. Said, you play this piece, you play that, and...
That was the beauty of the game. The fascinating, exciting part for him. No one knew that they were playing in it, but he. For instance, Felix didn't know that he was a black rook any more than I knew I was a white knight. But his black pieces were all criminals of some sort who wouldn't hesitate to kill. And it was by killing that one piece took another. You see, that was the ultimate refinement. The thing that made this the greatest game Norbert had ever played. He could plan a move, but he had no way of telling which piece would take which. For instance, I killed Felix instead of his killing me. In other words, he was not only playing his game against law and order, against society, but he was matching his brains against that of every piece in the game.
Against law and order, eh? I got this in the mail a couple of weeks ago, without any letter or anything. How does it fit in with your theory?
The White King. Of course. He's cast you in the role of the White King. In other words, he's playing this game principally against you.
Now do you believe us, Mr. Adams? Do you?
I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. We've been having a funny kind of crime wave lately, killings without any apparent motive. Hello?
Hello, Chief. Larry speaking. I'm down to go on the 3rd and Sycamore, and there's something kind of screwy going on.
Hello, Valenti.
What's the matter?
One of our detectives called in 3rd and Sycamore. Said there was something screwy on, and then, well, it sounded like somebody got him. I'll make sure about this before you answer, but would this be part of what you were talking about?
Let's look at the map again. 3rd and Sycamore. That would be in the area that's Rayfield's chessboard. Yes, I think it is.
Okay, come on. We're going down there.
There he is, lying next to the call box.
Dead. Stabbed.
Look there, lying next to him. Another chess piece.
A pawn. A white pawn. Of course. If you're the White King, then all your men would be pawns.
Pawns, huh? They're the pieces that get pushed around, aren't they?
Well, they're the ones that are usually sacrificed.
2 of my men. Riley and Valenti. Okay, Strand, you're a chess player. Do you think you can figure out what this Rayfield character is going to do next? Tell me how I can meet him?
I might. I only got a very quick look at the board. If I can remember the location of the pieces...
You mean he's actually got a board set up showing where all the pieces, where everybody is?
There's one set up in a little table right next to his desk. No one's allowed to touch it.
That's the one. And it was because I noticed it, commented on it, that I got involved in this nightmare. I think I do remember the position of all the pieces that were left. But of course, some moves may have been made since I saw it last.
Well, what are we fooling around for? Let's go to that shop and make sure. Dark. Doesn't look as if anyone in the store.
Locked, all right. You got a key, haven't you, Alice?
No, Rayfield never gave me one. He always locked up himself.
Well, what do we do?
2 of my men killed, and you asked me something like that. Look out. Okay, where's the light?
Right here. There's the chessboard over there.
I know. Let's take a look at it.
This all there is to the place?
Except for the cellar. He must still be down there. That woman in black.
Down there later. Well, Strand.
Well, at the moment, black seems to have the edge on us. Several moves have been made, and we've lost several pieces. But we've still got a fair chance.
Devil's winning that game. Where's this Rayfield guy, the Black King? What's he going to do next?
Just give me another minute or two, will you? The Black King is still in his own square, which would seem to mean that Rayfield was still here someplace. The thing is, I'm not sure whose move it is now.
You're right, Strand. I am still here. And it's mine.
What in thunder?
Him speaking over some kind of loudspeaker system. Maybe from the cellar.
From the cellar, huh? Now, I'm going to...
Alice, where are you?
Over here.
Are you all right?
I think so. What was it? What happened?
He must have had the place mined or set a booby trap, and when Adams went to open the cellar door, Where is Adams?
I'm not sure, but I think he's over there.
I must have some matches someplace. Here. Under that beam. There. Help me lift it off. Adams!
Is he...
No, but he's pretty badly hurt. Just let me get a few tourniquets tied on him. We better get him to a hospital. This way. The emergency ward's right in there.
How do you know?
Oh, I ought to. I interned here. Funny. There's no one around. Well, let's put him right there. On the table. Gently. That's it. Hello? This is Dr. Strand speaking from the emergency ward. I've got a very severe accident case here. Is there anyone around who can take care of him? What about surgery? Scramble? Oh, fine. Will you ask him to get down here as soon as possible? Thanks. The chap I used to know is just finishing an operation. He'll be down in a few minutes.
Will there still be time?
Yes, I think so. We'll have to give him a transfusion once we get him patched up. I'll start scrubbing up myself in case Scramble needs a hand.
Is there anything I can do?
Just keep your eye on him. The clinic is particularly. It would be too bad if he lost any more blood.
Right. He's still unconscious.
Oh, hello, Crandall. That was quick. Awfully glad you were here. It's a pretty serious case. Adams, the chief of police. Explosion.
Oh?
If we don't work fast, we may lose him. Shock. Possible concussion. Right axillary artery severed. I got a tourniquet on. I'll be finished scrubbing up in a minute and give you a hand.
Take your time. No hurry. I'll just...
What are you doing?
Removing the tourniquet.
Wait, I'm not ready with the ligatures yet. You're not Crandall. You're Rachel.
Right, Strand. Rachel Norris. Dr. Crandall is still in surgery. Locked in, as a matter of fact. I put on this mask and gown not because I thought it would fool you. Because, well, somehow it just seemed appropriate.
But it can't be you. You were in the shop.
No, Sam. You're thinking of my voice. It was coming over a loudspeaker system from next door. If you're thinking of my position on the board, you forget. I hadn't made my move yet.
Rachel, I don't know why you've done all this, and I don't care why. But you've got to let us do something about Chief Adams. All that bloody...
Yes, Rachel, for heaven's sake.
Never move, either of you. I want to have to shoot. I sincerely hope it won't be necessary. After all, when the chief of police dies, the game will be over. And the most interesting game it's been.
But haven't there been enough deaths?
You look very sentimental, my dear. I'm afraid you never would make a good chess player. Pieces have been taken, that's all.
Rachel, suppose we just give up. Say you won.
That's right, Rachel. We'll see to the game. But let me do something about Adams. There's still time. I've got everything ready here. All the instruments.
No, sir. This is one game I won't have ceded. But I insist on having played out to the last move.
That's the way you want it. All right. If I'm not mistaken, it's my move now. The formaldehyde won't help them any. Here's his gun, Alex. Watch him while I get these tourniquets back on Adams.
You think you can still see?
His pulse is weak, but I think we can still save him. As for you, Rachel, you made one bad mistake. You forgot that 3 of us came to your shop. The White King, White Queen, and White Knight. That would put you in check.
Well, Strand, I felicitate and congratulate you. If I am to lose, I prefer to lose in my own way.
Watch your...
Oh, he went through the window.
There's a railroad underpass right outside. A drop of about 60 feet. I think that's game, match, and tournament.
What? You mean the game's over already? Well, that's impossible. We've still got some characters left, at least 3 of them that haven't been killed off. We've been robbed, and I think we ought to call for a return match. Let's take a vote on it there. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. That's funny. It came out just the way it did for our friend Rachel. The eyes got it.
Heavens, let's not have another game of chess.
Yes, Mary. Now do you see why they call the pieces chess men instead of women? Oh, this game's too rough for women.
It certainly is rough.
Oh, if you feel worn out and tired, why don't you rest a while? Then you can slip into something comfortable, like a winding sheet. And if you want to be really fancy, you can put on your sterling silver medallion. What? You have no medallion? Well, here's how you get one. Just send...
Never mind. I'll tell them then. Ladies, if you want to own a handsome sterling silver medallion, just send 25 cents and the box top from a package of Lipton, the tea with the brisk flavor, to Lipton Tea, Box 92, New York City.
Before I say goodnight, a word of advice. If you should ever get into a chess game with a stranger and you happen to notice that he's got a knickknack on his lap, don't get up and run. Just make sure that there's someone else around to help pick up the pieces. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is Lay That Pistol Down by Richard Powell. And yes, let me tell you about next week's Inner Sanctum story. Directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a picture that kills everyone who owns it. It's a masterpiece of murder. Yes, just as soon as a man hangs up his picture, the vice versa happens. The picture hangs him. And now it's time to close the squeaking door until next Tuesday. So, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Folks, the next time you send a box of food to your boy overseas, be sure to include a package or two of Lipton's noodle soup mix. You see, Lipton's is just like a taste of home. Yes, it has the same homemade chicken-y taste as the soup you make yourself. The soup your boy's always been so fond of. That's why it's such a thoughtful, welcome little gift to send Lipton's. And as you know yourself, Lipton's noodle soup makes a grand snack. So remember, send a package or two to your boy. And remember to tune in next Tuesday night for another Inner Sanctum mystery.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the Hall of Fantasy. Welcome to the series of radio dramas dedicated to the supernatural, the unusual, and the unknown. Come with me, my friends. We shall descend to the world of the unknown and forbidden, down to the depths where the veil of time is lifted, and the supernatural reigns as king. Come with me and listen to the tale of the Black Figurine of Death.
Is that you, David?
Yes, I heard a shot.
So did we. I thought it was one of you.
It was Sawyer. He came out late tonight. I found him out in the mausoleum about an hour ago.
Here's his room.
Try the door.
It's open.
He's on the floor.
Is he?
Yes. He's dead.
In just a moment, the Hall of Fantasy will present the Black Figurine of Death. And now for our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Black Figurine of Death.
Through all the years of man's existence, no matter what he has learned or been taught from generation to generation, still he carries in the innermost depths of his mind a certain fear of the darkness, a fear of the night, which is somehow associated with death, and which in actuality is the fear of death itself. Each of us in his lifetime will probably come in contact with some psychic phenomenon, either directly or indirectly through the experience of a relative or acquaintance. An experience never to be forgotten. And about such an experience is my story tonight. I was there with the others the night he died. We stood at the foot of the bed, Joyce and Harold and I. Amos Jansen's head was cushioned on a pillow, and in his hand he held a little figurine. You sent for us, Uncle Amos?
Of course I did. Otherwise you wouldn't be here in my room, Harold.
No, Uncle Amos is no...
Be quiet! Be quiet, all of you. You're here too, David.
Yes, sir,
I didn't ask for a speech, young man. I'll do the talking if you don't mind. I must speak to all of you while I still have time.
Why don't you rest, Uncle Amos?
Rest? You'd like to see that, wouldn't you, Joyce? David and Harold. What? No answer from any of you? I know why you can't say anything. Because it's the truth.
Now, see here, Uncle Amos.
Don't listen to me, young man. These last years of my life, you've all left me alone. You've had more important things to do. That is, until tonight. Tonight you're all here because you know I'm dying. You've come here like a pack of wolves, waiting for me to die, waiting for your chance to inherit my estate.
Oh, that's not true, Uncle Amos.
Oh, isn't it? I think it is. Don't worry. You'll inherit the estate, the three of you. But in the end, you'll wish you never had.
What do you mean, Uncle Amos?
That though I die, you'll see me again. All of you who've hated me. And you'll know of my presence when you see this.
Oh, that's just a little figurine, Uncle Amos.
You'll wish you'd never seen it before I'm through. You'll wish that you'd never known me, that you'd never been born. Before you die, you'll all learn what fear is. You'll learn how it feels to be alone.
Uncle Amos.
He's dead, Joyce.
Oh, no. Oh, no, he can't be.
He's dead, all right.
What's that?
Something dropped out of his hand. Why? It's the little figurine. The little figurine lay there on the floor. It had fallen from Uncle Amos's hand just as he died. And when it struck the floor, it had broken into 3 pieces. I picked them up and held them in my hand. The pieces fitted together perfectly, much like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. It was a queer little figure, its arms raised in supplication, a look of fear upon its face. There was something frightening about it. 3 days later, Uncle Amos was buried in the family mausoleum at the north end of the estate. A week after that, we had gathered again in the library of the old house with Carl Sawyer, the executor of the estate.
As you know, your uncle appointed me as executor of the estate and left instructions that the 3 main heirs, 10 days following his demise, be gathered together in this house for a reading of the will.
You told us that earlier, Mr. Sawyer.
So I did. Are you all seated comfortably?
Quite comfortably, Mr. Sawyer.
It's a rather long will, you know. Now, I shall begin. I, Amos Johnson, being of sound mind and body, do make, ordain, and publish this instrument as my last will and testament.
Mr. Sawyer, why don't you just tell us about the will?
That's a rather unusual procedure, David.
Well, David's right, Mr. Sawyer. It'll save a lot of time and trouble.
Well, perhaps you're right. Let me see. Now, referring to the disposition of the monies and property, it's to be divided equally amongst the 3 of you. Of course, there are certain gifts to the servants.
Naturally.
Yes, naturally. There is a considerable amount of money to be divided, even after taxes. Each of you will be independent for life.
I can't understand Uncle Amos willing us the entire estate. The night he died...
Contrary to what you may think, your Uncle Amos was really quite fond of you.
Is that all to the will, Mr. Sawyer?
No. Of course, you realize that if one of you were to die, his or her share of the estate would be divided between the 2 remaining heirs. And there is one other proviso which I cannot quite understand.
Yes?
Your uncle made one condition referring to the disposition of the monies. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, yes. Here it is. May I read it, please? The heirs are to reside in the family house on the estate for a period of 1 year. If this is not done, their claim to the estate is to be nullified, and they are to be left without a penny. Unfortunately, they were present very infrequently during the last years of my life.
That's a rather strange provision.
Yes, isn't it? However, as executor of your uncle's will, it is up to me to make sure the provisions are carried out. And believe me, I feel a deep sense of duty to your late uncle.
The four of us discussed the will until the early hours of the morning. We persuaded Sawyer to spend the night with us, to return to the city in the morning. The house became quite silent, and the only sound I heard was the ticking of the clock on my dresser. I wondered about the provision of the will in which Uncle Amos ordered that we make our residence in his house. I was lying awake in bed thinking of that when... Standing outside my door in the hallway was the housekeeper.
Mr. David?
Yes, Emily?
I found this in my bedroom tonight.
Oh, let me see it.
Here.
Mm-hmm. It's a little black figurine, just like the one my uncle had. You can have it back now, Emily.
It frightened me, so I came to you, Mr. David.
How do you think it got there, Emily?
Well, there's something strange going on in this house, Mr. David. And I have an idea. I know who's in bed.
Who's talking out there? Oh, it's you, David. And Emily. You're up rather late, aren't you?
Yes, Mr. Sawyer. I was just going to bed, if you'll excuse me.
Good night, Emily.
Good night, sir. I'll see you in the morning.
Well, I suppose I'd better get back to bed, too. Good night, David.
Good night, Mr. Sawyer. I watched him go back into his room. Then I turned and went back into mine. Emily had been on the point of saying something to me. Something that was important enough to her to make a special trip to my room. I got back into bed and wondered what she'd wanted to tell me. Little by little, sleep clouded my brain. And I was half asleep.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Black Figurine of Death.
I had been just on the point of falling asleep. Sawyer, I heard someone scream.
So did I, David.
I don't know. I heard something.
I know I did. There's David and Mr. Sawyer. Maybe they can tell us what happened. Did you two hear anything?
It was a scream. First, I thought it might have been you, Joyce.
I think it came from the servants' quarters.
Emily.
What did you say, David?
It'll keep. Come on.
Do you think it was the housekeeper, David?
It has to be.
Maybe she was just startled or something.
Well, we'll see in a moment.
No, that's your room, just down the hall.
I hope it's nothing serious.
It was serious enough to make her scream. Emily!
Emily, is anything wrong?
Well, try the door, David.
Right. It's unlocked.
The light's on in there.
She's not in bed. She's...
Oh, on the floor!
Maybe she fainted.
No. She's dead.
And look, right beside her, there's a little broken black figurine.
Though the police came out and went over everything, there were no clues to follow. They said that Emily had been strangled, but there was nothing to indicate who might have done it. The police continued their investigation for almost a month. But at the end of that time, all they could write down in their case book was murder unsolved. One evening, about 6 weeks after Emily's death, Harold, Joyce, and I were in the living room. The police said they'd never be able to find out who did it unless something new turned up, and it probably won't.
Oh, the whole thing frightens me. I still remember Uncle Amos's dying words. That though I die, you'll see me again. All of you who have hated me. And you'll know of my presence when you see this. Oh, it makes me shudder every time I think of it.
I've been thinking about what he said, too, Joyce. I wonder if he could come back. You mean come back after death? Yes. Don't be a fool, Harold. Once a man dies, he's dead. Is he? I'm not so sure of that.
You shouldn't talk that way, Harold. It's frightening.
Would you come out with me to the mausoleum, Dave? Why? I don't know. I just want to check, that's all.
Well, I don't think either of you should go.
I'll go, Harold.
Well, I won't.
That's all right, Joyce. No one expects you to. All right, David, let's go. I've always had an interest in the supernatural, David. You know, there's certain things that happen, psychic phenomena, which have no normal or natural explanation. I've never seen any. Nor have I. But what's to say that Uncle Amos can't return? Oh, you got the key? Yeah. Open the door. It's a good thing we brought these flashlights. Yes, it's pretty dark in there. Shall we go in? I guess so. I still don't see any reason for coming in here, Harold. There may not be. Then again, he's in that crypt over there. Nothing's been disturbed in here. It looks just like it did the day he was placed here. Just a minute. This wasn't here the day he was buried. What? This? Strange. I didn't see that when I came in. You probably weren't looking over there. I wasn't either. Another little black figurine. Broken just like the others. It gave me an eerie sensation. The little figure was broken into 3 pieces. I looked at Harold, and he seemed to be as afraid as I was. We locked up the mausoleum again and went back to the house. By that time, I began to wonder if perhaps Uncle Amos was striking back at us from beyond the grave. We said goodnight about 11 and retired to our rooms. I couldn't get to sleep. I'd fall into a half doze and then snap out of it again. I felt as if someone were watching me. That there were unseen eyes in the dark waiting for me to fall asleep. I knew it was only my imagination, yet that feeling would not go away. About 3 o'clock, I got out of bed. I decided to return to the mausoleum. As I went out the front door, I noticed a light drizzle had sprung up. Something drew me toward the mausoleum, a compulsion, an inner force over which I had absolutely no control. I walked slowly up the gravel walk leading to the mausoleum, not even noticing the light rain which fell on me. When I was close enough to see the doorway, I received a distinct shock. For the door was open, and there was a circle of light behind it. I walked to the door. I tried to get through the door quietly. I jarred it a little, and the noise made the man inside whirl around. In his hand, he held a gun.
David! What are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question, Mr. Sawyer.
Back now to our story. An original tale of fantasy by Richard Thorne entitled The Black Figurine of Death.
I had gone into the mausoleum. Standing there with a gun in his hand was the executor of the estate, Carl Sawyer.
David! What are you doing here?
I might ask you the same question, Mr. Sawyer.
I began to wonder.
I don't believe in people coming back after they die, but...
Is that the reason for the gun?
I didn't know what I'd find. I wanted to be safe, that's all. Now that I see it's you, I'll put it back in my pocket. By the way, David, what are you doing out here?
I was restless. Harold thinks everything that's happened has some supernatural significance. All his talk made me nervous.
I see. And do you think that there is something supernatural about the way Emily died?
I don't know, Mr. Sawyer. I just don't know. Sawyer and I returned to the house. I asked him to spend the remainder of the night with us. Besides, I wanted to keep an eye on him. I didn't feel much like sleeping, so I went down to the library, picked out a book, and sat down to read.
David?
Yes?
Mr. Sawyer told me you were down here. What's the matter?
I can't sleep.
David, I talked to Mr. Sawyer for almost 10 minutes. He said he thinks that you're in back of everything.
What did you say to that?
I told him I thought he was wrong.
Thanks for your confidence, Joyce.
The more I think about it, the more I think that Harold's right in what he says.
You mean that Uncle Amos has come back to life?
Yes.
I'd keep an eye on Sawyer if I were you.
Do you think he's in back of it?
I'm not sure.
But you must have some reason for it.
I went out to the mausoleum tonight about an hour ago. Sawyer was out there. He had a gun in his hand.
He told me he was just curious.
Why should he suddenly get curious at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Well, it does seem rather odd that he...
No!
Yeah.
Stay away from me! I don't want to move! Stay away!
That was Sawyer. Come on.
We couldn't happen again. It just couldn't.
We'll see. That you, David? Yes. I heard a shot.
So did we.
I thought it was one of you.
Sawyer.
He came out late tonight. I found him out in the mausoleum about an hour ago.
Here's his room.
Try the door. It's open.
On the floor.
Is he? Yes. He's dead. Sawyer lay there on the floor, sprawled in the grotesque position of death. By one outstretched hand was a gun, and by the other, broken into 3 pieces, was a little black figurine. Harold called the police. They said they'd be out as soon as they could. The 3 of us went downstairs to the living room. I was right. It is Uncle Amos who's behind it.
It must be. There's no other explanation.
I told you before that there are certain things which can never be explained. The deaths of Emily and Sawyer prove that.
You don't still think that Sawyer was in back of it, do you, David?
Hardly. Will or no will, I'm leaving here now. I'm not going to stay around here and be killed like the others. I'm going upstairs and back. I'll be down in a while.
I'm going to leave too, David. What about you?
I don't know. I still can't make myself believe.
David!
Stay here.
Oh, no, I'll go with you. Harold's dead.
He has to be all right. Harold! Harold!
Doesn't answer.
Harold! Where are you?
Harold! Harold, answer us!
His door is open.
He'll be dead. He'll be dead just like the others.
No, Joyce, he's not here.
The mausoleum. Uncle Amos came and took him back to the mausoleum.
We went into Sawyer's room. Harold wasn't there, nor was Sawyer's gun. I supposed that Harold had picked it up on his way to the room. I decided to go out to the mausoleum to see if Joyce was right, to see if Harold's dead body would be found there. Joyce wouldn't remain in the house alone, so together we started out through the rain-filled night.
Why don't we wait until the police come, Dave?
If this is something supernatural, then they wouldn't be able to help us anyway.
David.
What's the matter?
The mausoleum door's open.
You can stay here if you want. I'm going in.
I'll go with you.
Stay close to me, Joyce.
I will. I don't like it in here, David.
Neither do I. But you're going to remain here for some time.
David!
That was Harold's voice. That's right. But turn the flashlight on. You can see me then.
But we thought you were...
Dead? Hardly. But you two will be very soon.
Here's a gun, David.
That's right, Sawyer's gun. Plan this very carefully, David. When the police arrive, they'll find the three of you dead, and I'll be wounded. Tell them that Sawyer was behind it all, that he killed both of you out here, and that he came into the house searching for me. There was a fight. The gun went off. And he died.
Then you killed Emily and Sawyer?
Yes. Going to kill both of you, too. You don't think I believed all that hokum I fed you about Uncle Amos coming back, do you? Of course not. It served its purpose. And now you'll serve yours.
Hell, look out in back of us.
How stupid do you think I am?
Uncle Amos is coughing and slipping. Get out of the way!
Get out of the way! He's dead, Joyce.
Uncle Amos.
What did you say?
Remember what Uncle Amos said when he was dying? That he'd come back and settle with us. The coffin. I wonder if it was just an accident that it slipped out of the crypt. Or whether Uncle Amos really did come back.
Tonight's tale of the unusual, the terrifying, the unknown. Join us again when next we journey down the corridors of the Hall of Fantasy to hear another strange tale of the supernatural. All characters and events portrayed in these programs are fictional, and any similarity to actual events or persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Broadcasting System presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Robert A. Arthur and David Colvin, and starring two of radio's foremost personalities, Bryna Rayburn and Lyle Suzo, in Stranger in the House. This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can, as we follow the nerve-wracking adventures of a young couple in search of a home. It's the story I call Stranger in the House. The scene, the small village of Woodford in Vermont. It's 9 o'clock in the evening, and the main street of the village is deserted. A car comes speeding through the village, and with a squeal of its brakes, comes to a stop before the home of Dr. Samuel Stewart. A young woman, obviously distraught, gets out from behind the wheel of the car and hurries up the walk to the doctor's home. Yes, won't you come in?
Thank you. Doctor, you've got to help me. I can't stand it anymore.
Of course I'll help you. Here, let me have your coat. All right. Now, what appears to be wrong?
I don't know how to tell you about it. You'll think I'm insane, but I'm not. I'm
sure you're not. Now, why not start from the beginning and tell me what's troubled you?
Well, I suppose it all began the day my husband and I left this village to look at a house in the country that was for sale. Yes, I can recall how happy we were as we drove through the countryside. Oh, Roger. Darling, I do hope this will be the house we're searching for. Oh, look, we're coming to the old colonial graveyard the agent told us about. He said the house was a quarter of a mile beyond.
Yeah, that's right. At the end of this curve, there should be a small bridge over stream.
Small bridge over stream?
Mm-hmm. Look, there it is. Now, the house should be just a little beyond.
Roger, I don't recall the agent having mentioned the bridge.
Why, he must have, darling. How else would I have known it was there? Now, look, there's the house.
Oh, Roger, isn't it beautiful?
Uh-huh.
Oh, and what a view it commands.
Right, now, look, Jane, you mustn't get too excited about the place. It's probably all fallen to ruins inside.
Oh, nonsense, darling. You can see it's one of those early colonial houses built to endure for centuries. Oh, it's just what we've been dreaming of.
Yes. This place certainly looks wild and desolate, doesn't it?
Well, naturally. The agent said it's been empty for years. Come on.
I don't know what I do with that key now.
Roger, look at this old engraved plate set in the wall. You can barely make it out. Whitford Manor. Oh, that's a lovely name.
Yeah, here we are. Here's the key.
Whitford Manor. Oh, I know I'm going to love this place.
There you are. After you, Mrs. Barton.
Cold and clammy in here.
Yes, but look at that staircase, that beautiful staircase and those ceiling beams. Janie, honey, you were right. This place was built to endure. This house is in wonderful condition.
Yes, so it seems.
And it's just the size house we need, with 4 rooms upstairs.
4 rooms upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how do you know, Roger, that the agent never mentioned how many rooms the house had?
He didn't. Well, there's only one way to find out, then. Let's go upstairs and look. Come on, Janie. These stairs are as sound as the day they were built. This house would require very little in the way of repairs.
Yes, but it hasn't any electricity, Roger.
Oh, so what? We could use lamps till a line could be run to the house. There. Hey, see what I tell you? There are 4 rooms upstairs.
Yes, so there are. It's as though you'd been in this house before.
Well, as a matter of fact, I almost have a feeling I have been. Maybe that's the reason I like it. Hey, darling, what's the matter? You've been ever so quiet since we entered the house. Don't you care for it?
Oh, it's lovely, Roger, only...
Only what?
I don't know. It seems unfriendly.
Unfriendly? Well, who ever heard of a house being unfriendly? And you were crazy about the place when we drove up to it.
Yes, I know, but that was before we entered
it. Honey, it's even nicer inside than it is outside.
Yes, I suppose so.
And think of what a bargain it is at $5,000, Jay. Why, we've looked at houses that cost twice as much and weren't as nice.
It is a bargain.
But you still don't like it, do you? All right. Then we'll keep looking till we find a house we both like.
Oh, nonsense, darling. Well, we'll never find anything nicer. Now, that room with the southern exposure will be our bedroom, and that one will...
Jane, you're wonderful. And we will be happy here, honey. I know we will.
In the weeks that followed, I was too busy with the repairs and furnishings of the house to give any thought to my misgivings. But they all returned in overwhelming force that first evening in our new home. I left Roger sitting in the study and made my way up the dark, winding staircase to our bedroom. After tossing for what seemed hours, I fell into a fitful sleep. I suddenly awakened to hear the clock in the hall striking the hour. It was 4 o'clock, and Roger's bed was empty. Quickly slipping on my robe, I left my room and started down the stairs to the study. As I reached the foot of the stairs, I stopped.
Who are you?
To my astonishment, I heard Roger's voice in the study. I slowly approached until I was at the door.
Clearer. It's so difficult. The mist obscures your face. Who are you? Well, why don't you say something?
Roger! Roger, unlock this door. It's Jane.
It's coming between us. I can hardly see you. Oh, no, don't go. Come back, please. Come back.
Darling, please unlock this door, please. Roger! Oh, Roger.
What is it, Jane?
I was so frightened. Oh, are you talking to him?
Talking to him?
Yes.
Well, I don't know. I must have been dreaming.
Yes, you must have been there. There isn't anyone... Roger, you smell perfume in here.
Perfume? Well, yes. Isn't it the perfume I gave you for your birthday?
Oh, no, it isn't my perfume. It smells like narcissus.
Yes.
Darling, what were you dreaming about?
Well, it was night, and all around me was a mist. A mist so heavy I couldn't see more than a few feet. There was a woman.
A woman?
Yes, I could barely make out her face in this swirling mist. But it was a beautiful face. The most beautiful I've ever seen.
How strange. Of course it was a dream.
Yes, of course.
We both agreed it was a dream. But in our unspoken thoughts, it was more than a dream. The next day, I entered the study several times to find Roger sitting at his desk, staring into space. The scent of narcissus was gone. That night, Roger tossed and turned in his bed, unable to fall asleep. Just before dawn, I awoke to find his bed empty. A cold terror swept over me as I left my room and started down the stairs to the study. And then I heard that which I most dreaded to hear. Roger's voice.
Who are you? Oh, this mist. If only you'd come closer. Bridge the distance between us. I've seen you before, haven't I? And yet, where? Yes, I can see much better now. You are beautiful. Who are you?
Roger! Roger, please open the door.
Why are you leaving? No, please don't. Come back, please, come back.
Darling, let me in. Please open the door. Roger, are you all right?
Yes, of course I'm all right.
The scent of narcissus. Still, he's filled with it.
Why did you wake me?
You saw her again, didn't you? The narcissus. It's her scent.
You only had an awakening.
Roger, what are you saying?
If only she'd spoken to me.
What are you saying? It is a dream, isn't it? It must be.
I don't know. When twilight comes, I feel her presence in the house, in this room.
It's your imagination. It must be.
Yes, but the scent of narcissus, where does that come from?
I don't know, but it's evil. The house is evil. We must leave it.
Leave it? No, we can't leave it. I've got to see her again. I've got to find out who she is.
Roger, we must leave. I don't understand what's happening to us, but it's evil. I can feel it.
No, I won't leave. I can't.
Roger, unlock this door. I want to talk to you. Roger!
What do you want? I thought I told you I wasn't to be disturbed.
I must talk to you, make you realize that
Tonight, Jane, she was closer to me than ever before, so close I could almost touch her. I spoke, and she started to reply, and then you knocked.
Roger, what's happening to you? She's from another world, a phantom, an evil one.
No, she isn't evil. She couldn't be. She's too beautiful.
Darling, look at me. You can't let her come between us. I'm your wife. I love you.
I don't want your love.
Roger, listen to me. You must come away from this house. You must leave at once.
No.
I insist.
Will you get out of here? And don't come back. I'll never leave her.
As I fled from the house, Doctor, I could still hear him shouting, "I'll never leave her." Oh, you must help me, Doctor. You must.
I'll do what I can, Mrs. Fox.
You don't think I'm losing my sanity, do you?
No. That which you fear may well be. Look, there's a history to Wickford Manor, though few people are familiar with it.
A history?
Yes. The house was built in 1811 by Martin Wickford for his bride, Marie Duval.
It was considered one of the finest houses in New England. A year later, Marie's sister Isabel came to live with the Wickfords. From some of the old records, letters, I gather she was a remarkably beautiful woman. So beautiful that Martin Wickford fell in love with her. And she with him.
Then what happened?
One day, while Martin was hunting in the mountains, he was killed in a fall. When his companions brought his body back to Wickford Manor, they found Marie, his wife, dead. She'd been poisoned.
Poisoned?
Yes. At the sight of Martin's body, Isabel went to pieces and confessed to the poisoning of her sister. But before she could be arrested, she did away with herself. In the study.
In the study?
Yes. There's a quotation in the Bible to the effect that a murderer shall find no peace in the hereafter. Isabel Duval was a murderess.
Then you do believe her spirit is in the house?
In the years that followed the tragedy, Wickford Manor had a succession of tenants, all of whom left after a brief residence.
You mean they saw her too?
Well, the tenants made no claims of seeing anyone, but their fear of an unknown element in the house led to their leaving.
Yes, but if the other tenants never saw her, why should Roger see her?
Mrs. Barton, have you ever visited some place for the first time, had the feeling you'd seen the place before?
Oh, well, yes, but that was imagination.
Can one be sure it is imagination? Perhaps you had seen that place in the long ago as another person.
As another person?
Yes.
You mean Roger, as another person, had once known Wickford Manor?
How else do you account for his remembrances of things he'd never seen in this life?
I don't know. Doctor, you're trying to tell me something. What is it?
All I know is we must return to the manor at once. The spirit that's abroad in that house is one to be feared more than death itself.
Please. Please, come closer. There's nothing to be afraid of. She's gone. Oh, please, there are only the two of us now. You're beautiful. You're so beautiful. We have met before, haven't we?
Yes. We have met before.
You spoke.
I've waited so long for you, Martin.
Why do you call me Martin? My name is Roger.
It was Martin. Then.
Then? What do you mean?
Look at me, Martin. Look into my eyes. Don't you remember?
Yes. Yes, but where? Where?
Think, Martin. Think. Time is the barrier between us, but we shall overcome it. Think back into the dim past when you lived in this house and we loved each other.
What? Isabel. Isabel.
Yes, Martin. Isabel. Do you remember now?
Yes. I remember everything up to the day I went hunting in the mountains. And I fell. What happened to me, Isabel? What happened to us? To our love?
Don't think of that accursed day, darling. Think of the future. Our happiness together.
Yes, Isabel, our happiness together.
Just the two of us. In this house, I have waited so long for you to come back, Martin. But at last we are together.
Yes, darling, forever.
Roger, please open the door. Roger.
She's come back, Isabel. Don't go. Darling, don't leave me.
I must, Martin.
No, come back. Come back, please, come back.
Roger, unlock this door.
What do you want? Who's he?
Oh, this is Dr. Stewart, Roger. Doctor, this is my husband.
What the devil did you bring him here for?
Roger, please. I thought perhaps you could help.
What do you mean help us? I don't need anyone's help.
Your wife has told me everything.
My wife has quite an imagination, Doctor.
Roger.
Lately she's taking to imagining all sorts of things. I'm beginning to believe she's become unbalanced.
I'm not. How can you say such a thing?
I wish you'd trust me, Mr. Barton. Allow me to try to help you. I must warn you, the spirit of the woman you see in this study is an evil one that will lead you to disaster.
I told you I don't need help from you or anyone. Now get out, both of you.
Roger.
Come along, Mrs. Button.
All I ask is to be left alone.
Oh, Roger.
Please don't cry, Mrs. Barton.
You saw him. It's as though he was possessed.
Yes, I know.
We must do something. We must.
We shall, but not tonight. I must have time to think about it. But you'd better return to the village with me.
No, I don't want to leave him in the house alone. Something might happen to him.
Are you sure you want to stay?
Yes.
Very well. I'll return late tomorrow afternoon. When I do, we will take action.
Look at her, Martin, lying there in her bed, asleep, so defenseless. If you want me, you must get rid of her. Hurry, Martin, it is almost dawn and I must leave. There's no time to waste.
Yes, Isabel, yes. We can't let her come between us. I'll do as you say.
Oh, who's there?
Roger.
Oh, for a moment I was frightened. What time is it?
Well, it's just dawn. I have to do it, Jane. I have to.
No, Roger, do it.
I can't let you come between Isabel and myself. Not now. Not after we've found each other again.
Tighter, Martin, tighter. Until she stops struggling and is still forever.
Isabel, don't leave me. Isabel, where are you? Isabel.
Roger.
Come back, Isabel. Come back.
Roger, can't you see what she's doing to you? Tonight she'll be back again and she won't let you fail.
Isabel, Roger, don't leave me. Now, please, don't leave me, Isabel.
Oh, Roger.
And then he stopped choking you, ran out of your room and down to the study?
Yes.
Where is he now?
He's still in the study. He's been there all day.
I should have known better than to have let you remain in this house last night. She knows that if he murders you, he'll join her cursed spirit forever.
Oh, look, it's growing dark out. Soon she'll appear before him again. Doctor, we must do something. Last night you said you'd help me.
And I will. This woman, Isabel, has been denied the peace of the grave because her sister's blood is on her hand. She belongs neither to the living or the dead, only to this house. If we could get your husband to leave, it might break the spell she's cast over him.
Yes, but he absolutely refuses to leave.
Then we must force him to.
Force him to?
Yes. I can very quickly give him a hypodermic, render him unconscious.
Yes, then we could carry him away.
To make sure he never returns to this house, we must burn it to the ground before we leave.
Burn the house?
Yes. Unless, of course, you don't want to.
Oh, yes. Yes, we will burn it. And the evil that's in it.
Then if you'll lead the way to the study.
All right, Doctor. Have you the hypodermic ready?
Yes. Now, when your husband opens the door, just gain his attention for a moment. Long enough for me to give him the hypodermic.
Very well. Shall I knock now?
Yes, I'm ready.
Roger, open the door. I want to talk to you.
What do you want? Why has he come back to this house?
Oh, he's come to take me away, Roger.
Take you away? Well, good. I'm glad to see you. What did you stick me with? What's that in your hand, Doctor?
Just a hypodermic, Mr. Barton.
A hypodermic? Well, why? What are you up to? You're trying to take me away from this house. From her. Well, I won't go. I won't go. Do you hear? You... No,
Doctor, quick, he's falling.
I've got it, Mrs. Barton.
Yes.
Now, I suggest you take that lamp and smash it on the floor.
Yes, let's burn the place to the ground.
That's it. Now, you better help me carry your husband out of the house, Mrs. Barton. In a little while, this house will be a mass of flame. He's regaining consciousness now, Mrs. Barton.
Will he remember what happened?
I don't know.
Huh? Oh. Hello, Damon.
Sorry.
I had a terrible dream. I was so confused. Janie, darling, you're crying.
It's nothing, darling. You've been very ill, but now you're going to be all right.
Of course.
Well, who are you?
He's Dr. Stewart, Roger. He's been looking after you during your illness.
Oh. Where am I?
You're in my home, Mr. Barton.
Oh.
Yes, darling. Our own house burned down last night.
It burned down? Oh, that's too bad. Why, we only had one night in our new home.
One night? Yes, of course, Roger.
Well, Mrs. Barton, in spite of the loss of your home, I think you were very fortunate. There are things far worse than fire.
Yes, Doctor. And I can never thank you enough for breaking the bridge between the past and the present.
What are you two talking about?
Oh, nothing, darling. Nothing at all. Oh, Roger. Oh, darling, you've been humming that all day.
Well, I'm just glad to be out of a sick bed and on my way to California. Look, we just crossed the state line into Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we've come almost 600 miles since dawn.
Yeah, it's getting dark.
Mm-hmm.
I think we ought to stop now for the night.
Anything you say, darling.
Yeah, let's stop at the next motel.
All right. I guess I better turn my headlights on. There.
Oh, darling, I've never been so happy. Roger.
What?
Do you smell something?
Yes, it's good country air.
No, I don't mean that.
Jenny, what's wrong with you?
Don't you smell it?
Smell what? Oh, you mean that perfume?
Yes.
That seems familiar. Yes. What is it?
Narcissus.
Narcissus. Wasn't that the... said in the study that first evening?
Yes. She's in the car, isn't she, Roger? She followed us. Roger, answer me.
What?
Roger, you mustn't listen to her. She's trying to come between us. Darling, look at me. Look at me. Why are you slowing down? No. No. No!
This is the mysterious traveler again.
Did you enjoy our search?
Poor Janie. There are some ghosts you just can't escape from. Strangely enough, as Roger Barton was being hanged some 6 months later for his wife's murder, everyone noticed a strange scent of perfume about the gallows. Some people said afterwards it was the scent of narcissus. I trust that if you ever see a house for the first time that looks familiar, you'll have the good sense to turn and flee. Perhaps a ghost out of your past awaits in that house. A ghost that's been waiting for you a long time, and he's... Oh, you have to get off here. I'm sorry. I'm sure we meet again. I take this same train every week at this same time.
Just heard The Mysterious Traveler. Now you can follow other tense and exciting adventures of a mysterious traveler in the current issue of the Mysterious Traveler magazine, now available. In our cast were Bryna Rayburn and Lyle Sugo. Maurice Chaplin starred in the title role. Music under the direction of Emerson Buckley, composed by Richard DuPage. This program came to you from New York. For news, the habit is mutual. Every day, Mutual's corps of expert reporters, commentators, and analysts bring you up-to-the-minute editions of late news happenings. Every weekday evening, Gabriel Heater, Bill Henry, and Frank Edwards bring you their colorful, concise, and penetrating views of current events. Every Saturday and Sunday evening, you can hear veteran correspondent Cecil Brown with a weekend news roundup. Stay tuned to Mutual every day for news reports by these 4 experts, all heard over most of these same stations. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your lights. Turn them out. You heard the story? The house with a past, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
It's 8 o'clock, Paul. You'll have to hurry if you're going to get to the store on time this morning.
I'm hurrying.
Oh, you know, Paul, I think I'm going to like this little town. No, I couldn't bear the thought of moving here when you first told me you had bought out the drugstore in a little jerkwater town.
I think we'll be happy here, honey.
Oh, imagine finding a dear little house like this, all furnished. Why, it's nicer than anything we could get in the city. And the rent so reasonable. How did you ever happen to locate it, Paul?
Well, Mr. Rogers, a banker here in town, owns it. It belonged to some member of his family. They've gone away or something, so he rented it to me. Now, I've got to go, honey.
All right. Will you be home for lunch?
I'll call you on the phone if I can get away.
Okay. Oh, listen, dear. You must be careful about leaving lights on in the house all night. When you came to our room after listening to the radio last night, you left 3 lights on in the living room.
What? No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
But I tell you, I didn't, Margaret.
Our neighbors in small towns might think it very strange if they saw lights burning at all hours of night. Besides, we can't burn up money right now, Paul. Just getting started in this new business and all.
I don't know what you're talking about. I know I turned off the light before I came to bed last night.
I'm afraid you're getting absent-minded, honey, because 3 lamps were burning when I got up this morning.
No, I won't argue with you. I gotta go now.
All right. Don't get too absent-minded, dear. You might mix the wrong prescriptions for people. What? Well, look. Well, there goes the milkman right past the house. I told him to leave milk and cream every morning. Must have forgotten. Call him in, Paul.
All right, I will.
Let me see. What should I do first this morning? Oh, I love this little house. It's going to be grand living here. Oh, that must be the milkman. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Won't you come in?
Thank you, ma'am.
I guess you forgot about me this morning. I want milk and cream every day.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't forget about you exactly. I thought maybe you would be moving out already, so I didn't stop.
Moving out? Why, we just moved in day before yesterday.
Yes, ma'am, I know. But that's about as long as anybody stays in this house.
I don't see what you mean.
I just figured I wouldn't leave any milk for you because you might move away in a hurry and I might not get any pay.
Oh, we aren't in the habit of moving out of places in the nighttime. I still don't see what you mean.
The last folks that moved in here about 4 months ago, they got out in the night and in a hurry, too.
How strange. What for?
Well, if you haven't found out yet, you soon will.
Found out what?
This house. There's something in it. Queer things go on here. Things that frighten folks half out of their wits.
Yes? Well, what is it? What is it that's strange?
No one knows, ma'am. But they say the house is haunted.
Is it one of the superstitions of this little town?
I don't know, ma'am. But most folks here in town know it's true. Should I leave a quart of milk, ma'am?
Yes, and a pint of cream every morning, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Here, I'll pay you for the week. Then you won't be afraid that I'll run off and you won't get your money. Here you are. Is this the right amount?
That's right, ma'am.
Oh, someone at the door. Pardon.
It's your next-door neighbor, ma'am. I seen her coming across the backyard.
Oh, thank you. None of my neighbors have called as yet. Good morning.
Good morning.
You're Mrs. Liveston, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in?
Yes, although I can't stay long.
I'll be going, ma'am.
Oh, yes, and don't forget to stop every morning.
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I will.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Well, so you've moved in here to stay, have you? And your husband bought out the drugstore. Oh, it's too bad old Mr. Green had to die. He was such a good druggist, and I depended on him so. He fixed up the most marvelous remedy for my rheumatism. And I always say these new doctors mean well, but they don't know the old-fashioned remedies the old men did. Oh, no, sir.
Won't you come in the living room and sit down?
No, if you don't mind, I'll stay right here in the kitchen. Not that I'm afraid in this house in the daytime, mind you, but, well, I like to be right near a door where I can get out in a hurry.
Mrs. Dutton, will you please tell me what this mystery is all about? The milkman was trying to tell me something about him, but...
Now, that's just what I thought. I said to my man last night, I said, like as not, Seth Rogers. He's the banker who owns this house.
Oh, yes.
I said, I'll bet you dollars to donuts he didn't tell you folks a thing about it. Now, isn't that the limit?
Oh, what is it? Tell me all about it.
Well, there are no two ways about it. This house is haunted.
Huh? Oh, you don't mean to tell me that a lovely new house like this is branded with any old-fashioned belief like that?
Enough, all right. Sometimes I actually get so frightened right next door to it that I threatened to move out of the neighborhood. I said only last week that if I heard any more stories about it, I'd have to get out.
Oh, for goodness sake, tell me what it is. I don't want to live in ignorance of what's wrong with my own house.
That's what it is. Oh, it's a tragic story. A very tragic story.
Yeah? Well, tell me.
Well, this house was built for Mr. Rogers' daughter. He gave it to her for a wedding present. Oh, I remember as well as if it were yesterday. She was such a beautiful girl. And her husband. My, but he was handsome.
They live here in this house?
Yes, but only for 4 weeks, mind you. Just 4 weeks in this lovely little house.
How long ago was it?
Just 3 years ago last October. My, it was a terrible thing.
Oh, what happened to them?
Well, as I say, they'd only been married 4 weeks when one day he went out hunting. How well I remember that day. I was the first one over here when I heard about the accident.
To him, you mean?
Yes. Oh, my. To think that a couple so much in love should come to such a tragic end. Well, as I say, I was the first one over here. I even got here before Mr. Rogers came to tell his daughter about it. I had to break the news to her.
Something had happened to her husband, you mean?
Some other hunter shot him accidentally. Killed him outright.
Oh, how terrible.
Terrible is no word for it. And wait, you haven't heard the worst part of the story. 2 weeks afterwards, that poor girl, that lovely bride, who was a bride no more, killed herself.
Oh, no.
Yes, she did. Threw herself in the river. Drowned.
Oh, what a tragic thing.
Oh, her poor little body. They never recovered it, though they dragged the river for days and days.
Well, it's a terrible thing, Mrs. Dutton, but I don't see what it has to do with this house being haunted.
Oh, wait, I'm coming to that. You see, for 6 months after they died, it was closed up tight. Mr. Rogers never came near it. I came over and sorted out her clothes and personal things for him. He wouldn't step inside. Then I guess he decided to rent it. It was all furnished and everything.
Oh, it's so nice even now.
4 different families have tried to live in it since then. But they all moved away in a hurry. They claimed they heard things walking at night.
In this house?
Yes, walking all over it. Tragedy struck it too soon. And the ghosts of those young people come back to walk on the earth they were forced to leave.
Have you ever heard them walking?
No, and I don't want to.
Oh, I heard nothing last night.
But you will. You mark my words. Oh, great heavens. What was that?
Sounded like something in the living room. I'll go see.
Something certainly did fall.
What? Why, look. It's this beautiful vase that's set on the mantel. Oh, what a shame. It's broken in 1,000 pieces.
Not a car going by on the street to jar it up. Not a thing. Oh, I tell you, they're beginning to walk in the daytime. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. They haunt the house in the daytime now. Oh, let me out of here.
Paul, wake up. Turn on the lights.
What is it? What do you say?
Wake up. Turn on the light. Right there beside
the matter?
Listen. There's someone walking up in the attic.
I don't hear anything.
Wake up and listen, you will. You hear it?
I hear a noise.
Someone walking, I tell you. I can hear it plain as day. Oh, turn on the light.
Yeah. Now do you feel better when you can see?
I don't think I hear it, no.
I suppose whatever it was knew we turned on the lights and scampered away. Honey, I'm ashamed of you. You let that neighbor of yours get you all upset.
Oh, no, I haven't. I'm certain I heard someone walking upstairs.
Well, it's stopped now. What do you say we go back to sleep?
Well, let's sleep with the light on.
Nonsense. Well, I'm back to sleep and forget it.
All right. I'll try.
May I turn off the light then?
Yes, go ahead.
There. Now you calm your fears. Go back to sleep.
Oh, I know you think it sounded silly.
Of course I do. You can't scare me.
There are such things as ghosts, you know.
Where? In books?
In life.
Ah, you're silly.
Paul. Listen, Paul. There it is again. Don't you hear it?
I do hear a noise.
It's someone walking right up over our heads. Paul, you've got to go up in the attic and see what it is.
All right, I will. Just to satisfy you. But I know it isn't anything. Just the wind rattling something up there.
Wind doesn't make the sound of footsteps. Oh, hurry, Paul.
You wanted to get me?
I want you to find out what it is.
Well, where's my robe?
I'm beginning to see why people moved out of this house. How could they stay here with this strange walking over them?
You want to come with me?
No, I'll stay here. What's that? Oh, it's Paul walking up the attic stairs. Oh, I've got myself in a nice state of nerves. Now, if that's Paul, it sounds exactly like the walking before he went up there. What was that? Paul! Paul, come here! Paul, come here, quick! What happened?
Margaret, that was down in the kitchen.
I'm coming. What is it?
Look what's happened here.
My heavens. Oh, what in the world?
Every dish in the cupboard is smashed on the floor.
Oh, of all things. All these lovely dishes broken. What could cause it?
By golly, if this isn't the limit.
But what could cause it, Paul? Was there someone up in the attic?
No, there wasn't. But, Margaret.
Yes?
I don't want to get you frightened.
No,
now.
tell me, what did you see?
Well, it wasn't exactly what I saw. Well, in a way it was, too.
There was something, wasn't there?
As I was climbing the stairs to the attic, I don't know what it was, but I had the queerest sensation, as if something brushed my shoulder. I could feel it, almost see it. It was as if I were blind, and yet could sense someone or something trying to move stealthily past me.
Oh, Paul. Oh, dear, the house is haunted there.
I don't know. But if it is, and something did pass me on the stairs, it came down here in the kitchen and threw all these dishes on the floor.
Let's get out.
I'm going to talk to Mr. Rogers in the morning. I can't believe it yet, but there certainly is something going on here.
I know it. I heard them walking long before you did. And the vase on the mantel this morning, it broke too.
Keep calm, honey. We'll find out what it is. Right now, if you can find a cup that isn't broken, I'll have a gallon of black coffee.
What can the trouble in the house Paul and Margaret have rented be, eh? Who is moving about in their house in the dark of night? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
And now, the hermit again.
It is the next morning, and we find Paul in the office of Mr. Rogers. Listen.
It's all right, Mr. Liveston. You're welcome to move out. I'll refund your month's rent.
I don't want to do that, Mr. Rogers.
You stayed a night longer than anyone else who's rented the house. I don't blame you for going.
You haven't ever stayed there, have you?
No. I presume you know the story of my daughter and my son-in-law.
Yes, I do. I don't want to bring it all up for you again.
It's all right. It's with me all the time. What I started to say was, I can't bring myself to go in the house. I built it for my little girl. I couldn't go into it. Ever.
What I'd like to ask you is, do you take any stock in the story about the house being haunted?
I don't know. All I've heard is from the people who rented it. They say so.
But you don't believe it, do you?
I don't know. There might be some truth in it.
Yet you've never investigated.
Oh, I think you understand. I can't visit that house.
But maybe if you came and stayed in it, we could clear the matter up. Won't you come over to the house and stay with my wife and me tonight?
Well,
Please. We'll feel a lot better. We want to live in the house if possible.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try and forget my sorrow. I'll go there to the house tonight and stay with you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
If there is anything, we'll find it. But I don't want the house all torn to pieces.
Oh, no, sir. We won't do that.
I hate to lose the property. But if it's true that there is something wrong, I may have to burn the house down.
That would be a shame. My wife likes the house. We'd like to stay there.
Well, I'll be over tonight. Maybe we can straighten it out forever.
Good evening. Oh, Mrs. Dutton, come right in.
Suppose you're surprised to see me. I didn't think myself that I'd ever come into this house at night.
Well, now you're here, won't you take off your things and sit down?
I just brought this shawl. I'll keep it over my shoulders. Isn't that Mr. Rogers' car out in front?
Yes, it is.
Well, think of that. I never expected he'd come to this house. Never. Is there something wrong? Something more than usual, I mean?
Well, not exactly.
It must be something very strange that would bring him to this house. He never set foot inside it since the death of his daughter, you know.
So I understand. But he very kindly consented to do so after my husband went and talked to him.
What about?
Well, we like the house very well, and we'd like to stay here if we can.
Has anything else happened since the day I was over?
We did hear some strange sounds.
I knew it. And you've gone right on living here. How can you do it? Why, I'm sure Where's Mr. Rogers gone?
Oh, he and Paul are looking through the house. They've gone down the basement now, I think.
Searching? What for?
Well, nothing definite.
What could they find? Things that haunt houses couldn't be seen.
Well, you know how much better anyone feels after they've searched all through a house which frightens them.
Oh, my heavens. Look.
Where? What do you mean?
Can't you see? Look at that chair.
What?
Look at it.
Why, it's rocking.
Oh, of course it's rocking. All by itself.
Oh, they must have jarred it while they were down in the basement.
Oh, no. It's spirits rocking that chair. I know it. Whatever is in this house that haunts this place, it's after someone. Or it wants something. I know it. Oh, it's rocking again. All by itself. Oh, help! Help!
What is it? Yes, what's happened?
Oh, Mr. Rogers, it's you. Oh, I'm glad you've come. But now you may stop whatever it is in this house.
What is it, Mrs. Dutton?
See that chair there? It started to rock all by itself.
Did it, Margaret?
Well, yes, it did. I thought perhaps it was because you jarred the floor while you were down in the basement.
Oh, it was spirits. I know it. Oh, my nerves. My nerves are all unstrung. I've got to go home. Right now. Right now.
Well, she really was frightened, wasn't she?
Of course, if it did really move of its own accord, it would frighten anyone. I can't make it out. We haven't seen a thing.
Oh, it isn't that there's anything in the house that hurt you, Mr. Rogers. It's only this constant moving of things in the house. And in the nighttime, someone or something moving in the attic. We haven't seen anything either.
I don't think we shall. I shall have to admit I'm still at a loss to account for it, though. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll retire to my room for the night. But I promise you I shall stay awake. And if there is anything, we'll find it.
Well, I can hear it tonight, all right, Margaret. Was it the sound you heard?
Yes, that's it. Should we call Mr. Rogers?
No, let him hear it for himself. Then we'll be certain it isn't a product of our own minds.
How could it be a product of our own minds? There's certainly something moving about in the attic.
Someone, something walking. You're right, it is.
Yes?
Mr. Rogers.
Just a minute.
I think I heard what you've been referring to. The sound of something moving in the attic.
Yes, Mr. Rogers, we just heard it, too.
Shall we go up there?
Yes, I guess we better. I can't make it out.
I'm going to.
All right. Will your robe be warm enough?
Yes, I'm all right.
Then let's go right away.
Oh, wait. There aren't any lights in the attic. I'll take a flashlight.
Why, the attic was wired for electricity.
I guess the bulbs have been taken out then. Because I couldn't get any light the other night when I went up there.
Listen. I hear it again. Do you? feels as if whatever it is was moving faster, walking more rapidly.
Are we all ready now?
Yes, I am.
Of course, we won't see a thing. All these weird things happen, and we never see a thing.
Here are the stairs. Watch out now. Don't fall on anyone.
Oh, I hate to admit it. I'm so scared my heart is pounding like a trip hammer.
I know. I went cold all over when I heard the sound of walking while I was in my room. The light should turn on right here.
Guess they don't work. We can see pretty well with this flashlight. Yeah, you see? Not a thing. Totally deserted.
We can't peer into the corners very well.
Wait, I'll stand up in this chair. Maybe the light bulb has come loose. Maybe I can fix it. I can almost reach it.
Here, I'll give you a boost.
Now I've got it. Yes, it is loose. There. Now turn on the switch.
Yes.
Oh, there. That's fine. Now we can see there.
But there isn't anything to see. Isn't it the queerest thing?
Did you feel anything pass you on the stairs this time, Paul?
No.
Did you, Mr. Rogers?
Pass me on the stairs? No.
Well, neither did I. And if there is anything in this house, it should still be right here in this attic.
Do you mind if we tear things to pieces up here and search thoroughly, Mr. Rogers?
I don't know what there is to search for, but go right ahead. I hate to disturb my girl's things that were left here in the attic. But we might as well, I guess.
I just thought it might be an animal or a bat or something living up here. We may find it.
Well, that wouldn't account for the dishes breaking, Paul, or the chair rocking.
This is just a pile of bedding, isn't it?
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, look. Look at this big trunk. What's in it, Mr. Rogers?
Oh, that trunk, why, it was one my wife and I first took to Europe with us. My little girl used it for her trousseau, I guess.
Oh, I think it's locked. But maybe I can open it. Stuck, I guess. Rusty. Oh, there. It's opening. Paul. Paul. Come here. Paul. Oh, Paul.
Margaret, what is it?
Don't look. It's a body.
What? Great heavens. What is it? It's a body, Mr. Rogers. A woman's body.
What? Let me look at it. Great heavens. It's the body of my daughter. The body of my daughter.
Margaret is much better, Mr. Rogers.
I'm glad to hear she's getting along all right. It was a terrible shock for her.
And for you, Mr. Rogers.
Yes, it was. So much I can't even think or reason it out.
You know how it happened?
Yes, we found a bottle of poison in the bottom of the trunk. She crawled away in there and died.
Believe me, my heart aches for you.
But at least now I can give my little girl a decent burial. Mr. Liveston, I'm convinced there was something that moved about in the house. Aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Either the spirit of my daughter walked in that house, or that of her husband trying to tell us that the body of my little girl was there.
We haven't heard or seen anything strange for the last 3 nights.
No, and you won't. The spirits will rest easy now. They'll rest easy.
The wandering spirit was set free. It will walk no more. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermit's Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
The legend of the Kruger Millions. There
There is something about tales of buried treasure, the magic phrase X marks the spot, doubloons and pieces of 8, ancient parchment maps, that appeals to the romantic in us all. In Africa, there is a wealth of myth and legend to inspire treasure hunters. The sunken treasure of the Grosvenor, a cache of diamonds hidden by a refugee Zulu chief in Rhodesia, Portuguese gold buried near the Zambezi, the lost half of the Cullinan diamond. Perhaps the most persistent legend is that of the buried Kruger gold. Every month there is at least one news item about this hoard, and now and again we read stories of people who claim to have been there at the time. It's doubtful that any number of official statements denying its existence will ever kill the legend of the Kruger millions. August 1900. There was heavy fighting near Clip River, and the Boer commandos were being pushed back by Lord Roberts. In Pretoria, President Kruger and his cabinet were making plans to move to a new capital at Machadodorp, near Delagoa Bay. One afternoon, Umpol sent for his coachman, Johannes Swartz.
The English are coming, Swartz. They will catch me if I stay here, and I want to know if you will come with me when I leave.
Leave, Meneer the President?
We are going to Machadodorp, Swartz. I am having a special train fitted out for myself and members of my cabinet.
I will do my duty, Umpol. What is it you wish me to do?
I want 6 of my horses put on the train, but Venus and Darling are to stay so that Tansina can use them. And my best cow must be put on the train as well.
Ja, Umpol. The stable boy Willem can help me.
Good. When you have done that, go and say goodbye to your wife. Then come back here. I want you to drive me through the town in a spider so that everyone can see me.
Ja, Umpol. Do you know how long we shall be away for?
Not too long, Swartz, not too long. In time, we shall defeat the Khakis.
What time do you wish me to come back for you this evening, Umpol?
Swartz loaded the horses and the cow onto the presidential train. And then at 7 in the evening, he called for the president and the spider. They drove round the town so that everyone could see Umpol. Later that evening, they drove secretly to Eerste Fabrika, where the remnants of the government were waiting for President Kruger on the platform. Skalkburgers, F.W. Rates, Frikkie Elof, Manny Bradell, and the state attorney, Louis Jacobs.
Swart, come here a minute. What can I do for you, Meneer Jacobs?
Swart, take this money, drive back to Pretoria, and go to as many of the pubs as you can. If you hear anyone suggest that the president is leaving, take out the money and bet them that he is still in town.
But, Meneer Jacobs...
Listen, do as I say, Swart. We don't want to...
Swartz did as he was told, though he spent most of the money gambling. He got back at 5 in the morning, and shortly afterwards the train pulled out. For 6 days, President Kruger and his government stayed at Machadodorp until they heard the news of the capture of Pretoria. They waited anxiously for dispatch riders to bring reports from the commandos, but they were being pushed further and further back. The presidential party moved on to Nelspruit, where a siding had been constructed for the train.
I want you to take a Cape cart, Swartz. Load all the gold I have brought with me onto it and drive to the main line. 2 of my special police, Jan de Bruin and Van Wyk, will be waiting there to help you load it onto the cattle trucks.
Ja, Umpol. What will happen to all this gold?
There are 2 lots, Swartz. Gold sovereigns, which will be used for the commandos here, and gold bars, which I shall take with me. It will be used for Boer refugees. We must pray that we can defeat the British. But if not, I shall go to Delagoa Bay and over the water.
That must not happen, Umpol.
Swartz did as he was ordered. But as the British advanced, Skalkburgers became worried that the gold might be captured. And when the presidential party reached Hectorspruit, he ordered Swartz to leave the gold bars in the cattle trucks, but to take the sovereigns in a Cape cart to Crocodile River. From there he journeyed to Leidenburg, then to Roos-Senekal, following the president as he moved his headquarters. Guerrilla warfare had now started in earnest. At Rus-Senekal, Swartz saw the last of his precious load. A council meeting was held between the leaders of different commandos, and the golden sovereigns were divided between them. Swartz later recorded,
"Now, it's no good asking me what happened to the money after that. I know the names of all the commandants, but what they did with the sovereigns, I have no idea. I saw the president just before he sailed from Delagoa Bay, and he told me that the gold bars were going with him over the water. I am still waiting for my share of the Kruger millions, but I am not one of the fools that go digging like moles, hoping to find the gold under a thorn tree in the bushveld."
That was the story told by Mr. J.P. Swartz some years ago. Now, there's no doubt that when President Kruger left Pretoria, he took with him Republican Treasury funds to finance the commandos and some gold bars. According to Dr. Krauser, then Commandant of Johannesburg, the amount was £500,000. According to Colonel Rates, son of F.W. Rates, it was only £80,000. Other, less reliable informants state that it was over £1 million. But the question is, what happened to the gold? Dr. Krauser wrote,
"On August the 28th, the train continued its retirement eastwards and reached the Lorenzo Marx border. The president stood sadly in the doorways of his coach, looking over the Komati River. Thus they left the Transvaal. During the stay in Machadodorp, golden sovereigns were made, and with these we were paid our monthly salaries. In Lorenzo Marx, the full amount was paid out, and by this time I am convinced there was not much gold left."
According to an anonymous eyewitness, a woman who at the age of 80 confided her story to a local paper in 1947, the gold lies scattered on an unknown spot in the Lowveld. She was the wife of one of the Boer commandos, and towards the end of August 1900, she travelled to Nelspruit to join her husband.
The president's train had been shunted onto a sideline and was heavily guarded. But the British artillery found the range, and the Boer troops hurriedly prepared to evacuate the president and his staff. But there came a direct hit on the baggage van. At dawn, the vans were found to be wrecked. Twisted metal and smashed woodwork, pieces of glass were scattered about. The vans had been torn apart, and everything, including the gold, tossed over the veld.
In the same edition of the paper, there was a statement by old Andries Bainkis, a coloured pensioner reputed to be 108 years old, who had been Umpol's coachman before Swartz, and who accompanied the presidential train. Bainkis said,
"I have seen so much money that I cannot sleep. I am sure I could find the spot again if someone would take me to Barberton. I saw 5 ox wagons laden with treasure chests crossing the Crocodile River near Barberton. By some abandoned prospecting holes the gold was buried, and the boxes were sewn in oilcloth before they was lowered into a deep hole."
But of all the tales about the missing Kruger millions, the one that has gained the widest belief is that it now lies on the bottom of the ocean. Shortly before President Kruger went over the water, a small sloop sailed into Delagoa Bay and entered the harbour under a mysterious charter. According to eyewitnesses, a number of small but heavy boxes were taken aboard and cemented to the hold. sloop left Delagoa Bay with a new coat of paint and a new name, Dorothea. But shortly after leaving port, she struck bad weather and went down with all hands off Cape Vidal. Even the Natal government accepted this story, and an expedition was sent out to salvage Dorothea's cargo, the Kruger gold that now lay on the floor of the ocean. The ship Penguin was fitted out and left with a crew of 21 hands to rescue the treasure. But she too struck bad weather and went down with all hands. Lost at sea. Not according to Karl Hens, an old German settler who came to Africa in the 1890s. Hens was a ship's chandler in Lorenzo Marx, and he occasionally acted as a private detective for the Portuguese government.
One night I was approached by the manager of the Netherlands Bank in Lorenzo Marx. He asked me for the use of 2 of my boats. I agreed to hire them and accompanied him to the harbor. At midnight, 100 boxes weighing about 300 pounds each were loaded into the boats and carried across to the German ship König. The manager told me that the boxes contained gold, and that the König was bound for Holland.
This story was denied by Mr. M. Brink, the proprietor of the Coligny Hotel. He said that after the Battle of Donkerhoek, President Kruger's coach stood for some days in front of the hospital at Waterval-Onder, where Mr. Brink was at that time a patient. One day he wandered out of the hospital into the station and met Pol.
Why the heavy police guard, Pol?
Meneer Brink, the treasures of the mint and all my state documents are on that train.
What are you going to do with them?
We are waiting for a telegram from Lorenzo Marx. Soon the Gelderlander should arrive there, a Dutch flagship sent by the Queen of Holland to fetch me. The gold and the state papers will go with me on this ship.
What will you use the gold for, Pol?
To finance the Boer refugees.
The plot thickens. Was the gold buried before Pol sailed from Delagoa Bay? Did it go with him? Or does it lie on the bottom of the ocean? According to the private papers of the Republican Embassy in Europe, which were released in 1931, there is quite a different explanation. In these papers, Dr. W.J. Lates, the last representative of the Transvaal overseas, states,
The German steamer Bundesrat brought to Holland 26 boxes of gold bars valued at £840,000, consigned by members of the Transvaal government to their banking agents in Holland. These have been forwarded to the merchant firm of Arndt and Cohn.
This was before President Kruger left South Africa. But somehow the matter came to the notice of the British government, and legal proceedings were instituted at Hamburg by a handful of English insurance companies with claims against the Transvaal state. In this way, the British government hoped to stop the money being used to help the Boer refugees. Now, you might think that this was the last word on the subject, but this is not so, because according to other reports, the Bundesrat was in fact intercepted at sea by the British Navy, and her cargo, which was said to be valued at £2 million, was confiscated. A question about this was asked in the House of Commons, but the government refused to confirm or deny the confiscation of the gold. Lost at sea? Confiscated by the British? Buried in the Transvaal? Blown to pieces? Well, according to a Johannesburg military pensioner, Mr. H.W. Seward, none of these things happened. He knows, because he helped to hide the Kruger millions. This pensioner, with his brother, Mr. H.R. Seward, and Mr. J. Cornelielsen, travelled northwards on the presidential train. The two coaches carrying the gold were unhooked in the veldt and left standing on a bridge, while the rest of the train travelled on.
Right. Your brother and I will unload the other carriage seaward. You know what to do with this lot?
Yes, Mynheer Cornelissen.
Good. We'll leave it to you.
And the young seaward, only 12 at the time, threw the gold bars into the river, while his companions loaded the contents of the other carriage onto 2 mule wagons and drove away to bury the gold in the bush. In 1952, Mr. H.W. Seward revealed his secret and said,
"My brother and Mr. Cornelissen took an oath never to reveal the hiding place, and they kept this to their death. Not another soul knew where the gold was buried. I was only 12 at the time, but I remember which way the wagons went, and if I don't get permission to look for the gold, I won't tell anyone else where it is. If I do get permission, I shall go at once to the river I remember so well."
Mr. Seward was certain that he knew where the gold was hidden, but many others have been just as certain. One of these was the notorious Daniel Swart, who, along with a man called Pretorius, is said to have unearthed the Kruger millions while on commando during the Boer War. Pretorius was never seen again. Then, in 1903, Swart organized an expedition with S.P. van Niekerk. They traveled beyond Leedsdorp and, according to Swart, discovered the gold. But he did not intend to share his treasure with anyone else. He shot his companion in the back. He was arrested and tried for murder, but he refused to say anything about the gold. If Daniel Swart did know the secret of the Kruger millions, it died with him on the scaffold. One of the most persistent of treasure seekers is Mr. J.G. Dovell of Springs, who has for several years been on the trail of the missing gold. According to Mr. Dovell, the treasure was taken by 2 ox wagons from Hectorspruit. The party was attacked by natives, and while the fight was still on, some enterprising members of the party managed to bury the treasure between 2 trees, into which they drove nails so they would find them again. Mr. Dovell thinks he's found the trees, but he's been digging the site without success for some years. Ever since the end of the Great War, there have been a succession of reports on the Kruger millions. Some fanciful, some incredible, some strangely believable.
Farmer finds wagon clue to buried Kruger millions. Mr. H. Martins, a low-felt farmer, has unearthed portions of a small horse-drawn wagon, which he believes was used to transport gold. According to a story that is well known in this area, the wagon was carrying gold from Victoria as the British forces were advancing. The wagon broke down, and the gold was buried, with pieces of the wagon used to mark the spot.
A resident of Kempton Park claimed that he had come within 3 feet of the Kruger millions. He is Mr. Benjamin van Dijk, whose quest for the treasure dates from 1932. Last month, after protracted negotiations, South African Railways Administration granted him permission to dig on railway ground in the Leidenburg area. Mr. van Dijk claims to have an old map that enabled him to find the exact spot where the treasure is buried. But his capital was exhausted after he had dug down 8 feet. According to the map, he had only another 3 feet to go.
Midnight diggers seeking Kruger gold. Mystery men hide as cars approach. These people are digging at a site beside the road between Pretoria and Silverton. Permission to dig was refused by Pretoria University, who owns the ground, but in spite of the refusal, a gang of men has started working there. This treasure seeking is inspired by one of President Kruger's guards, who stated that he had seen the treasure being buried in this area, and the story goes that young trees were planted on the spot after the gold was hidden.
And the stories still pour into the papers. Statements, denials, counterstatements, official reports, theories, legends, and pure fiction. There is, however, one other possibility that was overlooked until recently, that the Kruger millions were stolen. This story was published in the Sunday Times some years ago, and like so many of the protagonists who perpetuate this mystery, those involved remain anonymous.
A certain Republican official named X heard about the trainload of gold and with some of his colleagues worked out an elaborate plot. Near the shutter top, a large number of ingots would accidentally fall from the train in the dark. Accomplices would bury the gold near the track and leave it there until the search had fizzled out. Everything happened as planned, but when the war was over and X and his associates went back for the gold, they found that someone had got there before them. To this day, local farmers wrongly condemn each other for the theft. They are wrong, because I know what happened to the gold. In 1903, shortly after the Peace of Figurene, I moved into a Pretoria boarding house. There, to my surprise, I found that Mr. X was also a guest. I recognized him at once, although he had no idea that I knew of his plot to steal the gold. One evening, Mr. X was sitting in the drawing room, keeping his fellow guests amused with tales of the war. I wandered out onto the stoop and then...
Hey, come over here.
By all the... What are you doing here?
Keep your voice down.
Still in the police?
Yes, I am. Come with me and I'll show you something interesting.
Where are we going?
Upstairs. Come on.
My old friend from the police led me upstairs and into X's room.
Keep listening. If he stops talking, then go out into the landing and see what's happening.
See this chest of drawers? Try pulling out this biggest drawer.
All right. What on earth has he got in here?
Yeah. Let's pull together.
Great heavens. Gold. Yeah. There must be about half a ton in there.
How about that? X must have brought it here in easy stages.
Are you investigating this for the police?
No, for myself.
Oh.
X approached me and asked if I would help him smuggle it out of the Transvaal.
But you know as well as I do that X did the dirty on his friends before. That's the only way he could have got on the gold. Now be careful. I wouldn't trust him. Is it definitely the Kruger gold?
See for yourself. Look at the excise marks.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. I think we should forget about X and take the matter into our own hands. But we did nothing. Somehow X managed to sell some of the gold and left the country. A few months later, we read in the paper that X had turned up in New South Wales, described as a South African magnate who had decided to live abroad. That's the end of the Kruger gold, I said to my police friend. And since then we've chuckled whenever we read of expeditions hunting for the hoard that no longer exists.
To my mind, that is one of the most convincing stories of what happened to the Kruger millions, if they existed. According to Colonel Dennis Rates, whose father accompanied President Kruger when he left Pretoria, the amount taken by Umpol was no more than £80,000. Colonel Rates once asked General Botha how he accounted for the widespread delusion that there were millions. And the general replied that the stories of buried treasure probably arose because when guerrilla warfare started, scores of boxes of ammunition were taken out secretly into the bushveld and buried for later use by commandos. Those who didn't know that the boxes contained ammunition might well have thought that the only thing valuable enough to be buried with such secrecy was gold. Not long ago, the story that the Kruger millions were hidden in the donkey camp in Beatrix Street prompted a Pretoria citizen related to the Kruger family by marriage to publish a document that had been in his possession since the end of the Anglo-Boer War.
The undersigned, former members of the government of South Africa, testify herewith that rumors that millions of state money were taken to Europe by President Kruger, or that he took possession of the money at all, are untrue. That, on the contrary,
The President, at the outbreak of the war in 1899, lent the government of the Transvaal £40,000, and that this sum was never paid back to him, nor any interest on it. Signed, J.C. Smuts, F.W. Rates, and P.G.W. Grobler.
President Kruger was a shrewd man. Would he let it be known, even to members of his cabinet, that he was taking a large amount of gold with him? The more people who knew, the greater the possibility that the gold might be stolen. Is there any way of checking up on the missing treasure? I consulted my friend Dennis Godfrey, journalist, historical writer, who numbers among his many interests the study of coins.
South Africa's first indigenous coinage comprised the famous Burgers gold ponce minted in 1874 by President Burgers. It is known that in all 837 gold ponce were minted. No more indigenous South African coinage was minted until 1892, when President Kruger decreed that the South African Republic must have its own coinage, and Kruger coins, including gold coins of the value of a sovereign and a half-sovereign, were minted in Germany in 1892. In the years 1892 to 1898, the annual mintings amounted to about 1.5 million gold sovereigns in all. Further quantities of gold sovereigns were minted in 1900, but not an appreciable number. Coin collectors and dealers of today are a fairly astute lot, and they are fully aware of the numbers of each different coin minted, and have a fairly good idea of what is today in the hands of collectors. If anything like 4 million rands worth of gold Kruger sovereigns had been spirited away during the South African War, today's collectors and dealers would certainly know about it. It would mean, according to known facts and figures, that practically all the gold sovereigns ever minted during President Kruger's term of office are today hidden somewhere under a tree or beside a river or in some other place in the Eastern Transvaal or thereabouts. Of course, this is nonsense. Most of the gold coinage of the Kruger period, which was not melted down in the 1920s by the mint, is in the hands of collectors all over the world. Their holdings probably comprise at least the bulk of the gold coins minted before the turn of the century. So the coin collector of today will tell you without hesitation and with sound evidence to back him up that no Kruger millions exist in the form of gold coinage. And as for gold bars, it is known that the Kruger government was so hard pushed for money at a certain stage of the South African War that it certainly never had millions of pounds worth of gold bars.
But even this cannot be the final word. For in the 30s, it was admitted by Mr. Justice F.E.T. Krauser, an official in the old Republican administration, that he sent 120,000 ounces of gold direct to Machadodorp from the Rand mines. What became of it? Was it hidden in the bush? Cemented to the bottom of a boat? Lost at sea? Blown to bits by the British? It's a mystery that will never. For hardly a week passes without reminiscences being published, and every so often Kruger coins are unearthed, as they were recently during excavations in Johannesburg. I should think it likely that the wily Pole encouraged all the rumours, so that no one could be sure what really happened to the gold. What became of the legendary Kruger million?
Breng mij terug naar jouw Transvaal, daar waar mijn Sari woont. Daaronder in die mildis bij die groen doornboom, daar woont mijn Sari Mare. Daaronder in die mildis bij die groen doornboom, daar woont mijn Sari Mare.
Suspense. In the diners and club cars of America's finest trains, wherever the knowing traveler seeks the last word in luxury, the first word in wines is C-R-E-S-T-A, B-L-A-N-C-A. Cresta Blanca. Cresta Blanca. Yes, Cresta Blanca California wine is the choice among those who set today's mode in travel as well as gracious living. So enrich your dining, distinguish your entertaining with Cresta Blanca. When you pour Cresta Blanca Burgundy, Sauterne, or any Cresta Blanca selection, you enjoy the finest in wine. Shenley's Cresta Blanca Wine Company, Livermore, California. And now, Shenley brings you radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines. For your everyday enjoyment.
Tonight, Roma Wines of Fresno, California, bring you Mr. John Lund in Murder Aboard the Alphabet, a suspense play produced, edited, and directed for Shenley by William Spear.
It is well past midnight now, and I write these words so that other men may know the full story of that ill-fated voyage of the deep-sea tug, Alphabet. Ours was not a large vessel, but sturdily built for its task. And though it seems an age, it was only a little over 6 months ago that we sailed from Liverpool, England, bound out across the North Atlantic to deliver our ship to her new owners, a salvage firm of Boston, Massachusetts.
Stand by the castle.
We put out with a reduced complement, just a handful of men, 12 in all. We were a new crew, sent on board for this journey over the deep sea lanes. And I sailed as chief officer, under the command of Captain Godfrey Walker, second mate Harvey Goodrum, and chief engineer Alec McTavish being the other members of our small saloon. I remember we departed on a cold, wet day, with the fog lying low over Birkenhead, and the northwest wind blowing fresh in our teeth.
On the port!
As the drab gray of the Liverpool dockside dropped back into the soaking mist, I doubt if any man aboard could have foretold what lay ahead over those 3,000 miles of heaving sea. When we had cleared the lightship, I went into the wheelhouse, where Captain Walker searched the channel ahead, his deep black eyes staring out from under his shaggy eyebrows. I saw him, his huge frame bundled in a salt-stained greatcoat.
Ah, Mr. Marshall, everything secured to sea?
Yes, sir. Everything on deck is lashed down as tight as a whistle.
Good. We may get a dirty crossing this time of the year.
Oh, it sure be uncomfortable, sir. When it comes to ships, I'm used to something a little bigger.
You're on no 10,000-tonner now, mister. If we hit it heavy, there'll be many a man on board who wish he never left the dockside.
Oh, I think the crew can take it, sir.
Maybe, mister, maybe. 2 days out and we'll see. Keep it to a course, quartermaster. All right, Mr. Marston. You can take her now.
Very good, sir.
Your course is south 70 west.
South 70 west, sir.
See these helmsmen. Keep her on the course. I'll be back in the cabin if you want.
Aye, sir.
Queer toes, the skipper, sir.
Is he?
Aye. It gives me the creeps, he does.
Oh, he's probably harmless enough. Used to bigger commands than this, I imagine.
But I'd keep a watch on him, sir, if I was you.
Keep a watch on him. Why?
Why? If you don't know now, sir, you'll find out soon enough.
South 70 west. Check your course.
South 70 west, sir.
Marshland, sir. You sent for me?
Oh, yes. Let me in, sir. Take a chair, mister.
Thank you, sir.
No, not that one. Over there.
Oh, certainly, sir. Is there anything wrong?
No. Nothing's wrong. I just want to talk to you, discuss the affairs of the ship with you, give you some idea of what I expect. Oh, here. Cigarette?
Oh, thank you.
Well, by the way, you will not use that ashtray on your right. No, you will not use it. You may place your ash carefully on the other one.
This one?
Yes, that one. Tell me, how long since you had your last berth, mister?
Why, it's been some time, sir.
Oh. Port captain says you know me.
Well, only by reputation, sir.
Would it surprise you to learn that I know something of you by reputation, mister?
Why, I don't exactly...
We ought to make quite a pair, mister, quite a pair. Oh, well, no matter. Now, I shall tell you the reason I summoned you to my cabin, Mr. Marshall. You will find, if you do not know already, that I have very definite ways I wish things to be done. Very definite ways. First of all, I demand complete, unquestioning obedience.
Of course, sir. I'm sure you'll get the fullest cooperation from myself and the crew.
Yeah, good. I want that to be perfectly clear. I also insist that your supervision of the work on the ship be done in a certain manner I shall prescribe. All items of work will be carried out in alphabetical order.
Alphabetical order, sir?
Precisely. Starting with A and carrying through to Z.
I'm afraid I don't understand, sir.
I think my meaning is perfectly clear. If the hands are painting ships, they will start with the alleyways and all other items beginning with A. Then the bulkhead, then the decks, and so forth. You understand me now, mister?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. I think I understand. But I'm afraid I don't quite see your reason.
Mr. Martin! My reasons are not to be questioned. You will remember, while I'm in command of this vessel, I hold the power of life and death. Well, sir?
He was sitting across from me on the small settee of his cabin, his massive face half hidden in the shadows, his eyes piercing into mine. In the nearness of him, I could see the bloodshot veins like thin red tracings against the white. The man was mad. Higgins was right. He was mad.
Yes, life and death.
I looked about his cabin. There was something inhuman in its ordered neatness, as if the warmth of man had not touched it. I saw the book stacked evenly in the bookshelf. I saw the titles arranged in alphabetical order. It was a pattern complete in itself. The desk, the bunk, immaculate. Not a wrinkle or speck of dust visible to the naked eye. On the bulkhead were 4 photographs, enlargements of outdoor scenes. With a start, I realized they, too, were in perfect order, arranged according to the seasons, from left to right. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. My eyes darted about me again, and on the shelf above his bunk, I saw 3 cameras. They also fitted the pattern. The smallest on the left, the largest on the right. I remembered the chair and the ashtray, and turned towards him as he spoke again.
Is that perfectly clear, Mr. Marshall?
Yes, sir. Perfectly clear.
Good. Now, one final thing. I insist that the quartermasters taking the wheel appear in sequence of the first letter of their surname.
But, sir, that will mean rearranging the watches. Surely
You will do as I order.
Very good, sir. The watches will be changed.
That's better, much better. Well, mister, now that we understand one another, we shall cease talking about the ship. Aha! I see you've noticed my photographs.
Well, I can't say I know much about it, sir, but I'd say they're excellent.
Of course they're excellent. I took them myself, a hobby of mine. You may have noticed I have 3 cameras. 2 of them are of German make, the other American. The medium-sized one in the middle I use with infrared film. Comparatively recent development. The other 2 I use for general purpose. Are you interested in photography, Mr. Marshall?
Well, I can't say I am particularly, sir. I've never done anything like that for a hobby.
Very well. If you're not interested, you may go.
Oh, I didn't mean that I was...
That is in order, Mr. Marshall. You will now go.
I left him then and stumbled into the cold darkness outside. The thoughts tumbling unendingly through my head as I made my way to my cabin. We were pushing our way over the restless waters of the North Atlantic with a madman in command. On the morning of the 3rd day, the 2nd officer came running onto the bridge and flung himself excitedly into the wheelhouse.
Mr. Marshall, I'd like a word with you.
Well, go ahead, Goodrum. What is it?
Will you come outside? I can't tell you here.
Certainly. Now, what in the world is the matter with you?
The wireless operator, sir. Abercrombie. He's gone.
You mean he's disappeared? Off the ship?
Disappeared? Maybe. But I wouldn't wonder if there was a better name for it than that.
What do you mean?
I mean, murder.
Abercrombie was gone, vanished without a trace from the decks of the Alphabet. And although I didn't have the feeling myself, there was an uneasiness within the crew now. They seemed furtive, frightened, and they quietly drifted out of sight whenever the captain made an appearance on the deck. You could see they feared him, and somehow connected his madness with the disappearance of the wireless operator. That night, I stood in the darkness of the wheelhouse, the faint light from the binnacle shining on the face of Higgins as he stood his trick at the wheel.
A rough loader. That Abercrombie didn't just fall over the side by himself. Mark my words on that.
Oh, come now, Higgins. Many a man has disappeared from shipboard, swept over the side by a sea.
On a stormy night, that may be. But last night was pretty quiet one. Just a little kiss of rain. Done in he was, sir.
But why? What reason?
No one had no reason, sir. That may be the queer one.
The queer one?
Aye, the skipper, sir.
Good heavens, man. Are you accusing the captain of...
He's not a normal man, sir.
I wouldn't be too loud about the captain, Higgins. You can't accuse people without evidence.
Oh, keep me coming. But the skipper's off his rocker. You know that as well as I do, sir.
Oh, we've got some set ideas about things, but that doesn't...
How about that little idea, sir?
Well, yes, but...
Had you thought of this, sir? His name. Abercrombie.
What of it?
Beginning with a H. The first letter of the alphabet. Abercrombie was the first. But he won't be the last, sir. He won't be the last.
For Suspense, Roma Wines are bringing you Mr. John Lund in Murder Aboard the Alphabet. Roma Wines' presentation tonight in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, is being brought to you by Roma. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines. When it's 90 in the shade and there's no shade, that's the time to enjoy tall, tinkling glasses of ice-cold Roma wine and soda. Yes, treat your family and friends to the thirst-quenching goodness of Roma wine and soda. So simple. Half-filled tall glasses with any Roma wine, such as robust Roma Burgundy or delicate Roma Sauterne. Fill up with cracked ice and soda, sweeten to taste. Then take a long, cooling sip and smile. You'll discover why Roma wine and soda is so cool to come home to, especially when the weatherman says warmer. And remember, for better taste, always enjoy Roma wines. That's R-O-M-A, Roma Wines, the greatest name in wine.
And now, Roma Wines bring back to our Hollywood soundstage John Lund as First Mate Marshland and Joseph Kearns as Captain Walker in Murder Aboard the Alphabet, a play well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Needless to say, the conclusions of the men were no surprise to me. But I didn't feel the time was ripe for further action. On the evening of the following day, the barometer started dropping, and next morning saw the low gray clouds scudding swiftly before the wind, and the Alphabet laboring heavily in the rising sea. It was at 8 bells of the morning watch, the sixth day at sea. Who's there?
It's McTavish, Mr. Mate.
Oh, come in, Chief. Take a chair, Chief. Well, what is it? You look bothered.
Butterfield, mister. He's lost.
Lost?
Aye.
Are you sure, McTavish?
Oh, aye, I'm sure enough. We've searched for him all around the ship. There's near trace, mister.
Have you informed the captain?
Ah, the old man. Didn't you think he knows it? Come on.
other man gone, sir? Butterfield.
Butterfield, eh?
Aye, sir.
How long have you known this, Mr. Marshall?
The chief engineer informed me only a few moments ago, sir.
Are you sure of this, Mr. McTavish?
Aye, I'm sure. There's no trace of him anywhere aboard the ship.
Very well, Mr. McTavish, you may go. I wish to speak to the chief officer alone.
What about Butterfield, sir?
Go, Mr. McTavish. That's an order.
Aye, sir. I'll be over.
Well, Mr. Marshall?
I'm afraid this is beyond me, sir.
No, I'm not referring to the engineer, mister. He's obviously disappeared. There's nothing we can do about it. Well, why are you standing? Why don't you sit down?
Well, thank you, sir.
Yes, it's Thursday. You may sit in the armchair.
Thank you.
Well, what do you think of my ship now? You still find it uncomfortable?
Oh, no, sir. I like her very well. I thought a long time before I shipped aboard.
Oh, you did, eh, mister, huh? Well, she's small, but then any ship's a ship, eh? I'd like something a little more, but then the sea is the lady that counts. Am I right?
That's right, sir.
You love her. You love her very much, don't you, Marshal?
I do. Yes, I do.
You're young, but you love her more than anything?
More than anything.
More than is natural?
Captain.
And now you'll see this. Would you like to inspect my cameras and tell me what you think of them?
Well, I'm afraid I don't know a great deal about that sort of thing, sir.
Oh, you know nothing about them? Good, you may leave my cabin.
Certainly, sir. I shall look into the Butterfield matter.
He's left the ship, mister. You're only wasting your time. Now go.
For the second time, I left the cabin of that strange man. I left him alone with his madness, and steadying myself against the roll of the ship, walked the deck, thinking my own thoughts. It was that night that Higgins came to me in my cabin. I bade him enter, and he settled his wizened body down upon my armchair. I was lying in my bunk, watching him as he sat there, awkwardly twisting his cap in his hands.
It's an unusual request I have, sir. I hope I can speak in confidence, like.
Go on, Higgins. Whatever you have to say will be just between the two of us.
But we think the skipper should be put away, sir.
Put away? What do you mean?
Locked up, sir. But he can't harm us.
You know that's mutiny.
Oh, yes, mutiny, but Mr. Marshland, he's a murderous all. Abercrombie, Butterfield. He'll go clear on down the alphabet if we don't stop him.
There's no proof.
Well, the lads are sure enough.
Are they?
Just give us a word, sir, and we'll help you. We'll put him away.
Very well, Higgins. Keep it among yourselves, but you can tell the men this. If there's any more trouble, I'll take matters into my own hands. You can rest assured of it.
Lord. Thank you, sir. It may be mutiny, but there ain't a court in the world as ever would convict you at it.
No. No, Higgins, I don't think there is. It had to be done very carefully, and for quite a while I lay back upon my bunk, thinking of what Higgins had said. It would be risky, but the men were behind me. That would more than sway the balance. Higgins was right. Any court of law would see the wisdom of my action. They would never convict for mutiny, and Captain Walker would be locked away forever. We continued on our way, and in the howl of the wind and the long seas, he would sense the cold hand of fear that settled over the alphabet. By the evening of the seventh day, we stood well out on our great circle track, more than halfway between Liverpool and Boston. We plunged through dirty seas, rising to each crest and falling to the trough below, with the water curling green over the flare of our bluff bows. But we made fair time, and the knot slipped steadily astern. It was during the inky blackness of that night that death struck again on the decks of the Alphabet, and another member of our dwindling band disappeared into the unknown. Abercrombie, Butterfield, and now the third man. His name was Chadwick.
Who's that? Oh, good evening, sir.
Dirty weather, sir. Well, I'll be getting below, sir. Would you please let me by? I want to go below.
You dropped something, sir.
Never mind, I'll get it. There. Up rather late, aren't you, Mr. Marshland?
You are too, aren't you, Captain? I thought I heard a scream.
Oh, did you now, mister? Did you?
We're only here, sir. You all know why you're here.
Yes, sir. The legs now. We're with you, mister. We'll stop his tricks, we will.
Good. Now, we must do this quietly and quickly. There must be no bungling, understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Here goes.
Yes?
Captain Walker, will you come on deck a minute?
Well, mister, what is it you want?
Come out here, sir. I want to show you something.
Please come out!
Never mind that, man. Captain, stay where you are. This gun is loaded.
So now it's mutiny. Marshland, you'd better shut up.
One move and I'll shoot.
You get point out and you get it. Mr. Marshland, he's the skipper now. You swing for this, Marshland. You and all the rest.
You really think they'll hang a mate for mutiny when they can hang a captain for murder? Sailed into Boston Harbor with Captain Walker lashed securely to a chair in his cabin. After the first brief struggle, he had grown quieter, and during the last days of our voyage, he had just sat there, silently, saying nothing, a strange, mad smile leering from his lips. We arrived in Boston late in the afternoon, and as we sailed up the harbor, we hoisted the international signal calling for the harbor police. After we had docked alongside, I went up to his cabin to ensure that all was in readiness for the arrival of the police. And as I stood over him, bound there in his chair, his eyes seemed to mock me, his smile taunting me.
So, Mr. Marshland, this is to be the success of your little plan, eh?
I have nothing to say to you, Captain. The police will be aboard at any moment.
You think I'm mad, don't you? Well, maybe I am. But you bungled it badly, mister. You bungled it very badly.
Have I?
Who's that? Police! Police! Come in, come in.
Officer, this man is...
Yes, you've bungled it, Mr. Marshland. Why weren't you content to let me be with my madness, as I was content to let you be with yours? Oh, we'd have made quite a pair, as I told you, if you hadn't bungled it.
What are you talking about?
Oh, I know all about you, mister. Under a bit of a cloud, eh? Haven't shipped for quite a while. Not the first vessel you've been on where men have disappeared in the black of the night, eh? Oh, but I wouldn't have cared. No, I liked your methods, businesslike. By the letters, by the alphabet.
You are mad. Take him away, officer.
Yes, mad, quite. But you should have taken more interest in my photography, mister. My infrared film, for instance. You can take pictures on the darkest night. Would I have one, mister? An excellent likeness.
A likeness?
Of you, mister. The night you pushed Chadwick over the side.
The police have been very understanding. They could readily understand how a man could hate and fear the sea, and yet love it, like a woman. Love it enough to follow it and hunger for it and make every sacrifice, even human sacrifice. But now they say they must send me away to a place where the sea can no longer torture me, a place of no land or sea or wind or rain, but only rest.
It is time, my son. Can you pray?
Yes. Yes, I can pray. But I cannot pray. To the sea. Only to the sea.
Suspense. Further aboard the alphabet, starring John Lund, presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Those better tasting Roma wines, America's favorite wines. Yes, Roma wines taste better, because Roma brings you the captured natural richness of California's choicest grapes, gently pressed and guided, unhurriedly, with ancient skills and America's greatest winemaking resources to tempting taste luxury. These better-tasting Roma wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before, and from these, the world's greatest wine reserves, Roma later selects for your enjoyment. This weekend, share with your friends the hospitality of delicious Roma California wine. Before dinner, serve nut-like Roma sherry. After dinner, enjoy rich, fruity Roma port. Yes, the better taste of choice Roma wines tells you why Roma, that's R-O-M-A, Roma wines, are enjoyed by more Americans than any other wines.
John Lund will soon be seen in Paramount's 36-star production, Variety Girl. Tonight's suspense play was by Charles Turrell. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Lloyd Nolan as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. Don't forget, next week Suspense will present Lloyd Nolan. The following week, Edmund O'Brien. Make it a point to listen each Thursday to Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Roma Wines present Suspense.
Matthew Eberman, his name was. He had his name in the papers quite a lot, Matthew did. There's kind of a funny story concerning Matthew, too. Had to do with murder. Matthew was an ugly guy. Ugly as a mud fence, and he hated that. He hated everyone telling him how ugly he was. Well, ever since he was a kid.
I won't play if I have to be Matthew's partner. He's so awful looking it makes me sick to have to look at him with those terrible big hands. Well, I won't play, and I'll tell him so to his face. Matthew Eberman, you're the ugliest, most horrible-looking boy I've ever seen. You're double ugly. That's what you are. Look at you. Look at you. Double ugly, double ugly, double.
Sometimes Matthew Matthew would cry. He'd go home and beat his big fists into his pillow and nearly choke getting the sobs out of him.
Don't cry, Matthew. What do you care what they say? Friends don't matter unless they love you for yourself. Don't cry, dear. Mother loves you. Mother thinks you're a wonderful boy. There, now don't you cry.
And then Matthew wouldn't cry. It was a funny thing, too. He came from a good family, enough money, education. And if he hadn't been so ugly... If he hadn't been, his voice would have been kind of pleasant to listen to. One time, I remember, he got along okay with just his voice. It was at a masquerade. After he got the costume and the mask all on, his mother said,
Why, I hardly know my old boy. All dressed up like that.
Why he ever went, I don't know. Wanted to be with people, I guess. Anyway, he did go to the party, and he danced with all the girls in the place. And one girl was so beautiful. Some lovely duchess, maybe from 100 or 200 years ago. Like a soft cloud of ruffles and lace, and the scent of magic clung all about her.
Who are you?
Someone who's in love with you.
A masquerade is so romantic. It's sure to be all right to fall in love with a stranger, when you haven't the slightest idea who it is.
But do you mind if I fall in love with you?
It's a masquerade.
I've never said it before. I love you.
Who are you?
I love you.
Who are you? I'll tell you who I am if you'll tell me who you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, unmasked!
Oh, come on, take off your mask. Well, it doesn't matter now. Here, I'll take mine off first.
No.
Why won't you?
No.
Oh, you silly, you must. Take it off. I'll take it off of you myself.
No, don't, please, don't.
I will. Matthew Everman.
Some lovely duchess. A soft cloud of lace and the scent of magic all about her. Matthew's mother died. Matthew went away from town. It was after that he had to do with murder.
For Suspense?
Just told you about him as a boy, so maybe you could understand him later on. You see, he never knew a soul to talk to except some of the men who worked in the same plant where he did. He got a job there in this plant throwing sacks into a truck. At lunchtime, Matthew would listen to the other men talking, his big hands opening and closing regularly.
You know what I think? I think it's better to be married no matter what.
That's right, handsome. Still, lots of men don't get married.
That's right.
Hey, you ain't married, are you, Everman?
No.
Oh? How come, Everman?
I don't know.
I thought I'd never get married. I thought women married only good-looking men. Shucks, Everman, if a woman had married me, one ought to marry you.
I never knew anyone to marry.
Well, my ball and chain will fix that. I tell you what, come up to the house Saturday night. Yeah, Everman's the one I was telling you about that don't know no one to marry, Hazel.
Why, Mr. Everman, ain't you ashamed? There's lots of girls around that's just dying to get married. Ain't you never wanted a home? Now look at our little place. Ain't it cute? A man needs a woman's touch and vice versa.
Yeah, that's the truth, Everman.
Sure. Now look at Hanson here, Mr. Everman. He wasn't no use to himself at all alone. And now we got a really good life worked out.
Oh, now, Hazel, honey, don't force.
Oh, that's all right. Let her talk.
I would have anyways, Mr. Everman. Hanson don't hold no water with me.
The fat wife talked, and Matthew listened. And he began to wonder if maybe there wasn't something in what she said. It was lonesome. He could quit the plant if he wanted. He had all that money his mother left him when he died. He only worked because it was so lonesome. And then Hazel said,
Now, let's see. Who'd be a good girl for you? Well, what type do you go for? Penny Short? No, I know. Sally Mason.
Sally Mason. A big, easy-going blonde. Like a soft cloud of ruffles and lace and the scent of magic. No. getting it all mixed up. Anyway, Hazel arranged for them to meet at a party at her house. She had all the men and their wives from the plant, and a guy named Lefty played the piano. Played piano like old-time movies. Everybody had a swell time except Matthew. He sat alone over in one corner of the porch. He heard the screen door open and close, and a big bunch of white that was Sally moved over to him.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Haberman. What do you mean by running away from the party? I'm your date tonight, aren't I?
Sure, but I thought maybe you'd want to be with some of those fellas that talk more. I'm pretty quiet.
Oh, I don't mind. I think that's the mark of a gentleman. Oh, gorgeous night, huh? Isn't it? You know, I think nature's just about the grandest thing in the world, don't you? Huh? Oh, trees and flowers and all. Ain't so many flowers around here, though. I like sunshine and clean scenery all around. Don't you? Huh? I get so lonesome here. Lonesome for a girl. That is, of course, if you aren't married.
I get lonesome, too.
You do? I never thought men got lonesome. I thought it was only girls. Men can get out.
I get lonesome.
Oh, sure. Sure, I remember now. Hazel told me. You're afraid you're too ugly looking.
What are you laughing at? I do get lonesome, and that's the reason, only you're not to laugh.
Well, my goodness, I wasn't laughing. Except it's funny to think of a man being so... Say, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm lonesome, too, ain't I? You've got the biggest hands I ever seen. Do you think I'm pretty? Do you? Oh, I get so lonesome.
Matthew couldn't get it out of his head about this funny girl. Do you think I'm pretty? He didn't even know. He couldn't even remember what she looked like when he went to work the next day. And when he started to get his lunch, there was something over by the gate that he'd never noticed before. Something pink and fresh. His big hands opened and closed. It was Sally. All in pink organdy, like a pink balloon at a children's party.
I guess you're surprised to see me, aren't you, Serbian?
Yeah, I guess I am.
I thought maybe you might like a little home-fix lunch. Does it look good, huh? Well, we can eat over here in the shade if you don't mind having a lady as company. I was all alone today. That's why I come. Look here. I even got some chocolate creams for after. You like them?
Uh-huh.
I do myself. Ain't this a cute bracelet? Huh? Little tiny bells. Must be hard work to make a thing like that now, don't you think? Oh, say, have one of those sandwiches, Mr. Haberman. They're gorgeous.
Sally chatted away, all in pink, and self-consciously turned her wrist to make the little bells tinkle. Matthew ate steadily, silently, big sandwiches.
Just like a party, ain't it?
After a while, it was time to go back to work. Matthew stood up and didn't know what to say, just looked. Sally's face was kind of shiny from the heat, and her pink had gone limp and bunched. But a breeze picked up the loose strands of her hair. Her foot twisted like a little girl.
You know, you never once called me by name. It's Sally.
I know.
Oh, call me by name. I like being called by name.
I will.
Can't you do it now? Oh, it won't hurt now.
I gotta go back to work.
Okay. So long.
So long. You look pretty in pink.
Why, say I'm awful glad you like it. It's one of my favorite colors in all the world.
Men and their wives at the plant watched the romance develop.
Gonna get hitched, Mr. Haberman?
It's better to get married no matter what.
No matter what. Matthew never asked Sally to marry him until the day he saw her out by the fence where she lived, talking to Lefty, the man who played the piano at Handsome's party the first night they met. He saw Lefty pinch her cheek, and he heard Sally laugh.
You say the silliest thing. You can't expect a girl to take you serious. Now, oh, no, don't stop that.
Come on.
You take your hands off.
What's the matter? You don't
take
know.
your hands off.
Matthew, look what you've done to Lefty. Why, you knocked him out cold.
You're not to fool around with guys like that. I don't like the woman I'm going to marry fooling around with guys like that.
Mary. Oh, Matthew. Why, that's the one thing in the whole wide world I always wanted to see.
Matthew took his bride to Niagara Falls. There was only one thing, the bracelet. Matthew wondered what he could do about that. The little house was a white cottage, located pretty much by itself, quite a distance from the plant. Sally had to walk a good way to see any of the people she used to know.
How's married life, Sally?
Oh, say, it's the grandest thing. You should come by and see us. Pay us a social call.
Yeah, I even got a nice place to live.
Yeah, flowers and a tree. You simply got to come and see it.
And the men and their wives at the plant did come and see it. They sat around the house and put their feet on things and spilled cigar ashes on the floor and talked loud and common. Matthew didn't say a word. He just sat, listened, looked at the mess they made. They stayed a long time. Matthew thought they never would go.
Now that you know the way, don't be strangers.
Don't worry.
Yeah, we'll be back real often now that we know the way. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Matthew looked at the rugs and the footmarks on the chairs. The place looked ugly.
Oh, imagine entertaining folks in your very own home.
They won't come again.
Well, why not?
Look at the rug.
Oh, that ain't nothing. I just run the sweeper over it and you'll...
They're not coming again.
Oh, but a house ain't nothing without folks coming in.
We got each other.
Oh, yes, but...
They never had another party. Maybe Matthew saw his own face in the ashes on the floor. The house grew quiet, and Sally got nervous.
Oh, it's just that we sit here and don't say a word, Matthew. I get lonesome. Can't we have a party? Huh? Oh, can't we go to other people's parties then? Oh, can't we do that?
Grew up in weeds. The flowers didn't do so well. And the tree didn't grow. Even the smoke from the plant seemed to find its way over to the house. The white got gray. Then it got black in splotches. And the paint peeled. Matthew lived. Sally put on weight.
Pink ribbon I got to match my hair. Lady at the dime store said blonde hair got awful dingy looking, so I got this bottle of stuff. Only a dime. Look how it brightens up the color of my hair. Huh? Have a chocolate cream, Matthew. These creams come from the dime store, too. I can't even notice the difference from the ones you used to buy me.
He walked away. He always walked away. He wanted to tell Sally how much he wanted to be close to her, but he couldn't. She filled the house with frilly things and all the fussy doodads that go with it.
You just won't believe what I got to show you, Matthew. It's just like Joanne Crawford had in the magazine. Look, it's a genuine toy poodle. Just like a little ball of fur, ain't he? Oh, beautiful. Oh, such a wondrous little lollipop. My baby. Would you like a little chocolate cream like the one he... Oh, Matthew, eat a scream. Look at him eat some cream. Oh, you like him, don't you? Here, hurry on. Try and take it easy now. No, Mommy, marshmallow mustn't bite. What is it, baby? What's the matter, Mommy, little baby?
Matthew walked away.
Watch the canaries jump on their perch, Matthew. Hey, I just don't understand those birds, Matthew. They don't sing a song like canaries are supposed to. Now, you naughty bad boy, scaring your yippy sisters like that. I just won't talk to you again. Don't you want to set funny face in the muddy? Oh, Mommy didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Oh, Matthew, isn't it a scream? Here, little angel. Here, little free angel. Let's divide it. A chocolate cream, huh? Yeah, it's for you. No. Just mushing it all up. Now, look at that, Matthew. All down my neck of cheek. Here, now. You just go and sit in your puppy's lap. Would you like to sit on Daddy's lap, into baby doll? Why, Matthew, Matthew, you hit him. Oh, Matthew, don't do that way. Matthew.
What are you crying for, Sally?
You shouldn't have hit him. Oh, look at him. Won't you cry away your face? Your mommy won't either. Look, Matthew. He's just like a kid. I think maybe kids wouldn't make him so lonesome.
No. Matthew got up, went and stood by the window and looked out.
I like the house, but I get lonesome.
Lonesome? In your own home? Why go to those awful parties with ashes and footmarks on the chairs and the men with their arms around Sally? She shouldn't have allowed that. She belonged to him. She was the only person who ever did belong to him. Hadn't she come to him in the plant yard that day? Sure she had. She liked him.
You're the only one that's afraid you're too ugly.
She shouldn't be singing that song that Lefty plays. That Lefty pinching her cheek and laughing at him. She shouldn't have allowed that.
Mom's hit the angel hair.
You wanted her to leave that dog alone. Why couldn't she treat him like that? Matthew looked out the window. Too bad about the paint and the smoke that came over from so far from the plant. The weeds all around. He was surprised to see the tree look bigger. Maybe he hadn't noticed the tree for a long time.
Matthew!
Yeah?
What are you doing, Matthew?
Thinking.
Oh.
He looked at her. Where was that pink and fresh thing he'd seen before at the plant? The face shining from the heat and the loose strands of hair caught in the breeze.
No one's called me by name. I like being called by name.
A big, fat, blonde lump.
Oh, these creams come from the dime store. You can't even tell the difference.
Where was that pink and fresh thing by the gate? Sally was standing by the canary cage and wiggling her wrist again. She hadn't done that for a long time, since Niagara Falls.
Look, Matthew, I found that bracelet with the bells on it. I thought it might make the canaries sing. Come on, birdie, do. Do you think they're sick, Matthew? I've never seen them so quiet before. Listen to the bells, birdie baby.
Matthew's hands were opening and closing at his sides, like they were grasping for something to hold and never finding it.
I just don't understand those birds at all.
You've gotten fat, Sally.
Oh, it don't matter. I don't care. Nobody cares if a married woman gets fat. That's what Hazel says. I like Hazel. She's good company. I don't get down her way much now, though. Her ankles swell up from these French heels. Cute shoes, though, ain't they, Matthew? Makes the foot look small. The ankles swell up, but it does make the foot look small. Birds swell up, too. I don't know what's wrong with them, I do. Oh, I wish I could get these birds to sing. Oh, I'm bored.
Aren't you happy with me, Sally?
Yeah, but we never do anything. Oh, I get crazy here all the time. I just get so I can't stay still another minute or I'll scream. If we had some kids, then maybe we'd mean more to each other. Have something to talk to each other about. And kids is awful good company, and then conversation about kids is good company, and good talk between a man and his wife.
Not you want to run. You want to kick the walls, tear the house down, anything.
Mommy's little baby now, almost
Where was that terrace that had seen once upon a time? Some lovely duchess, maybe from 100 or 200 years ago.
Nobody, you can't tell me who you are. I'll do it for you. I'll catch you.
Maybe if he grabbed Sally, held her so close, that would make a difference.
Ugliest, funniest boy I've ever seen.
Why did it have to turn out this way? They said that a man ought to be married no matter what.
I think these are the grandest thing in the world. No matter what. I get so lonesome when men can't see more of each other. Can we go out? Can we go out? Can we go out?
You can only stop all that noise. If you only just get a minute to think about all that noise. Then you can get it. That's what? Sally was fat. Matthew stuffed his mouth full of dime store chocolate, one after the other, one after the other, one after the other. The whole room began to turn. Big, fat, flop. locked, all covered in feet. Matthew looked around the room. No trees, no flowers. The canaries in the dog were quiet.
Oh, Matthew, they were like kids to me. Oh, they were helpless babies. You, just look at your hands. They're red, all red. Wet. Yellow. You're so ugly.
The big blind was still as could be, except her wrists. Her face hated him. She said he was ugly. Ugly.
Can't you even say that you're sorry, Matthew? Matthew! Don't do like that to your hands. No! I don't want you near me, hear me? You get those awful hands of yours all over my negligee. Matthew! Matthew! Put your hands down. No!
Those carpenter boys sure know what to do with their hammers, don't they? Listen. I guess they're getting ready for in the morning, cutting down a tree to build a thing like that. Well, that's the story of Matthew Everman, I guess. There's just one thing that I'd like to ask you, please.
Sure. Anything you want? What can we do for you?
Well, my name, it's all right to print that, but...
Sure.
I guess maybe you wonder how I could tell you all this, like I was talking about somebody else. Well, that's because Matthew Everman wasn't ever a person I really wanted to be. He was somebody I knew and I didn't like. I hated him, just like everybody else did, because he was ugly. There's no excuse for what he did. Poor old Matthew. Haiti makes so many lonely people. And it makes ugly people, too. Ugly and mean on the inside. I guess the best thing would be if everybody would... Wouldn't it be a nice world if people would... My name, see, that's all right, but no pictures, please. No pictures in the papers, huh? You know, it mean an awful lot to me. You understand, don't you? There won't be any pictures in the papers, will there? Just promise me that and I'll be so great. No pictures.
Suspense. Double Ugly, starring Lloyd Nolan, presented by Roma Wines. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines. Those better tasting wines enjoyed by more Americans than any other wines. Yes, Roma wines taste better because Roma starts with natural juices, gently pressed from luscious grapes gathered in California's choicest vineyards. With ancient skills and the world's greatest winemaking resources, Roma master vintners guide this great treasure unhurriedly to tempting taste perfection. Then these better tasting wines are placed with mellow Roma wines of years before, and from these, the world's greatest reserves of fine wines, Roma later selects for your pleasure. With the holiday weekend coming up, be sure you offer your guests their choice of glorious Roma California sherry, rich Roma port, and golden Roma muscatel. Served cool. Or, if they prefer a tall, cool drink, make it a Roma wine and soda. Remember, Roma wines taste better. That's R-O-M-A. Roma Wines, America's largest selling wines.
Lloyd Nolan appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Kiss of Death. Tonight's suspense play was by George Lloyd. Next Thursday, same time, you will hear Edmund O'Brien as star of Suspense. Produced and directed by William Spear for the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.